I declare open this hearing of the Senate Economics Legislation Committee into the 2025 supplementary budget estimates. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. Questions on notice. The committee has set 17 October 2025 as the date by which senators are to submit written questions on notice, and 28 November 2025 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice for today's proceedings. The committee's proceedings today will begin with the Reserve Bank of Australia. The committee will be conducting today's hearings via video conference and in person. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policy or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. I incorporate the public immunity statement into the Hansard. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear. And I remind committee members and witnesses throughout the day who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to mute their microphones. And I also remind all senators that as we continue our work implementing the Set the Standard report as chair, I will ensure that proceedings are conducted in an orderly, respectful and courteous way. And in my haste to get moving, I noticed the minister hasn't yet arrived.
The minister doesn't arrive for the RBA.
Oh, right. Okay. Very good. Well, we can kick off then. So the committee does welcome the Reserve Bank of Australia and its representatives, Governor Ms Michelle Bullock and Assistant Governor Dr Christopher Kent. Very welcome here this morning, and over to you for an opening statement.
I won't make an opening statement.
No opening statement. Okay. Thank you very much. I might kick off, if I can, just with the first couple of questions. We've seen inflation moderate significantly from its peak in 2022. Can you just talk a bit about what's moderated the inflation and perhaps make some comments around whether it's been broad-based amongst a range of categories such as goods and services or other areas, and what this might mean for the moderation in a number of measures of inflation, please?
Sure. If you go back to when the inflation was at its highest, back at the end of 2022, when it hit 7.8%, there was a couple of factors involved in there. The first thing was that and this was around the world, inflation had risen substantially around the world, and there was a big supply chain issue associated with that. So you might recall during the pandemic, there were logistics issues, there was particular trouble with goods, getting goods to where they needed to be around the world, and that was creating supply chain issues, and at the same time there was energy price rises. The Russian invasion of Ukraine resulted in substantial increases in energy. So there was these supply side issues. There was also a sense in which demand was really strong because around the world, again, and in Australia, governments had responded to the pandemic by increasing fiscal spending, which was appropriate. Interest rates had dropped around the world to practically zero, so there was a massive demand side impact. And what happens when supply chain issues meet strong demand, and we ended up with strong inflation. Since then, it has come down, and it's been for a couple of reasons. The first is supply chain issues have resolved themselves. Energy prices are still high, but they're not increasing at the same rate they were. And many other goods which were in short supply, their prices have stopped rising and in some cases declined a little bit. At the same time, interest rates had risen. They'd moved from very accommodative levels to restrictive levels, and that has dampened demand in the economy, and that's also what's contributed to the decline in inflation. So it has been broad-based. It has been broad-based across both goods and services, although I'd have to say that in Australia, like many other countries overseas, services inflation does remain a little sticky. It is higher. It's being offset by slightly lower goods inflation, but services inflation is still up around 3%, and in some countries it's a bit higher than that. So generally broad-based. There is a bit of difference, as there always is, in different components of inflation. But we target total inflation, we don't target individual components of it. So at the moment we're in a situation where we've got inflation back in the band at the moment. The key now is to make sure it stays there sustainably.
Thank you. And in terms of our labour market performance over the period, how would you say that the state of our labour market compares to the historical performance of the labour market over a longer period of time?
So I think if you'd said to us that we could have an unemployment rate with a 4 in front of it sustainably, if you'd said that back pre-COVID, I think people would have been a little sceptical, or some people would have been a bit sceptical. What we've seen is that the post-COVID low, if you like, of 3.5% unemployment, at that point, all the indicators were that the labour market was extremely tight. And And when you've got a very tight labour market, that can put upward pressure on inflation. Since then, we've seen the unemployment rate rise to about 4.2%. I'd emphasise, though, during that period that employment has continued to grow. It's not that jobs are being lost, it's just that employment is growing, it's just not growing as quickly as the labour force is growing. So we have seen the labour market now ease. We still think it's possibly a little bit tight particularly in some areas, but we think that's a bit uncertain. It could be close-ish to balance as well. There's a bit of debate about that, and we're open to those discussions. But certainly at the moment, I would say the labour market is in a pretty good place. The forward-looking indicators look reasonably stable. We're expecting the unemployment rate to drift a little bit higher over the rest of the year. But at the moment, I think the labour market's in a pretty good place.
So, notwithstanding your comments just, Emin, about perhaps what you might expect in terms of the labour market, I think what you're saying more broadly is that inflation is moderated, it's certainly gone down, and the labour market has remained resilient. Wages are growing. We heard this yesterday from the Treasury Secretary as well. In terms of what this means for growth in real incomes, are there what would you say are the factors that are driving real income growth?
So at the moment, what's driving real income growth is wages are still rising, inflation has come down. If you're talking about real disposable income, then interest rates have declined a little bit as well, so that's putting money back in people's pockets, and there's been some tax relief as well. If you look back to what was driving the decline in real wages back a couple of years ago, the big components of that were inflation was really a very important part of it, and also tax was another part of it. Interest rates were part of it as well, but tax and inflation were the really, really big components. So as those things have reversed direction, we're now seeing growth in real wages, and in fact real per capita wages are now above what they were pre-COVID, so they've recovered that.
So overall that's a pretty good story.
Yes.
So I guess maybe just to finish off from me, and then I'll hand to my colleagues. In terms of, I guess, the return of real income growth, could you just talk perhaps finally about what it means for the economic recovery that we have seen? And maybe, we heard a little bit about this yesterday too from the Treasury Secretary, but from your perspective, which sector has been the key driver of growth in our economy? If you could highlight a couple of areas, that'd be helpful.
So for some time we've been expecting that as real incomes start to recover, that consumption will start to recover. So while real incomes were falling, obviously that wasn't good for households, consumers, and they weren't inclined to consume. We are starting to see that consumption is starting to recover now, and that reflects the growth in real incomes, and it also reflects a wealth effect. So as people are observing housing prices rise, perhaps they're watching the equity markets and they're feeling a little bit more wealthy. That also tends to result in people consuming a bit more. So what we've started to observe in the last little while, the previous year, probably a lot of strength was coming from government. What we're starting to see now is a bit of a switch between the public and the private sector. The last national accounts certainly demonstrated that the private sector, private demand was starting to now drive growth, and we're expecting that to continue.
Thank you. I'll hand to my colleague, Senator Patterson. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Governor. I have some questions arising out of the most recent Monetary Policy Board statement, but you also just alluded to the issue in your last answer there. To quote the statement, you said, and I quote, "Data from the June quarter show that private demand is recovering a little more rapidly than expected, taking over from public demand as the driver of growth." I'm firstly interested in the second part of that statement, the taking over from public demand as a driver of growth. Could you just unpack that for me? It's fair to say, isn't it, that public demand has been largely the driver of growth up until recently?
So it's been true up until sort of the end of last year, I think, probably, that for the past couple of years, household consumption, which is a big driver of private demand, has been very weak, and we discussed some of the reasons for that. Real incomes had been declining, people weren't feeling confident. Interestingly, people had jobs, but interest rates were rising and it had remained high, so all of these sorts of things were playing into that. And during that period, public demand was in fact filling that gap that consumption and investment wasn't filling. So what we've seen more recently is we have seen growth in public demand ease, and that's, as we've discussed, with all those other factors, we're seeing consumption at the same time, recover at the same time. So we're seeing a swing in how the private sector, as we've described, has taken over from the public sector as driving some of the growth.
Yeah, I do want to come to that aspect of the statement in a moment, but just firstly, just dwelling for a moment on the public demand driving growth for the last couple of years, it's interesting to me that you've described, very strong public demand filling the gap, perhaps, but it's also come at a time when we've had, I think, one of the tightest tightening cycles in history. Is that right? Is there any more rapid period of tightening?
No, it was probably the interest rates rose most rapidly than they ever have. I think it was the most.
But from the lowest point.
From the lowest point, from practically zero. So,
yes.
You do need to emphasise that we were coming from zero.
Indeed. Yeah, good point. But as you say, that tightening cycle is one of the things that's contributed to the weakness of private consumption. Obviously, households have been squeezed by rising interest rates. Seems slightly incongruous to me then that you've got rapidly growing or fast public demand, a rapidly tightening cycle of interest rates and weak private demand. It seems to me that suggests that public demand was contributing to the need for the increasing in interest rates in that period.
So I've talked a little bit about this before. Obviously, we don't control fiscal policy.
No.
We control monetary policy, and we take fiscal policy as given. What fiscal policy was doing, I think, in that period, and they were doing it during COVID, to support the economy through what was a pretty bad period, quite frankly. And at the same time, just aside from that, the public sector has to provide services and infrastructure to the Australian economy. They've got to balance all these different demands on their purse. And so what they do with that is their decisions and the government's decisions. We take it as given. What would have happened if public sector demand didn't fill that gap? Would interest rates have been lower? I don't know. They might have been. But it's also true that you might have ended up with much lower employment and other impacts on the economy. So my observation would be that where we find ourselves now, which is the private sector starting to recover, growth in public sector starting to ease off, we've got a good unemployment rate so far, we've got inflation back in the band, we're in a pretty good spot.
Surely, though, just as a matter of simple economics, all else being equal, had public demand been softer, interest rates could have been lower. We can't say with confidence how much lower, but there are only a few components that make up demand, and had one of those been softer, it would have had implications for interest rates and inflation.
It might have. It also might have been that interest rates had to be lower because the economy was actually much, much softer and doing much less well, and employment doing much less well. So I can't tell you the counterfactual.
Yeah, that's fair, and I can't hold you to the statements of your predecessor, but your predecessor has publicly said that government spending made his job harder during this period.
I don't recall Phil saying that. It's possibly said it, I don't know.
Possibly going the other way.
Pardon?
Possibly going the other way.
What do you mean by that?
Prior to the pandemic, we were trying to generate more wage growth and inflation and encouraging spending, particularly in infrastructure. And
the government were basically cutting back on government spending. That might have been what he was referring to.
Well,
governments.
Let me tell you exactly what he said, and I'm quoting from an article in the Financial Review on the 19th of August this year. headline, Labor spending made RBA's job harder, low. Former RBA Governor Philip Lowe says the federal government has no budget discipline and its cost of living spending on households made it harder for the central bank to fight inflation. That's the AFR's summary. Going down to his direct quotes, quote, after COVID, we haven't really got back to a clearly articulated framework for decision-making with fiscal policy, Lowe said in a frank remark released on the first day of the government's economic reform roundtable in Canberra. Those frameworks are really important in disciplining the political process. It seems to be where there is a need, we'll spend. He goes on to say further down in the article, I just want to make sure I'm being accurate in quoting him.
Well, it's certainly Phil Lowe is Phil Lowe is free to say what he likes. I'm not going to comment on what he said.
Okay, so. Fair enough. As I said, I can't hold you to the observations of your predecessor, but he was the governor during this period where interest rates were increasing, and he has said that the government made his task harder by spending too much. Coming back to the other aspect of your statement, that private demand is taking over from public demand. The June quarter national accounts, can you just unpack that for me and help me and identify why you believe that private demand is taking over from public demand?
Well, consumption was stronger than we'd expected during that period. There were some things to do with energy rebates and so on, but nevertheless it was stronger than we'd been expecting. Having said that, we had been expecting it to pick up because, as I said earlier, real incomes have been picking up, wealth has been rising, and those things generally result in, and rates have come down. So basically those things generally result in an increase in consumption. So consumption is a really large chunk of private demand. So that's what's sort of driving our, we'd been expecting it. It's starting to show up in the June quarter. It's a little bit more than expected, but, you know, some of these things can jump around a bit, but nevertheless it's going in the direction we thought it should.
Yeah, just on the specific numbers in the June quarter, I have it here that growth in household consumption was 0.9%. Does that sound right to you? Yep.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Dr. Kent's nodding as well. And growth in government consumption was 1%. So government consumption was still stronger than household consumption. Is that right?
Well, much of a muchness, but...
Yeah, I mean, the other point is it's a much smaller share of the economy, so the contribution to GDP growth, particularly over the year, for government has definitely come down and private come up. So yes, the June quarter, you could focus just on that, but I think our statements are as much about sort of the trends over a number of quarters. Yeah,
I accept that. But we've certainly not reached that crossover point where household consumption is growing faster than government consumption, have we?
No, but that's to Dr. Kent's point. Because consumption is a much larger component of GDP, it is taking over as the stronger driver. That's the point.
Your statement, though, the Monetary Policy Board statement does point to June quarter data specifically. It doesn't talk about the trend over time. Maybe that's what it was referring to, but it says data for the June quarter show that private demand is recovering a little more rapidly expected and taking over from public demand as the driver of growth. Has it really taken over that yet? Or is it just on a trend too?
I think it's looking to do, that's the June quarter data suggests that. You can, we do not say that one quarter therefore makes a trend. No, we don't say that. But again, as I've said, this is something that you would expect to be happening given what else we're seeing happening with real incomes. So we've been expecting this. This is part of the process of lower interest rates, rising real incomes, lower inflation and reasonably strong labour market.
Yeah. So obviously the other part of demand is investment. I understand that the June quarter figures for private investment are 0.1%. Does that accord with your numbers?
0.1. It's not. Depends on. Are you talking about a year-ended number or a quarterly number?
Good question. That is what I'm told. The numbers I've got in front of me.
Well,
I think it's the quarterly figures, but anyway.
Business investment, if you think about it over the past year, has been reasonably solid. It has been.
For clarity, I'm talking about private investment, and I think business investment is one component of private investment. But again, correct me if I'm wrong. You will know better than me.
Well, if you've business, yes, yeah.
That's
so
right.
what do you? So I mean, Well, ask the question
Thank
and then
you.
we'll...
Yeah, and so in the June quarter, public investment was down 6.7%,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
obviously that's a lumpy figure, right? We're talking
That's
about infrastructure
volatile and
projects.
lumpy,
Growth of private investment was 0.1%, and as I understand it, the component of business investment is even more flat than that. That doesn't indicate roaring good health, does it?
Well, again, it's it's a quarterly number, and we've made the same point with consumption. It's a quarterly number, so you can't read sort of ups and downs. But business investment, private investment has been actually not doing badly. If you take mining out, it hasn't been doing too badly on some things. So software, for example, has been doing quite well. Data centres has been doing quite well. So there are some components of investment that are doing fine.
Yeah. I guess I'm just trying to understand is your level of confidence about private investment replacing public demand, private consumption replacing public demand, because we've heard across Treasury and Finance estimates this week that real government spending growth was 5.5% last year. Real growth in the economy was 1.4%. So at least last financial year, public spending is growing at 4 times the rate of the economy. That doesn't sound to me like the step change handover. Let's see what happens in this financial year. Maybe decisions of government will alter that. But the trajectory we seem to be on is still for very strong public demand and reasonably modest private demand.
Well, again, I think you've got to come back to the point about contributions and the contribution of the private side of things is actually starting to increase. So I think that's what we're talking about. We're starting to see that shift. So I think the contributions are telling you the story.
But if federal government spending continued on that trajectory, and obviously state governments are a component, and I haven't tallied up all their numbers, but if federal government spending continued on that trajectory, it wouldn't be a handover from public demand to private demand. It would be kind of continuing strong public sector demand at that rate, wouldn't it?
Well, I can't say what's going to happen with public demand in the future. We just take whatever Treasury have for their forecasts, and with our current forecast, using their current forecast, we continue to see private demand picking up over the next year and starting to take over from public.
Our GDP growth forecasts of around 2% over the next year and a bit. Most of that is from private demand.
Hope we get
There's
that.
still a quantum from public,
Yep.
and that's federal and state.
Yeah, well, I hope we get to that. Chair, I have questions on a different topic, but if you want to rotate the call.
Yeah, you're almost at 15 minutes.
Let's do that then.
Let's rotate.
Thank you.
Senator McKim.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning to you both. Thanks for coming in. The RBA's latest financial stability review noted your concerns about the rush of investors back into the housing market and that could cause a rapid upswing of house prices. And you articulated some concerns around its impact on financial stability. Could you just talk to the committee a little bit about that, please, Ms Bullock? And specifically, I note your comments from your press conference, I think it was about a week ago, late September in any event, where you spoke about supply and the lag in supply. I'm not trying to quote you here, I'm just paraphrasing, and you'll use your own words as you should, but could you just talk a little bit about the situation we find ourselves in the property market? And you've expressed at that press conference you think it's a difficult situation, which, for what it's worth, I think many millions of Australians would agree with you at the very least that it's a difficult situation. So could you just talk about, firstly, your financial stability review and your concerns there about the impact of a rush of investors back into the housing market and what some of the responses to that might be, and secondly, more broadly, about how we find ourselves in this, as you've said, very difficult situation and what some of the ways out of it might be.
So I wouldn't say we expressed substantial concern about investors coming back into the housing market. The issue on the financial stability side about investors we were trying to highlight is that what investors can do is exacerbate the cycle in the housing market, and it can result, and in the past, there have been concerns that as investors exacerbate the cycle in the housing market, that it results in people borrowing too much, loan to valuation ratios tend to rise, high debt to income ratios, and that introduces vulnerabilities into the system. So that's the concern. Now, we don't see it manifesting at the moment in a severe way. Certainly, we don't see loan to valuation ratios and high debt to income ratios, those sorts of loans rising very substantially. We don't see that at the moment, so that's positive. All we're highlighting is that it needs to be kept an eye on because it can aggravate these cycles. On the broader issue about the housing market, it's true, and I've said this a number of times, that the issue with the housing market is supply and demand. We have demand for housing which outstrips the supply of housing, and it's occurring both in housing prices and rents. There's more demand for rental properties than there are rental properties available. And I think this is where it gets a little bit complicated, because it's true that on the one hand, investors buy houses, but then they rent them out to people. So in Australia, the rental stock, and this is a bit unusual, well, it's not unusual, but many countries don't have this. In Australia, the rental stock is effectively owned by other households, investors. And so you've got a situation where people want to rent. They've got to rent from someone, they rent from investors. The question is, if there were less investors, might there be more houses that people could buy? You'd still have a need for renting. So who's going to provide the rental stock? So it's a complicated situation. I would say that at the moment, what we're observing with investors is typically what we observe in these cycles, that investors are the first ones to pick up.
All right, thanks. Just a few things off the back of that then. Firstly, we are seeing housing investors getting back into the market, are we not? Growth in lending for housing investors accelerated to 6.6% in the year to August. That's up from 3.9% a year earlier. So do you accept that we are seeing more housing investors or property speculators entering the housing market, and can you confirm that that would put upward pressure on prices?
I think I already said, Senator, that yes, what we usually expect when interest rates decline and you see a recovery in the housing market, the investors tend to respond first. And we are seeing that currently? We are seeing that. Did you want to comment on credit?
No, I think those numbers sound about right.
Yep. So you've said, obviously accurately, Ms Bullock, that this is there are sort of supply and demand factors at work here, and I note your comments that you made about supply and the delays that inevitably are going to exist in terms of building more housing supply. Can I just, when you said it was unusual, the don't want to misquote you here, but the amount of property that's, I guess, owned by other households for investment, are you referring there to the fact that we don't have a large stock of publicly owned housing in Australia? Is that what
no,
you're
not necessarily
to?
Public, but for example, there's a lot of build to rent in other countries, so it's not just public housing, it's corporations, pension funds, own housing, that sort of thing. So there's a different mix in Australia.
All right, thanks. What are some of the levers? I understand that you deal with interest. I mean, you deal with a lot of other things, but interest rates are within your purview. You've been very happy to talk about supply. Are there any other levers the government could pull to limit the attractiveness of existing housing as a speculative asset?
No, I don't have any particular policy views on that. I mean, the bottom line, as I've said, is that we've got to get supply of housing moving, and the governments, my observation, certainly living in New South Wales, is that the governments are trying really hard to get this moving, and that involves planning, it involves construction. It's a whole series of things that the governments are looking at, and I encourage them to keep looking at it.
You've been very clear, though, that that's going to take some time.
Well, it does take time because it takes time to get approvals, and you know, one of the big things is higher density housing, and that by its nature takes much longer. So, you know, it is not something that you can just turn the switch and say, right, now we're off and running. It really takes time. Yeah.
Are you aware of the play Waiting for Godot by Samuel Beckett?
Yeah, I am aware of that.
It's a play where famously a critic said it's a play where nothing happens twice because it's in 2 acts. But, well, we're just going to wait for supply. Is that it? Like, that's what you would say to basically most of an entire generation of Australians that are priced out of the housing market at the moment. You just got to wait for supply to catch up, and there's nothing else that government can do. Is that your view?
I'm not going to suggest government policies. Government policies on housing. My policy that I've got control over is the interest rate, and supply is the genesis. There might be some other things governments can do, and that's up to them, but really it's supply is the big thing here. And it's been a structural issue for many, many years. It didn't just start in the last year or so. It's been an issue for a number of years.
No, it certainly
8 minutes.
It certainly has.
Sorry? 8 minutes, thank you.
Are you doing 10-minute blocks? Okay, thanks. Ms Bullock, you mentioned LVR as the source of risk, didn't you?
It can be a source of risk. The reason it can be a source of risk is that the higher loan-to-valuation ratios, if someone defaults, then the reason it's a potential risk for risk for the financial institution, because the collateral is a greater probability that it might not cover the loan. That's why we think of it as slightly greater risk to the financial institution.
Thank you. So therefore, does the ability for people to now take out 95% loan valuation ratio increase that risk?
Not for the financial institution, no. For the financial institution, if you're referring to the government guarantee over the deposit, no, because it's guaranteed. So the financial institution is not at further risk.
Okay. Would reducing or abolishing the capital gains tax discount reduce demand and therefore prices, or at least reduce the growth in prices, in house prices? I
have done no particular analysis of what removal of the capital gains tax might do.
I guess, Ms Bullock, you're very happy to talk about supply, and that's fair. Why won't you talk about demand and some of the factors, the levers that the government has at its disposal to address demand? Because
supply, it's a very easy thing to talk about supply and demand. It's a much harder thing and requires much more analysis to sit down and talk about the plethora. It's not just one policy, there's a plethora of policies, and I have not done analysis of looking at those various policies to decide whether or not different policies would have different impacts and what you should do with them as holistically. That's not my bailiwick. But if you're concerned about financial stability on the basis that is an area of concern of yours, if you're concerned about financial stability and you've indicated that you're concerned about house prices, if you are concerned about those two things, why wouldn't you do an analysis of some of the levers that are available to government and start jawboning on things like the capital gains tax discount, which is the most inequitable tax concession on the books by a long, long way in Australia? Why wouldn't you start talking about those things? Because jawboning about that would help
focus the public debate on some of the things the government might be able to do to reduce demand and therefore address your concerns about house prices, intergenerational equity and the stability of our financial system?
I don't think, Senator, it's my job to tell the government what they should do with their policies. My job is to look at what the impact on financial stability might mean and then to think about ways that we might address that through macro-prudential policies, for example, working with APRA.
All right. Does the RBA...
We're going to have to rotate the call.
Last question, Chair. Thank you. Does the RBA accept its share of responsibility for how high property prices are in Australia? Dr Lowe, your predecessor, effectively said that the quantitative easing that you engaged in the early pandemic period was too aggressive. I'm paraphrasing him here, but do you think that the 400-odd billion that the RBA printed in the early year or two of COVID and effectively handed it over to retail banks who then turned around and lent it into the property market, do you accept that that played a role in the housing price bubble that we've seen over the last 5 years in Australia?
Certainly the way monetary policy works, part of the way monetary policy works is through the housing market. But I would not accept that the Reserve Bank is responsible for the housing price issues in this country.
You don't accept you played any role whatsoever in the housing price spike of the last 5 years? Is that your...
The housing, as I said, what happens with monetary policy as part of the transmission mechanism is through the housing market. We know that. But again, the problem is the lack of supply relative to demand. And when monetary policy eases and housing demand picks up, supply can't pick up as quickly, and that's where you end up. But it's not monetary policy's responsibility to look after housing prices.
Thank you. Senator Patterson?
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate that. Governor, I want to ask you some questions about the recent monthly inflation prints. I preface that by saying I've heard you say many times that we need to be cautious about the monthly figures, that they're variable and that the RBA puts greater stock in the quarterly figures. But nonetheless, the two most recent monthly prints have been higher than were expected, and there's been a very strong reaction both from economists who use very strong language to describe last month's indicators, particularly calling it a shocker and other kind of language like that, but also a market response changing the expected time for the next rate cut from 100% probability in November, which is probably a bit too confident, now to less than 50%. So what do you think is driving the increased or higher than expected inflation in those last two monthly prints? So
caution again. You've got to be a little bit careful because monthly data are quite volatile.
Yep.
Depends on whether you're looking at headline or trimmed or the trimmed mean. The headline jumped up, but there was some things going on with timing of energy rebates and so on. That's why we tend to focus on underlying. The other caution I would make is that trimmed mean in a monthly sense is not the same as trimmed mean in a quarterly sense, so you can't just read into the trim mean for monthly what it might mean for quarterly. Having said that, there was two components of the... so we do get a reasonably good read from the first 2 months of these monthly indicators on a couple of things, housing and services. And both dwelling costs, inflation, so that's the cost of building new homes, was a little higher than we'd been expecting, and inflation in services was a little higher than we had been expecting. So that's made us think that when the September quarterly comes out, that there is an upside risk to our forecasts in those, because those things are looking a little higher than we thought they would be.
And that quarterly data is out in late October, isn't it? I think days before your next...
the week before our next board meeting.
Yep. So obviously that'll be more indicative. What does this indicate more broadly about the fight against inflation? Is this just, in your view, the last mile challenge and it's just that last sticky bit to be defeated? Or is there a risk that actually the fight against inflation is going to be a more enduring, ongoing one, and that we have to be much more guarded about the upside risks here?
No, I think at the moment we'll do some more forecasts for our November meeting, but at the moment we think the risks are relatively balanced on both sides. It is possible that we'd been expecting the inflation for this last bit to be slower to decline than it came down very sharply, and then it's been a much slower gradual decline. We had expected that, but as I said earlier, we're in a position where we think the labour market's maybe still a little bit tight, or maybe close to balance, depending who you talk to. So if we get a strong pickup in growth, then it's possible that we've got a situation where growth is starting to pick up at the same time as inflation now is just back in the band and employment is being maintained, and in those cases there might be some upside risk. It's also possible, though, that what we saw in the June quarter with respect to consumption isn't maintained, and you've got all of this uncertainty associated, which I think the Secretary of the Treasury talked about yesterday. You've still got all that uncertainty out there with the international environment, China, United States. So you've got a balance on both sides. So that's why when the board says it's trying to be data-driven, it's trying not to preempt, it's trying to think about the risks, and it's trying to use the data as the data come in to inform where it thinks things will be going in the next 6 months or so. So that's why we do need to make sure that we remain data-driven.
You mentioned energy rebates as part of the reason for the volatility in the monthly figures, and I think certainly in the July quarter there was a very obvious case. There was, I think, a New South Wales state government payment which was paid, 2 days before the month or 2 days after or something, which had an impact on the data. But it's also true that, as you say, part of the big falls in inflation last year were driven by those energy rebates, weren't they?
Well, no. Some of the initial big falls from the peak weren't driven by that.
Trimmed or a headline? I thought that had a big impact on headline.
Well, headline coming down from 7.8, a lot of that was just across the board.
Oh, sure, I'm not disputing that.
So the last year or so, energy rebates have contributed, but I think the numbers are, I think 0.2%, I think, is the amount that we've seen come off. So it's not massive. It's not like 1 or 2 percentage points. It's fractions of a percentage point, and so we'll be giving that back when the rebates come off. So you might get an uplift then. But
which is this calendar year. Those rebates are all starting to kind of.
Well, the rebates, the rebates at state government level have been coming off, and that's why you're seeing some of the inflation numbers go off as those come off. But the Commonwealth have been extended till the end of the year, so that will continue to subtract about 0.2 from inflation, and then when they come off, that will get given back.
Okay. You also mentioned the labour market. Obviously, there was the ANZ Indeed figures out last week, which are softer than people were expecting. How much stock do you put in that?
Again, it's just one indicator. We look at a range of indicators across the labour market. I'd say the forward-looking indicators like vacancies, job ads, notwithstanding that, we've seen them as being they wiggle, but they've been reasonably stable over the past 6 months or so. So we don't see, again, I mean, it's 1 month's figure, but broadly it's been stable, but it is something that we look at.
The other data out recently was the Westpac data on consumer confidence, which took a big hit. Do you attribute that to the public's changed expectations about the interest rate pathway?
I don't think that the consumer confidence numbers have really recovered. I don't think we've seen them sort of pop up as interest rates declined, and as interest rates declined and then start coming off again. Consumer confidence has remained quite low, and I don't think we have a really good explanation for why, because certainly, as we talked about earlier, we are seeing people start to consume again, and they're consuming discretionary goods and services, not just essential ones. So there's a little bit of a puzzle about what might be going on with consumer confidence.
And it's not unique to us in Australia.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a global phenomenon.
Yeah.
I agree with you that generally it has been low, but even from that low level, it fell even further. I mean, the Westpac Melbourne Institute index declined by 3.5% from September to October. That's a material decline. Any thoughts on the driver of that, if not interest rate expectations?
No, I wouldn't say so. I mean, as Chris just said, I mean, around the world we're seeing low consumer confidence, even as interest rates are declining here, even as we're observing that people are responding by consuming discretionary goods and services, their confidence is still low, and it's a little bit of a conundrum. We don't really know why that is.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. I've circulated a graph, or about to be circulated, a graph from the Australian Bureau of Statistics. Ms Bullock, I certainly appreciate your direct and concise answers. I think you've talked quite a bit about how the RBA is looking through the energy bill subsidies and their impact on headline inflation. What are you seeing in the underlying increases in the price of electricity? So, as I show in that graph, it's increased 23% in 2 years, and that seems like an incredible shock to the economy. How are you thinking about that, and what is the impact of your management of inflation?
So there's two aspects to that. What you will see from this graph that you've pointed out is that it rises in June 23. That was the delayed energy price shock that many other countries saw following the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And basically then it's a new price level. It's not now, the price level has risen, but the continued inflation over that period, you haven't seen inflation because the level has just been the same.
Flat.
So that's step up in the level, and there's been a more recent increase as we've seen the default market offers rates come out. But basically, the way we would think about it is in a direct sense, if you've got a supply shock, you've got a new price level, that doesn't necessarily lead to ongoing inflation and impact inflationary expectations. We can afford to say that's a level shift, we're going to look through it. The extent to which it then has indirect impacts through cost impacts on businesses, that's where we would watch to see that it wasn't feeding through into consistent inflation and persistent inflation. And so far, it doesn't seem to be driving persistent inflation, the increase in the price level for energy.
What are your thoughts about when the energy bill reliefs stop?
Well, they have the energy bill relief. Obviously, is something that the government policy They put that in place to address cost of living, and your graph shows why, because energy prices rose quite a lot. It's moved the inflation figures around quite a bit, but as I've discussed in many other contexts, we've therefore looked at the underlying inflation to get an idea of the underlying pulse of inflation, which that is what we've been focusing on in order to base our interest rate decisions.
We saw the government's economic roundtable was supposedly focused on productivity. What does rising energy costs do to productivity, and what's the impact then on the standard of living?
I don't know if there's a very direct impact of rising energy costs on productivity. Productivity, there's a much more fundamental thing about productivity, and that's dynamism in the economy, dynamism among businesses. And what we're observing, not just here in Australia, but and it's been going on for decades, we're observing that productivity growth has been declining, not just only here but overseas. And to some extent, at least, the evidence suggests that lack of dynamism in business is part of that process, is part of the reason for that.
So the underlying inflation on the electricity index is at 23%, and including subsidies, it's been brought back to 7%. So consumers still have about 16% increase to catch up with. What's that going to do to inflation numbers in the future?
Well, headline inflation, as you'll see from our forecast, will rise as the energy rebates come off. But the more important thing is what is happening to the underlying pulse of inflation, and we're continuing to see that decline.
Now, I understand, thank you, I understand that household inflation expectations have a big impact on inflation itself. Treasurer Chalmers said at the Economic Roundtable, quote, "Real wages are growing at their strongest rate in 5 years. Inflation has a 2 in front of it, and interest rates have been cut 3 times in the last 6 months. People are still talking about high grocery bills. and inflation in insurance premiums, all kinds of insurance. What does that do to people's expectations of inflation?
Well, all the evidence we have is that inflation expectations have remained reasonably anchored around 2.5%, and that's what's made it possible, I think, to bring inflation back down toward the target range, so that we're now under 3 and heading towards 2.5, and maintain a relatively healthy labour market. And you couldn't achieve that without anchored inflation expectations.
Thank you. Just a quick question before I get on to another separate topic. What does having 4.5 million visa holders, non-citizens, in the country do to demand for houses and to prices of houses?
Well, certainly the more population you have, the more demand for housing you have.
It's been 6 months since the new board arrangement started. How's that working so far?
So I think it's working well. The Monetary Policy Board now have more time to focus on monetary policy decisions, and the Governance Board, I think, is adding significant value in helping me. I was the sole accountable authority for the institution. Now the Governance Board is the accountable authority, and my own view is that the people on that board are adding significant value.
Thank you. Is there going to be a review of these changes?
The Governance Board is going to do a report, I think, by the end of the year, which is going to talk about all of the recommendations from the review, where we're at with meeting them, and what our plans are to meet those that we haven't yet.
Thank you. You actually have 3 boards, the Monetary Board, the Governance Board and the Payment System Board.
Yep.
Have there been any developments coming from the work the Reserve Bank is doing on electronic payment systems, whether that's some form of central bank digital currency, which I think your predecessor acknowledged was done, or a unified digital currency the banks have been talking about? Anything happening there in either the domestic market or international settlements?
So a few things. We have done some experimentation. Back in 23, I might have talked about this before, we did a pilot of a central bank digital currency, asked people to come with use cases and so on. And the main headline out of that was that the predominant use cases were not what I would call retail CBDCs, so it wasn't about putting central bank digital currencies in the hands of you and me and using them at shops. It wasn't about that. It was about wholesale digital currencies. So how can you potentially use central bank digital currencies in markets for assets, wholesale assets? We've got another experiment going on now, which is looking specifically at that issue. And if you tokenised assets, so you put them on a chain, a ledger, how can you use central bank digital currencies, but not only those, how could you use stable coins, tokenised bank deposits, standard payment systems to settle tokenised asset sales? So that's the current experiment that's going on. We're working with a number of organisations to do that, and that will give us a bit more information about the sorts of issues that might arise in moving towards tokenised asset ledgers.
Thank you. During COVID, the Reserve Bank pursued a policy which had the effect of creating money through electronic journal entries and using that to buy securitised mortgages from Australian banks. How many securitised mortgages originating in the Australian property market is the Reserve Bank now holding?
We'd have to take this on notice, but I would suspect close to none.
Okay, thank
because
you.
we don't accept those as part of our regular operations, and most of those we would have held would have been a result of the term funding facility, which is now rolled off and completed.
Thank you. I don't think you've had this question directly, but are you worried about housing prices? Is there a risk around the property market which may be factoring into policy planning?
The focus that we have as an institution on that, as I said earlier, is potential financial stability implications and fast rising property prices, what that might do to the rise in risky lending associated with that. That's our angle on that.
Senator Roberts, you're almost at time.
Okay, I've just got 2 more questions, Chair. During COVID, the Reserve Bank printed $608 billion. Quantitative easing, I think it's called. This made a significant contribution to the recent inflation spike. The government is projecting deficits across forward estimates. Having in mind to your inflation target, is there any capacity to fund these deficits by quantitative easing rather than through borrowing?
We don't fund the government borrowing. The government has to borrow to meet its obligations, and the Reserve Bank basically uses the interest rate to affect inflation, to influence inflation through our demand, through our impact on demand. And what we've observed is that inflation is now back in the band.
Thank you. Do you have a figure for how much more the government can borrow? Are we getting into a danger zone with all this borrowing for inflation, exchange rate, credit rating, or such like?
No, I don't have a figure for that.
Okay. Last question. We have the highest real estate prices in the world. If we had more cities, I'm sure they'd be in the top 10 in the world as well. As it is, our top five cities are in the top 10 of the world. What's that doing to inflation and to standard of living?
Well, housing inflation finds its way into inflation figures through two things, through rents and through cost of building houses, if you like. So they're in inflation there. Housing prices themselves don't find their way into inflation, and we don't target housing prices.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair.
Senator Sharma.
Thanks, Chair. I had some questions about the RBA's review of merchant card payment costs and surcharging. What's the timeline for implementation of those proposed changes?
So we don't have we put a consultation document out, I think it was in July. We are now in the process of looking at 170 odd submissions, some with quite extensive detail in them, and meeting with many of those people face to face. I myself have got a number of meetings with them. The plan is to take something back to the November Payment System Board, which sort of summarises where we've got to with consultation, and then at that meeting the board will decide what the next steps will be.
Okay. I think I've seen a proposed effective date of 1 July 2026 in...
Well, that was for surcharging.
Paper.
Yeah. But
okay.
we'll have to look at that when we've analysed all the submissions, we've got the consultation done, and the board can have a look at that.
Okay. I noticed in your paper you make the claim that the current system involves cross-subsidisation of larger merchants by smaller merchants. Can you just explain that judgment?
So the way the payment system, the card payment systems work is that there is a thing called an interchange fee, and it's set basically by effectively the schemes, and it is paid by the merchant's bank, if you like, to the issuer. Big merchants usually get a deal that says they will pay interchange and they will pay a small amount over the top of that.
And smaller merchants aren't able to
And
negotiate
smaller merchants
that.
basically get told you will pay 1% or 1.5%. We've done a lot of work on this. We've put a lot of articles out on it. You can show that the smaller merchants pay much higher merchant service fees than the large merchants.
Okay. And I saw a figure in there as well that you say that I think it's 10% of small merchants you estimate actually pass the surcharge on to customers. How did you arrive at that figure? Because just anecdotally, non-empirically, that it feels a lot higher to me when I go to small merchants.
I think it feels high to people because it's salient merchants. It's merchants that you go to get your cup of coffee from every day. So I think that's why people sort of think many more surcharge. But I think, and I'd have to take the question on notice, I think the answer is that we get it from the acquiring businesses, so they can tell us, we can actually get, I think, but can I come back to you on that?
Yeah, if you could take that on notice. And it's 10% by number of merchants rather than by volume of transactions.
Yes, and if it was volume of transactions, I suspect it would be smaller because, of course, none of the really big merchants surcharge.
Okay. And now the proposal, as I understand it, is for the RBA to revoke its prohibition on no surcharge rules, so it would then allow the card issuers and banks to...
Well, the schemes.
The schemes, rather.
The schemes to reimpose their rules.
Their no surcharge rules.
What if they don't? Because that's in
well,
their
if they
discretion,
don't, we don't feel that we have the powers to ban surcharging, and then if the government felt that they wanted to, then that would be in their hands. But I would have to say that in any jurisdiction where they're allowed to impose no surcharge rules, they do.
So your expectation would
My
be that they
expectation
impose
is
it,
that they will, and they are all, I'd have to say, the schemes are very supportive of removing the ban on no surcharge.
Okay. Now, the basis of this change benefiting smaller businesses in particular, as I understand it from your consultation paper, is that the RBA will cap interchange fees. I think I'm using the right terminology here, and those lower fees will be passed through to small businesses. Again, what level of confidence do you have that those, if the banks are charging, the lower fees will feed through to small businesses, the lower interchange fees?
Well, we would hope that competition would lead to that, and there are quite a number of acquirers out there, not only banks but also non-banks that do acquiring. But it's also true, I think, that we're alert to the fact that it might not pass through as it should, so that we would certainly be relying on competition to do it, but if it doesn't, and I think my colleague Brad made this point at the House of Representatives the other day, we have got other things we could do if it looks like it's not being passed through.
I don't think I heard your colleague at the House Committee, so would you just mind elaborating a little on what you could do if they're not passed through?
Well, we have other powers. We could perhaps look to cap merchants under. We've got some new powers coming through
as a result
at the end of the year, so we might be able to do some things there. The other thing that we're going to do is make it more transparent. Small merchants often don't understand. They're looking for simplicity. They don't understand what their options might be. So if we can force some more transparency onto it so that small merchants can see, I'm paying this but I could pay that over there, then that might help. So there's other things that we can do which might assist.
Right, I see. And what's your expectation on what this will mean for consumers then? So consumers will no longer, if this reform is implemented in full and plays out as you expect, consumers will no longer be paying surcharges. Will they be paying higher prices? Will any of this?
So this is potentially a very long answer, but the payment system as an ecosystem, the card payment system as an ecosystem, has a number of costs associated with it holistically. We can sort of argue at the edges about what those costs should incorporate, but just let's assume that we all agree on that. The question then is about how are those costs distributed?
Yeah.
Who pays them? And on one reading, you could say, well, we just charge the merchants a whole lot of money and then we use that to subsidise everyone else. If the merchants can't surcharge, yes, it will go into their prices, just like other costs of their business do. So I think it's really a question about distribution. Someone is paying, it's just a matter of how they are paying. And if it finds its way into merchants' costs and ultimately into their prices, then all the consumers pay. If you allow surcharging, arguably it doesn't, and some consumers pay and others don't. So again, I guess my point would be here that we're really talking about distribution here. We're not talking about somehow reducing the amount that overall has to be paid. The costs have to be met.
Yeah. From what I understand from your modelling, though, it's the domestic issues that under this package that take the biggest haircut, I guess, for want of a better term. In terms
if interchange
of how the costs
fees are capped at lower levels, yes, there's less revenue for domestic issuers, yes.
Okay.
So they have to make that back elsewhere if they feel they need to. That's right.
And I noticed, I think it was either in your paper or your testimony before the House Economics Committee, the analysis that generous credit card reward schemes are currently being cross-subsidised by debit cards and less generous credit card reward schemes. Is that Is that roughly how it works? Because everyone's paying the same surcharge fee, but some cardholders are getting quite generous benefits and others are not?
Yes. So, I mean, if you think about the way loyalty schemes work, they are an incentive for people to use a credit card. That's what they are. And credit cards cost more to accept than debit cards. And at the moment, what we're seeing with the surcharging regime is that is not reflected in the costs facing consumers. They face the same surcharge or no surcharge at all to use a credit card as a debit card. So the incentives are skewed towards using a credit card.
Okay. And how will this scheme operate or not with, is it three-party schemes like Amex and digital wallet schemes? Will it have any impact on Apple Pay, Google
we at the
Pay,
moment
Amex?
can't regulate them, but our new powers will allow us to regulate three-party schemes, yes.
And would the intent be for the...
Well,
or is that something you examine?
Our intent would be to be looking at where there might be, to the extent that we are regulating the four-party schemes, where that might be creating an unlevel playing field with the three-party schemes, and we'd be looking at that.
Okay. And I noticed, I think, in your paper there's a fair references to the UK experience in capping interchange fees and how that's played out. Have you also been looking at the Canadian and New Zealand models?
We have been looking at all those models. What I should point out is that we were the first jurisdiction to cap interchange fees. Everyone else followed us. And some of them have gone further than us. And so we are now looking at their experiences, having gone further than us. What are the things that fell out? Are there lessons for us? And so, yes, we are.
Senator Sharma, 10 minutes.
Thank you. That was all my questions. Thank you.
Senator Bragg.
No, thanks very much. I just wanted to ask you some questions about housing, Governor. So my understanding of your evidence is that the major issue in the Australian housing market today is one of supply being deficient. Is that right?
Yes, there is, as I've said a number of times, we've got demand for housing and supply isn't able to meet it. Okay. So are you aware broadly the government in Canberra has significant supply policies, it has significant programs, Housing Australia Future Fund, housing targets, other schemes? You're aware of these schemes, I imagine? Yes, I'm aware of those schemes, yes.
Okay. The government's been in power for over 3 years. You said after the recent interest rate judgment that you're not going to be confident it's going to make any impact in the next 2 years. So that was your comment in relation to the supply side. Why don't you think any change can be achieved on the supply side in 2 years?
Simply because, well, I didn't have, when I said that, it was sort of an answer that thought to me it takes up to 2 years really to get any momentum on approvals and construction and so on. What we're talking about here is high density. That stuff doesn't happen overnight. So I wouldn't take the 2 years as being, you know, precise, that exactly in 25 months we're going to have a boom in housing. I don't mean that. What I mean is that basically it takes time for approvals and building, and we know at the moment actually that construction is slow. So can I ask you then about the demand side? Have you been asked by the government to do any analysis on the changes to the home guarantee scheme, the 5% deposit? No. No. Have you done any analysis internally on what that might mean for prudential stability? No, we haven't done. We've looked at other people's estimates of what it might mean for housing prices, and that seems to vary between very little to 6-7%, but we've done none ourselves. So what do you think it will do to house prices in the short term? In the short term, it's possible that housing prices might be a bit higher than they otherwise were. Right. You think it'll be a short-term impact or medium-term? Well, it depends again on how supply responds, and we are seeing a lot of movement in supply. Certainly in New South Wales, there's a lot of movement there. Sure, but when you say higher, I mean, what sense do you think? I've done no analysis on how much higher housing prices will be in response to this. None. Okay, and has the bank done any analysis on that? No. Okay.
Is that something that you can take on notice?
Well, there's no need to take on notice whether or not we've done any independent analysis of it. We haven't. If you're asking, will we do work on it, it'd have to figure in our priorities, and I'm not sure that specifically at the moment is one of our priorities.
I understand this is a matter for APRA as the prudential regulator, that they have to make judgments about these things, but you do also have a whole of economy role and mandate. So lending policy, as we've discussed in the past, partly does have some relevance to the RBA, doesn't it?
It does, and that's why we do have a great deal of dialogue with APRA, and one of the recommendations of the review was that we put our macro-prudential work with them on a much firmer footing, which we're doing.
It's National Banana Day, in case you didn't know.
It's important.
Very important to the Queenslanders. Now, the issue is, though, that there will be potentially higher... I mean, even the Treasury has said that there'll be higher prices. Some of the market economists have said that there could be 5-6%. Some have said it could be as much as 10% increases. Now, we're talking here about entry-level prices, aren't we? Entry-level first homes.
Yes. I'm unsure what the question is. Yes.
Yeah, okay. So there's potentially a price impact, as you say in your own... I mean, I'm not seeking to verbal. I mean, you've said in your own words, you haven't done the analysis. You said before that it's possible there could be higher prices. The other factor here, of course, is that there will be people with much higher loan values. So they'll have higher LVR arrangements, won't they?
Yes.
So what is your... Do you have any thoughts on more people having higher LVRs in the community?
Well, they just have to be aware that even though it's under this policy, instead of having lenders' mortgage insurance, they basically have a backing of the government.
Yes.
But they still have a much higher loan-to-value ratio, which does mean that if they do find themselves in difficulties, which, hopefully they don't, but if they do, then the collateral value underlying that, there's a risk that may not cover the loan. If housing prices decline, then it doesn't take when you've got a high loan-to-value ratio, it doesn't take as long, as much for housing prices to decline, and you're in negative equity. That's the main outcome of having a high loan-to-value ratio.
But the other point to make, of course, is borrowers in such a situation will face higher payment costs,
well.
And they'll take that into account when they're deciding how much to borrow and whether to get in with a small deposit or wait a bit of time.
So those are the two risks to individuals. Those are the two major risks to individuals, is that right?
Well, they're risks to individuals in the sense that, they've got to meet their higher loan repayments, and it's possible that they may not be able to recover the cost of the loan. If the housing prices decline, they need to sell, but then ultimately that's a risk for the banks.
But that risk is mitigated.
Is there... how's it mitigated, sorry?
Well, there was answers
the government
to
guarantee.
Questions from Senator
The government guarantee is what happened before was that there was lenders' mortgage insurance to give the financial institutions comfort that if something happened, they would still get their money back. Now the government's filling that.
So those are the risks that the individuals may face because they have potentially bigger loans as a result of this policy. And then what about the macro-prudential risks?
Well, what do you mean by macro-prudential risks specifically?
Well, we've discussed in this committee before the fact that there are macro-prudential tools which are deployed by your sister or your brother regulator, but my understanding is that there is some consultation amongst the Council of Financial Regulators, or certainly with the Reserve Bank, about whether those macro-prudential tools are appropriate in their current design. I understand that that's something that...
Well, there's the macro-prudential tools at the moment. There's a serviceability buffer.
Yep.
And that's basically it. There were some macroprudential tools back in 2014, 2017. Now they've been removed. The main focus from a macroprudential perspective is the share of loans that are made at high loan to valuation ratios,
Right.
and the share of loans that are made at high debt to income ratios. Both of those things, they don't necessarily, high debt to income doesn't necessarily result in higher risk loans, but they're the things that we're watching, and we're watching with the Prudential Regulator APRA.
Okay, so as a result of the home guarantee scheme being opened up and having the income caps entirely abolished, will there be more people with high LVR loans? Will there be more people with high debt to income ratios?
Well, probably. We haven't seen the hard data yet, but probably. To Chris's point earlier, though, it does mean that people have to pay more out of if they've got a higher loan to valuation ratio or a high debt to income ratio, they're going to be paying more in housing repayments. And actually, quite apart from that,
Excuse me. So, sorry, your point is that they have higher repayments as a result.
They have high repayments, so they've got to take that into account whether, when they decide whether or not to take out these loans with this guarantee from the government. What we know prior to this is that a large chunk of people did not borrow up to the maximum amount they were permitted to borrow, and that usually probably would reflect the fact that they weren't comfortable allocating that much of their income into repayments every year. So will everyone rush in and immediately go and take 95% loan to valuation ratios? I'm actually not sure they will. Some will, but I still think a large portion will think before they borrow up to the maximum they're allowed.
So I guess then we go back to this issue of the macroprudential impact. So more people having higher LVR loans, more risk in the system. What does that mean for the overall position?
Well, as I said earlier, the risk to the banking sector is mitigated because they don't have
sovereign guarantee
lenders' mortgage insurance anymore. What they have is a guarantee from the government. So all it means is that the risk is now on the government rather than the lender's mortgage insurance.
Yeah, so it's the household sector. I guess yes, sorry.
Yeah, we're at 10 minutes. I think a couple of your colleagues got a couple more questions, so if we could.
Oh, I've got quite a lot more. So what do you want to do?
Well, we've only got the Reserve Bank for 10 more minutes. Susie's got some questions, I've got some questions, so we might have to put some on notice.
Can you put some on notice?
I guess I can put some on notice, but I've got a few more to go. So
All right, well, we are kind of tight on time. Perhaps if your colleagues can be as quick as possible, and then we'll come back to you if we've got time at the end. Senator McDonald? Yeah, we've got a very short time.
Okay.
I will be brief.
Thank
Good
you.
morning, Ms Bullock. I wanted to ask you if you, if you're monitoring the BHP iron ore negotiations.
At a very general level,
Right.
not specifically.
Right. While it's early days, it does seem that we've seen a consolidation of buying power within China that's trying to exert downward pressure on prices for iron ore. While this has still got some way to go and we're watching that play out, if there was a structural shift in the global iron ore market and we do see iron ore prices fall substantially through a combination of both new supply and these lower prices, what would be the impacts for the domestic economy given the very significant role that iron ore plays not just in our exports but also in our fiscal policy?
Well, we haven't modelled any specific outcomes there, but the general direction is that if iron ore prices fall, that reduces Australia's income and that ultimately is negative for growth in the economy.
So, I guess in an era of shocks, this is just one more that we need to be mindful of.
It's one more, and what's going on in the international environment at the moment is particularly uncertain, it's particularly unpredictable. It's not the direct impact of what's happening in the United States on us. We're not heavily directly exposed to that, but China, you mentioned iron ore, but there's a much broader question of the trading relationship between the United States and China. They haven't got a deal yet, and if that has a big impact on China, then quite apart from iron ore, there's a whole lot of other issues that are relevant. So,
yeah. All right, I'll leave it there. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thanks so much. Senator Hughes.
Thanks, Chair. I have some follow-up questions from Senator Patterson, specifically about inflationary expectations, which I know you and I have spoken about before. There was the Melbourne Institute inflation gauge saw a recent spike in inflation expectations. I wanted to ask you what you think might be driving this, but also perhaps you could unpack a little bit for the committee what the role of inflationary expectations have on driving inflation.
So, short-term inflation expectations can spike according to a number of things. And in fact, when inflation was quite high back in 2022, we did see short-term inflation expectations rise. And that was logical because people were observing everything that they were buying going up in price quite substantially. There are what we sometimes refer to as salient prices, where fuel is one of them, where people sort of focus on that. But there are, I think, some grocery prices that people tend to focus on. So these sorts of things can make short-term increases and decreases in inflation expectations. What's more important, though, is that over the medium term, over the longer run, that inflationary expectations remain anchored. And the reason that's important is because that is what factors into merchants' decisions, businesses' decisions about their own prices, and also factors into wage expectations for consumers. Mm-hmm. So if inflation expectations rise, then consumers start to think, well, I need more wage rises, larger wage rises in order to compensate me for that. Businesses see, well, wages are rising by that, but I see generally prices are rising, so I can raise my prices by 3 or 4% because everyone else is raising their prices by 3 or 4%.
So it becomes a self-perpetuating prophecy.
The whole thing becomes self-perpetuating. So the way that I like to describe it is that inflation, which it was, prior to COVID, if it's low and it's relatively stable and it's in the background and people aren't thinking about it, then it doesn't get embedded into all of these sorts of decisions, and it allows businesses and consumers to get on with just doing their thing.
Mm-hmm. Right, okay. Can I ask you also about, and I know we've spoken about this before too, productivity, and productivity as a driver of not just economic growth, but also then subsequently interest rates as well. I think the RBA's current productivity growth forecast, I should say, is 0.7%, which is anemic at best, and you've spoken before about the need to drive productivity. Can I ask two questions? One was, did the government seek any briefings or advice from you as to how to boost productivity as part of those economic roundtables, the productivity roundtables?
No specific. There was no specific advice sought from us, and I went to the economic roundtable just sort of to give a scene setter, and then I left. I didn't attend the productivity roundtable.
Can productivity get any lower? 0.7% is pretty disappointing. Do you think it could go lower?
So that 0.7 is for our forecast period. It's not for the long run. I'd hope that it could get better. But
your forecast period is how long?
2 years.
2 years.
Yeah. So that's basically reflecting. I think that's non-mining, non-agricultural, on average over the last 20 years. That's what that has been, that 0.7.
I remember your predecessor did say that without productivity growth we couldn't have wage rises that weren't inflationary, and I don't want to reflect his quotes on you, but is that a truism or is that an opinion?
Well, it's a truism that the supply capacity of the economy is determined, the growth in the supply capacity of the economy is determined by productivity. So you're basically saying that for the capital and labour we have, if you get productivity growth, you can get more out of those same things, and that allows demand to grow by that rate. Now, if productivity growth slows, demand can't grow much quicker in the long run than the supply is growing, otherwise it's inflationary.
Right. Okay. I have just one more question for you around the payments, following up from Senator Sharma's questions. Obviously, now that the modernisation of payments legislation has broadened the RBA's regulatory authority to include digital wallets like Apple Pay and also schemes like Amex, is the RBA going to expand its current review to include these the popular payment providers like Google and Apple as well?
So the current review was launched when it wasn't clear we were going to get any expanded powers at all.
Right.
Because it wasn't passing Parliament. So we felt that it was necessary to address what we could address. When the new powers are coming in, we will be looking at what we can do to address some of the issues we think that are there. Currently, what we're looking at is doing what we can with our current regulatory powers, and I think we'll continue to work on that.
Okay. And just last question, sorry. And just on the interchange fee issue, has the RBA considered potentially having a two-speed solution so that small businesses have their reduced interchange fees for small businesses and retailers, as like separating out small businesses, large businesses, or retailers and non-retailers just by number of transactions, or does it have to be an economy-wide thing?
Well, part of the point about the cap, which is different to what we've currently got, which is a benchmark, is it would cap what interchange can be charged to small merchants, but it doesn't address the acquirer margins, which is back to the point about competition we talked about earlier. And we have had some suggestions in the consultation process from particularly the banks about other ways we might be able to address the costs of small merchants. And so we're considering those now in the consultation process.
Are interchange fees, and this is probably might be out of your remit, so bear with me, are interchange fees or surcharge fees tax deductible?
No, I don't know the answer to whether or not payment service fees are tax deductible.
Yeah.
They are a cost of running a business.
Yeah.
So I guess it might be, but I don't know the specifics of how that works.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay. If you can just squeeze in one more so that we can finish.
I just need about 2 or 3 minutes, I'm afraid.
All right. Okay, 2 or 3, I'll keep you at that, and then
I'm sorry,
we'll move
otherwise
on.
we'll have
Thank
to
you,
spill over
Senator
because I
Bragg.
have questions which are sort of germane to some of these issues. So, look, I just wanted to understand exactly your position on this. So, the exchange we just had before, I think, was that there would be the risk transferred or effectively default from the private sector to the government. Is that right?
Yes, so the way it works is that if you had a loan to valuation ratio of 80%, you would have to get lender's mortgage insurance and pay for lender's mortgage insurance. Yep. Now, for the first home buyers, under the new policy, they don't have to get lender's mortgage insurance, the government guarantees.
It's on the government, right?
Yeah, so if they default, the government pays.
So it's gone from the private sector providing it to the taxpayer?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. The second issue is in relation to the risk. There is higher risk in the household sector, isn't there, as a result of higher LVR loans?
Higher LVR, yes, that's right. So individuals taking on higher LVR loans do tend to be riskier because obviously their collateral is not going to cover as much of the loan if the price declines.
So the overall household sector faces now more risk in Australia?
At the margin, there is, again, depending on how many take this out, and you've got to remember that this is a small margin over the total stock of housing loans, which is massive. So I'd say at the margin, maybe, but it's, this is the flow over the stock, and the stock is huge.
Okay, my last, I think I can actually knock this off in 1 more minute. So just finally, I wanted to clarify some evidence you gave to the House, I think the House Economics Committee recently, where you said that the people who use credit cards are wealthier, they have higher incomes, they use the interest-free period, so they don't pay interest, and they get loyalty points. Is that what you said?
The generalisation is, that's right.
That's what you said, okay. So what kind of income makes someone wealthy, do you think?
Oh, I don't know. I have no view on that, sorry.
Okay. So 52% of Australians have a credit card. So are they all, does that make them more wealthy or?
No, what I was saying was as a generalisation, you have basically transactors and you have revolvers.
Yeah.
And yes, a lot of people have credit cards, but many of them are on, they revolve on them, so they don't use the interest-free period, they basically pay interest. And a lot of them also are on what are called these low interest rate loans, credit cards as well, that don't get all the perks. So there's a whole variety of credit cards out there. My comment was with respect to some of the cards that are basically high on loyalty points. They are used by people who basically transact, they don't revolve, and they earn the loyalty points.
Okay, well, look, my last question, Governor, and thank you, Chair, for your indulgence, is just then, so there are a lot of people who have credit cards in Australia. Yes. Is there a risk that in changing the interchange fee arrangements, reducing the cap, that there'll be a large number of people that will be paying higher fees, will be paying more for access to these services?
Quite possibly, and as I said earlier, you have a whole set of costs in the system, and it's about who pays it. Is it the person who uses the facility that pays it, or is it the merchant who takes the card? That's the debate.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for staying a little bit longer for us. The committee will now suspend and we will be back at 10:45. All right. Where are we? The committee welcomes Senator the Honourable Tim Ayres, Minister for Industry and Innovation and Minister for Science, representing the Treasurer. Minister, would you like to make an opening statement?
No, I might have something to say when we get to DISA, but not at this stage, no.
Thank you. The committee also welcomes representatives from the Productivity Commission. Would you like to make an opening statement?
No, we're fine, thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go straight to questions then. Senator Bragg.
Yeah, thanks very much. Good morning. We might just kick off with some general musings on the regulatory burden in Australia. How difficult is it to do business in this country based on regulatory compliance factors?
Did you want me to take that one, Alex?
Sure, I might kick us off. Danielle Wood, Chair of the Productivity Commission. What we found, we've recently completed 5 interim reports on productivity. There are different measures that you can draw on when thinking about the regulatory burden.
Yeah.
So some of those that we looked at included our rankings in various kind of global competitiveness scales. And what we found is that we've sort of tended to, it looks like the burden has increased over time on a number of those different measures. We're currently doing some further work for the government looking at what might be the best measure or the best set of measures you might use to think about those issues.
So the OECD, the IMD, they do this sort of work. We appear to be trending in the wrong direction at the moment. Our trajectory seems to be heading south.
So certainly on the measures that we picked up for the report, that was the case. It suggested that the burden is increasing over time and has been over an extended period.
Yeah. So the IMD Competitiveness Index said that we fell 5 places in this last year. Why do you think that's happened?
Senator Alex Robson, Deputy Chair of the Productivity Commission. We haven't looked in the report specifically at the reason for that measure changing in the last year. What the general trend, though, shows over a number of years is that a number of measures, either collected by the World Bank or OECD, as you mentioned, have been going in the wrong direction, and that's the context in which we've constructed our report on regulatory burden and making draft recommendations to government.
In the last Parliament, there was 400 bills that passed into law. There was 5,000 new regulations, compliance costs of billions of dollars, 4.8 billion just on the laws themselves. What impact has that had?
So what the feedback we've gotten during our consultations from a range of groups, Senator, is that it does add to regulatory costs and the regulatory burden, including red tape and time taken for decisions and so on. And that is, it is part of the cost of regulation, but it doesn't take into account benefits, the broader benefits of regulation. And so that is part of the exercise that we're doing at the moment around quantification of regulatory burden in Australia and providing advice to government on quantitative measures that could be used on a forward-looking basis.
Well, that's interesting. So, as far as I can see, the last time anyone put some, I won't incorporate that into Hansard, it's not appropriate. That last time anyone did any kind of macro analysis on the compliance cost impact on GDP was about 10 years ago or something. I think at that time red tape was considered to be worth about 5% of GDP. Is that the sort of work you're looking at updating?
So it's more along the lines of a quantification of the regulatory burden. You could do it by GDP, or you could do it by number of restrictive clauses, or there's various measures that you could take. They've been done in Australia and around the world, or you could just do a straight compliance burden approach and dollarising and valuing that. So there's different ways of doing it, and we're still considering those quantification measures.
That's very interesting. So when will that be made available?
So that'll go to government at the end of the year, and then final report, and then that'll be released in due course according to the government's decision.
Okay, so the PC has its own sort of funny rules. Is that a report that goes? It's not a public report. It goes to government, does it?
And then it gets tabled in Parliament.
Right. So it goes to the Treasurer and he is able to consider it.
Correct.
We're doing it as part of those 5 productivity reports I mentioned, the Pillar 1 dynamic economy. So it will form part of that report. Once we hand it to the Treasurer, it needs to be released within 25 sitting days.
Yeah, that's what I thought. There's some legislation. So you give it to the Treasurer this year, end of this year?
12th or 13th of December, yes.
Okay, and so then we would expect that sometime in February or March perhaps we might see it.
Yeah, it's a decision for the Treasurer, but within 25 sitting days.
Yeah, well, you'd have to see it by, well, maybe you wouldn't, well, Parliament doesn't sit much anymore. Maybe you'll see it in end of next year, but okay. But that's generally the approach on that. So then what are the measures so far? We've talked about measures that have not enhanced productivity and in fact have added to the regulatory burden. What are the measures that the government have proposed which would improve productivity and reduce compliance costs?
And there are a number of announcements coming out of the Economic Reform Roundtable that come to mind.
Yep.
In the first term, the government abolished a whole lot of nuisance tariffs, which was in line with the Productivity Commission recommendation. They've announced another batch will be abolished, and we certainly think that is a pro-productivity compliance cost reducing measure. Some of the other announcements out of the roundtable around streamlining environmental approvals, pausing and then looking at the National Construction Code. Those are the types of measures that we have advocated before and the government is progressing.
So when you weigh up the abolition of a few nuisance tariffs against Future Made in Australia and 5,000 new regulations, 400 new laws, where does that balance sit?
Well, I mean, we're looking, as the Deputy Chair said, we are looking at measures that will effectively give a picture of how that has evolved over time.
Sure, but the nuisance tariffs, everyone thinks it's good to get rid of those, but it's pretty marginal, isn't it, given the scale of the regulatory burden?
I mean, a point that I've often made in debates is governments are going to have to do a whole lot of different things across a range of fronts. So I gave that as an example, but they're going to have to pursue a whole lot of different measures in order to reduce compliance burden and to boost productivity growth over time.
They're going to have to. So your evidence is they're going to have to reduce the regulatory burden to drive Australia's productivity. That's your evidence.
Our evidence is that would help improve Australia's productivity.
It would help, fair enough. And we haven't yet seen what that's going to look like because you are providing some inputs into that.
I mean, I would say it's an ongoing process.
It's an ongoing process. Okay. But I think a reasonable person would expect that if you're doing all this scoping work of the regulatory burden, then you would be expecting there to be more action.
I think there has been, as I said, a number of things, just as an example, coming out of the Economic Reform Roundtable. We've put a number of other proposals on the table as part of these reports and we'll send the final to government at the end of the year.
Okay. I have to say, I thought you did a good job with the report which looked at the Office of Impact Analysis. So effectively your position is that the Department of PMC, it does a job at the moment. It's been doing that job for a long time under a lot of different governments. How effective is it?
Yeah, so we looked at this in the Pillar 1 interim report, Senator. And so the Office of Impact Analysis has been around, in various forms for several decades. It was once part of the Productivity Commission in its previous life at the RBPR. And it's an important part of Australia's regulatory gatekeeping architecture. It regulates helps control the flow of regulation in the sense that it provides advice to governments on and regulators on costs and benefits and impacts of regulation. It doesn't make regulatory decisions or policy decisions, but it's an important part of that process. What we found in the report, based on our own analysis and feedback from various places, was that the advice that it's providing to government, and this has been over, it's not a recent thing, that it's not that well timed in the decision-making process. So that could be, done in a better way. And also, we've made a draft recommendation around an independent commissioner should be in charge of or oversee that Office of Impact Analysis. It would still sit within PM&C, but it would give it that additional bit of independence without taking it right outside of government, so it still has that contact with government decisions and can still remain relevant in that regard.
So why do you recommend that the head of the OAI would be independent?
Well, as I said, Senator, it's a process that's important for government decisions, but it should be overseen by someone who is willing to give frank and fearless advice.
You don't think the Prime Minister's Department is doing that?
I'm not saying that at all, Senator. I'm just saying that that is part of beefing up that process in the sense, as I described earlier, that the decisions that are taken within government with respect to that advice, the timing is off, and the advice is often not provided, in a way that's useful for decision makers, and that's been the case for a significant period of time.
So the evidence they gave on Monday was that they had considered the 400 bills in the last Parliament. They, I think in a couple of cases, asked there to be some more work done, but in effect it felt like it was a bit of a rubber stamp, which I think in fairness has been a rubber stamp for a long time preceding this particular government. So effectively your advice is that it needs to be strengthened, there needs to be independence, so that you do, in your language, get frank and fearless advice, no imputation intended. And so what has been the response to that particular proposal
from
government?
Well, it's an interim report, so we wait. It's up to the government whether in the final report they adopt that recommendation or not.
What sort of process would usually occur for a proposal like that?
The government would either accept it or not accept it.
But the government responds to all your reports?
Not formally. No.
Not always?
No.
Senator Bragg, we're going to have to rotate the call. Do you want to ask
I have a couple more, but yeah, rotate. Yeah.
Okay. Senator Pocock.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for being here. I've got a couple of lines of questioning around the fuel tax credit scheme. The Productivity Commission's Net Zero Transformation Interim Report includes recommendation 1.3, which says introduce a new emissions reduction incentive to cover heavy vehicles, including an option to, quote, reduce the fuel tax credit scheme refunds received by users of heavy vehicles that do not use public roads. Are we mainly talking here about the mining industry? I've seen some analysis that suggests from ATO data that the scheme was worth around $3.5 billion to the mining industry in 2022-23, of which $1 billion was the coal industry.
We might hand that one to Commissioner Sterland.
I am Barry Sterland, Commissioner. So our recommendations were that there is generally a need to think about incentives for decarbonisation in heavy transport. It's a sector that is an important source of emissions, but is currently, there's a gap in policies to cover it. We didn't settle on a final recommendation on how to do that. There were several routes you could think of. We looked at possible incorporation in a road user charge regime. We looked at sort of incorporating it by adjusting the rebate for on-road use. We looked at past recommendations the PC has made about dealing with it upstream by incorporating fuel distribution in the safeguard mechanism. and a couple of other options. One of the issues we discussed in that was that interaction you talked about, because safeguard mechanism, if there's off-road use within a facility covered by the safeguard mechanism, then in a sense there's a decarbonisation signal coming through the safeguard mechanism. So we just thought one of the issues you'd have to think about with any of those upstream measures was how those things interacted, because you've effectively got a decarbonisation signal on fossil fuel use within that sector. And so we didn't make a hard recommendation of which option to go, but we did indicate that would be one of the issues you'd have to think about with an upstream measure that dealt with the cost of fuel and the downstream implications of that.
So you see a range of options to implement the measure, but you support the measure that there should be a tax on that there should be an incentive to reduce emissions that goes to heavy vehicles in the mining industry and reforms that fuel tax credit.
Our focus is on the part of the fuel tax credit that's relating to on-road use. So we were mainly dealing with transport. There's obviously, certain mechanisms would have to address that issue of off-road use, but the primary focus of our options is on-road. And you'd have to then think about the interaction with off-road use.
So you've spoken to the emissions incentives for this kind of reform. There's also a fairness incentive or rationale, isn't there, here, when you think about the fact that a worker who drives to a mine to work, say, at a coal mine in wherever she is, she pays a tax on the fuel that she's put in the vehicle, but the multinational coal company that she's working for doesn't pay tax. Do you think there is a fairness question here alongside the emissions rationale that you've mentioned?
We haven't really addressed that in this report. I would note that if that facility is covered by the safeguard mechanism, there is an incentive to reduce emissions through that mechanism, which tightens over time, and obviously that's more an issue for DQ, to the Department of Climate Change, to talk through the mechanism. But the facilities covered by the safeguard mechanism have a incentive that's there and growing to reduce emissions. So in that sense, from our point of view, we're looking at the places across the economy where there are gaps in those emission reduction incentives, and certainly for safeguard mechanism facilities there are incentives to reduce emissions.
So I'd like to go to
on-road use of light vehicles, as you mentioned, there's an implicit incentive that's being addressed elsewhere.
You haven't really addressed the fairness issue I'm trying to raise, but I'll move on. In February 2023, the Grattan Institute published an article titled "The Fuel Tax Credit Scheme Has No Good Rationale," based on a longer report with the title "How to Reform Fuel Taxes for Business." Then head of the Institute, now chair, and with us today, also co-authored a report that urged government to, quote, wind back fuel tax credits. Is that still your view, Ms Wood, that the fuel tax credit scheme has no good rationale and should be wound back?
It's not something that we've looked at in its entirety since I've been at the Commission. So I have a number of different views on the record from my time at Grattan Institute. I'm very careful to distinguish that from work that the Commission has done and thinking that the Commission has done. As my Commissioner colleague mentioned, we have touched on this issue in the context of trying to introduce some kind of incentive for emissions reductions for heavy vehicles, but we haven't evaluated the scheme in its entirety at the Commission, so I'm not able to give an opinion from my current role.
Do you still agree with what you said then, that the fuel tax credits are out of step with the government's climate goals, recognise the urgency of limiting global warming? The government, with many other countries, Australia is committed to achieving net zero. That commitment includes accelerating efforts, the phase down of inefficient fuel subsidies. I mean, you're an evidence-based policy maker and leader. This is an evidence-based report, high-quality evidence. are you still in agreement with that, Evans? Do you think it should be guiding policy in this area?
Well, I think that aligns with the work that we've just done that Commissioner Sterland was talking to, which suggested there was a gap in our emissions reduction regime when it comes to heavy vehicles. And what we've done in this interim report is to set out different options for addressing that gap, and we continue to go through that work. So I would say that component of it is in alignment with the Commission's work.
Last November I asked on notice about the fuel tax credit scheme. One of the largest items in the federal budget promotes fossil fuel use, as your own research tells us. I'm asking for your views on the scheme. I was asking then about your views on the scheme. As per the government guidelines for official witnesses before, and this is what I heard back, it's the view of the Commission that it would not be appropriate for the Chair of the Productivity Commission to provide an opinion on a matter of policy. Is the Commission really seriously suggesting that the Chair should not express an opinion on policy in the role that you're in now?
Obviously we express opinions on policy when we've done pieces of work, and we're very happy to answer any questions relating to policy as they pertain to work that we've put out. But it's, I don't think, helpful for me to talk off the top of my head on issues where we haven't gone away and done that careful analysis that we're here to do.
But you do have offered opinion at times without necessarily having a report. For example, you gave an interview in the Fin Review with extensive opinions on the government's Future Made in Australia policy. Why wouldn't you give opinions to the Senate on matters as you're asked about them?
The Commission has a very long history of working in trade and industrial support policies. We produce a report each year, the Trade and Assistance Review, which quantifies the impacts of those policies. So we've thought deeply over a long time about some of the costs and benefits of industry support. So I felt that was very much working off the work that the Commission has put into the public domain in the past. On this issue, it's not something that we have specifically looked at, other than in the sense that we're thinking about it in the context of emissions reduction, and that's the work that Commissioner Sterland was talking to.
Senator Pocock, you're at 9 minutes.
Okay.
Thanks.
Well, plenty of your predecessors have had no problem with talking about their opinions very openly. I'm thinking of Senator Doug Cameron asking Gary Banks in 2012 a whole bunch of issues where he felt no constraints and felt it was a duty to offer opinion based on the qualifications that put you in your chair. I just want to ask you again, do you feel comfortable commenting on things which are of critical interest in the public view, where you're not necessarily standing on top of a report, but you have principles of evidence that support an opinion that you might put forward?
I think there are a range of issues where there is enough work that we have done and enough think that I have done where sometimes I would go somewhat beyond the back book of the Commission's work, but I'm also extremely conscious that a lot of these are very complex policy issues, and it's not helpful for me to be giving an off-the-cuff reaction on them. So I'm a person that does like evidence. I do like to think through. I do like to do the analytical work. So, frankly, as a general principle, independent of my role here, I would, not be offering opinions when I haven't thought things through or looked at the evidence in detail.
Thanks for your answers. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator. Senator Whitten.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning. I note the AFR article dated September 29th that Australia ranks second last amongst wealthy nations in terms of productivity growth since COVID, with only Mexico performing worse. Several sources, such as EY's chief economist Cheryl Murphy, stated that this is partially due to capital shallowing, driven by the expansion of the labour market post-pandemic. During the recent economic roundtable, was immigration raised as a major driver in the loss of labour productivity?
Thank you for your question, Senator. Something that I always say when we're doing these international comparisons is time period matters, and where you set the starting point will make a difference to where we sit in that ranking. But it is certainly true that our productivity performance has been subdued post-COVID, and one of the reasons is we have had quite a rapid expansion in the labour force. The reopening of borders is one reason for that, but we've also had very low unemployment, low underemployment, and a record increase in participation. So all of that has contributed to the expansion in labour hours. That does have a short-term impact in the way that you suggest of capital stock doesn't keep up, so if you expand the labour force very rapidly, which has happened, it takes a while for investment to keep pace with that, so that will depress productivity in the short term. Migration was on the agenda as part of the economic reform roundtable. There was consideration of how do we make sure the current program is bringing in the migrants that are going to add the biggest value, that is a productivity driver. And I think there was some discussion around the size of the short-term migration and the student programs in the context of some of the universities being there.
Thank you. In the Productivity Commission's report, Productivity Before and After COVID-19, released in May 25, it was noted that the massive expansion in the labour force ran well ahead of the capital stock required to keep the labour force productive, i.e. capital shallowing. Has the Commission made recommendations to the government or ministers to reduce immigration rates to stop capital shallowing and increase productivity?
We have come at it from the other direction, which is to look at how we can promote and support investment. So we don't want to see capital shallowing, we want to see capital deepening, and what we know is investment as a share of GDP is...
One lever is much quicker to pull than the other, but isn't it? Reducing immigration can happen at the government's whim, whereas investment would take longer to implement.
Yes, but I would just caution that there are a lot of there can be benefits, productivity benefits long term from the migration program as well. So it's a lever that you have to be going to the point of you really need to think through exactly what you're trying to achieve and why when you think about that lever. So we have looked at migration in the past, but it's been more in the context of how do you get more out of the program? How do you make sure that we're targeting the migrants that are going to add the most economic value? But we do think there is a genuine challenge in promoting and supporting investment, and some of the work we've done under the Pillar 1 report I mentioned before around dynamic and resilient economy goes to incentives for investment.
Okay. Is further work being done by the Productivity Commission to establish the impact of record immigration?
We don't have any work on our program at this stage on migration.
Okay. All right, I've got just a couple of questions on the report on a different topic. Draft recommendation 2.4 reads, consider the energy transition in approval decisions. The Environment Protection and Biodiversity Compensation Act 1999 should be amended to require the Minister to consider the needs of the energy transition when deciding whether to approve an energy project that will have a significant impact on a matter of national environmental significance. I believe this is the first time in Australia's legislative history that an industry has been recommended to be carved out of full environmental regulation. If this was the oil, gas or coal industry, there'd be an uproar.
I'll hand that to Commissioner Sterland.
Yeah, well, just, is there a specific question?
We're carving out, all things net zero, but we're not carving out anything to do with other items like coal, gas.
Well, if the question is to clarify the recommendation, it is not carving it out from the consideration of the Act. It's the way the Act is structured is that the Minister has an existing ability to take matters into consideration alongside when approving or considering a project that impacts on matters of national environmental significance. The proposal is that they can, alongside economic and social, I think, consider the energy transition, and the reason we drew some attention to that is not really as an industry, but due to the networked and broader benefits of that energy transition because of the interconnected nature of assets, the critical need to accelerate the build-out of assets to meet both energy and emissions objectives. The projects would have to, in terms of our report, would have to meet all relevant aspects of the environmental of the EPBC Act. This would allow the Minister to consider if there's a project that impacts on the energy transition, the specific issues to do with that. That might go around timing, the conditions around project. It just gives a focus on a particular economic and social matter. But the structure of the Act already allows for that. So that's just by way of clarification of that recommendation. There is no carve-out from...
I've only got a couple more questions.
Yep, you're at 8 minutes, so if you could move as fast as you can, thank you.
Is the Productivity Commission recommending the independent federal oversight that is meant to safeguard national environmental assets and protect endangered species and critical habitats? Sorry. Is the Productivity Commission recommending removing the independent federal oversight? No?
No.
Is the Productivity Commission proposing to exempt wind farms from our national environmental law?
No. No, Senator.
No. Are these unlawful reforms that the Productivity Commission is proposing? Given the EPBC Act implements international treaties, including the Convention on Biological Diversity, the World Heritage Convention, the Ramsar Convention, the Bond and Migratory Species Convention?
Well, Senator, as I mentioned, it'll be for others to discuss the legalities of particular drafting, but we're not proposing any exemption from those responsibilities.
It is talking about changing the EPBC Act to allow quicker approvals.
Yeah, in several ways. So there's a lot of elements to the recommendation in the first part of that part of the report that are about having clearer sense of environmental standards, changes to do with the way offsets are treated, for example. So there's a package of reforms that have been advocated for a long time. We considered this one and thought that the needs of the energy transition, for all the reasons I mentioned before, are significant enough to have special focus, but it is an additional matter for consideration. It is, in the context of our report, it's an additional matter for consideration. It's not overriding the primary purpose of that decision-making process, which is to consider those and protect those matters of national environmental significance. So
what you're saying is the koalas, the whales, the forests, the farmers have got nothing to worry about?
Well, we making the recommendation that those matters be considered as per, well, with reforms, and that the Minister can take another issue into account as they're considering, or a focus as they're considering those decisions. So, we're not proposing anything be overridden.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator. Before I go to Senator Sharma, I'll just remind people we're running a little bit behind already, and so if we can be efficient with our questioning, we've got a hard stop at 7 o'clock tonight. We want to get to everyone, so I'll stick to 10-minute blocks or less, even if you could assist with that, Senator Sharma.
Thank you, Chair. Government announced in August that responsibility for safeguard actions from a sudden surge in import is being transferred from the Productivity Commission to the Anti-Dumping Commission. Is that change been affected, implemented already?
No, it hasn't been affected. There would need to be some legislative change to support that move, as I understand it. So the responsibility for the moment remains with us until that occurs.
Okay. So was the Productivity Commission, did the Productivity Commission give advice on the recent announcement of tariffs on, I think it's imported interchangeable bolted clipping system brackets?
No, we did not.
Okay. Is that because it wasn't a safeguard action, or?
It wasn't a safeguard action as far as I'm aware. So we've had very few safeguard actions, I think 3 in a decade or something of that number. People make an application for a safeguard mechanism that the Treasurer can then send it to us for consideration. So that wasn't one that came to us.
Right, I see. Okay. And you weren't consulted on this one otherwise? You...
As far as I'm aware, no, we weren't.
Minister Frieda.
Sorry?
Did you want to jump in? I just saw you looking like you might want to respond.
Oh, well,
I'm sure you.
I mean,
I know you don't need to be
one
invited.
One of the issues for me,
I don't know what
Senator, is always restraining my impulse to intervene, and I'm trying to be, trying to grow as a person and not intervene all of the time.
Thank you, Minister. Look,
so if you've got a question for me, direct it to me, but otherwise, stick with the Commissioner. You'll be a lot safer, I reckon.
I don't know what I was thinking.
I don't either.
I noticed in the last Productivity Commission's Trade and Assistance review that the piece there made the point that if we need to introduce protective measures, domestic subsidies are better than tariffs. Is that still a Productivity Commission's view? In terms of trade distortion, I guess, and consumer welfare.
Senator, that was, I think, a box or a couple of paragraphs in the recent Trade and Assistance review. There's a number of considerations that are taken into account in that view, but I wouldn't read too much into it to say, in all cases, subsidies are better than tariffs. It was more setting out the things that you would have to think about to make that judgment, but we wouldn't make that as a blanket statement for all measures. Yeah.
But as a first principle?
It was setting out a framework for thinking about the difference between tariffs and subsidies. That's how I would characterise it.
Okay, thank you. Ms Wood, you referenced the government's intention to remove another 500, I believe, nuisance tariffs as part of the outcomes of the Economic Reform Summit. Is the Productivity Commission going to have a role in monitoring the removal of those nuisance tariffs or otherwise advising on those?
I mean, we would be looking at it through the Trade and Assistance Review, which is an annual publication that looks at the effective burden of tariffs and other industry supports. So we would follow it through that publication.
But are you otherwise, because I understand that consultations are now open on those additional tariffs, is the Productivity Commission providing its views as part of that consultation process or otherwise to Treasury?
I mean, certainly we've, as part of the last Trade and Assistance Review, we made the case for the abolition of nuisance tariffs, and we suggested a framework for thinking about the next group of tariffs that you might want to get rid of, and I know the government has engaged with that, so we feel we've put our advice on the record, and we know that the government has looked at that.
Okay. Just finally, what impact is the moving of responsibility for safeguard actions from the Productivity Commission to the Anti-Dumping Commission likely to have, in your view?
As I said, those processes are very rare. There hasn't been one in my time as chair. I think the rationale was to sort of put that suite of regulatory decisions with the one body, but they will presumably apply the law in the same way. If an application comes in, they'll assess it in the way that we did.
Okay, thanks, Ms Wood. I'm happy to cede my time to...
Thank you, Senator McDonald.
Thank you, thanks, Chair. Good morning, Ms Wood. Senator Sharma's questions go neatly with where I wanted to go. On the 30th of September 2025, The Age and Sydney Morning Herald reported that Trade Minister Senator Don Farrell said the World Trade Organisation needs to focus on oversupply issues such as cheap electric vehicles. An independent analysis undertaken for the Australian Automotive Dealers Association shows a significant growth and domination of battery electric vehicle imports to Australia. Does the department have any concerns, does the Commission have any concerns about the impact of China exporting large numbers of subsidised electric vehicles to Australia and the impact on the local automotive dealership?
Do you want to take that one?
Senator, we haven't looked at that one specifically in the Trade and Assistance Review, to my memory. What the annual Trade and Assistance Review does is look at world trade developments more broadly. This year we've looked at the imposition of tariffs by the United States and the impact of that on Australia, and we've done a lot of modelling around that. But we are watching closely as part of that annual Trade and Assistance Review process, world trade developments, and if that is, it could be something that we look at in the future specifically, but we haven't done so. We do look at developments in the World Trade Organisation, the extent to which that is functioning or not functioning as part of Australia's broader trade strategy and broader developments. But to my knowledge, we haven't looked at the specific issue that you raised.
Okay, so is that something, how does your work program work? Is that something that now that it's been flagged, that somebody in the Commission would say we better go and run our eye over this part of this sector?
So in the Trade and Assistance Review, we look at a number of special topics each year that is decided within the Commission. And this year, we made the judgment that there was these developments in the United States that were quite notable and impacting the world economy and the Australian economy. But I'm happy to go away and take a look at the issue that you raised, and we'll consider it as part of future trade and assistance reviews if it's part of the special topics that we look at, or indeed in global trade developments if it turns out to be something significant that is worth looking at.
Terrific. All right. Well, I mean, that's my the analysis I've been given is that the volume of electric vehicle imports from China, the extent to which they're subsidised in China, is something that we should understand, and to examine whether or not Chinese EV imports would represent a case of dumping.
I mean, Senator, I would just be clear. There is an anti-dumping regime and a body that enforces that regime, and people can obviously free to make those arguments to that regulator. We're research and advice, but.
Right. I'm exercising the restraint that I referred to earlier to refrain from pointing out that
you're growing as a
in order for that anti-dumping regime to be activated, there would need to be a domestic automotive sector to make an application, and there was one until the Abbott, Morrison and Turnbull governments destroyed it in Australia, which meant that we lost not just 40,000 jobs in that sector, but an industry capability that was at that point in hybrid vehicles, engaged in battery research. I was 2 weeks ago at the Ford Motor Company's research and design capability in Melbourne. Just imagine what we would have. Just imagine what we would have if your approach to industrial policy had not wrecked that industrial economy in South Australia and Victoria and left Australia poorer and less productive as a result.
Chair, I seem to be running out of time if the Minister's going to take it all.
I think the answer was relevant to your question.
I think it was,
but Senator McDonald, keep going.
Very tenuous, given that we're trying to examine jobs in the retail and wholesale motor vehicle industry.
Well, we used to have an automotive sector, Senator McDonald, and they could have made an application under the regime that you referred to. I'm entitled to point it out.
Keep going, Senator McDonald.
So thank you for your advice on that. I look forward to the work that you do, the analysis you do, and I will leave my questions there. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bragg.
Just a couple of quick ones on the productivity forecast. So the Treasury is forecasting 1.2% productivity growth over the long term. What do you make of that?
We don't do productivity forecasts.
You don't consider the forecasts?
We don't, sorry?
You don't consider the forecasts?
We don't formally analyse the forecasts. I mean, my understanding of how those forecasts tend to have been done is they assume some sort of reversion to long-term trends. So, you know, I recall there was a period where they used 1.5. That was the 30-year average. They've reduced it down to 1.2. That is obviously considerably higher than we are now, but that's a fairly standard mechanism for projecting productivity growth.
Okay, so you don't have any particular analysis on the numbers done by the Treasury or the Reserve Bank?
Look, I'll just say a couple of. There are a couple of reasons why we might expect it to get higher than it currently is.
Yeah.
One is the sort of cyclical effects we were talking about before with Senator Whitten. We did have a very rapid expansion of the labour market that depresses the numbers in the short term, and the medium term that will work its way through. The second is the impact of technological change. We do see a lot of upside potential with technologies like AI. It is true that it always takes a while for it to show up in the numbers. It sort of takes a while for businesses to find the upside and the use cases. So there may be reasonable grounds for expecting that the medium-term number would be higher than what we currently see.
Okay. So your focus has been in the period after, or the period leading to the roundtable and the period after, it sounds like a lot of work has gone into trying to fashion ideas that's going to lock in future productivity growth. Hardly surprising.
Yeah, that's right. So our role is not forecast, it's trying to come up with the policies that we think will help make a difference.
And how many times have you met with the Treasurer since the roundtable?
Since the roundtable, I'll take it on notice, but I don't believe I have. I've had some leave, but I don't think I've met with him since the roundtable.
Okay. And have you briefed him in person on the proposals that you've made around the OAI?
We have briefed him on the reports in the Broad. I also spoke at the roundtable on a number of facets relevant to our reports, including some of the regulation things. I can't recall if I went specifically into that recommendation, but I certainly spoke around the regulatory burden and the challenges that we saw, that we were trying to address with our report.
And you expect a response sometime next year to that particular initiative?
We expect them to table the report, and at that time they will sometimes engage with particular recommendations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Bragg? All right. So I think that concludes our session with the Productivity Commission. So thank you very much for coming. The committee will now conclude its consideration of the Treasury portfolio for today. So I thank all the officers of the Treasury portfolio who've provided evidence. The committee's consideration of the 2025-26 additional budget estimates will continue with the Industry, Science and Resources portfolio. So I'll just wait for a bit of changing at the table. I think it's going to have to depend on availability. I had a recheck to the National. I think she was going to reach out.
Yeah.
So see if we could get some options.
That's probably what we do or your office would.
Oh, right. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, that'd be great. So, is there anyone else going to join me? Yep. All right. Okay, we might kick off. The committee will commence with the Department of Industry, Science and Resources, Corporate Enabling and Business Services. I remind senators and witnesses that the committee has set 17th of October 2025 as the date by which senators are to submit written questions on notice, and 28th of November 2025 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. The committee welcomes Senator the Honourable Tim Ayres in his capacity as Minister for Industry and Innovation and Minister for Science. And I also welcome Ms Megan Quinn, Secretary of the Department of Industry, Science and Resources. Minister, do you have an opening statement? You referred earlier to perhaps...
Yeah, reluctantly I concede that maybe I should say a few things at the outset and that won't be my normal practice. I'm inclined to try and get to questions as quickly as we can, but just given its first run through this, I thought I'd have a few, just make a few observations at the beginning. Of course, the decade leading up to 2035 is consequential for Australia's security, our economic prosperity, our competitiveness and our productivity. Effective industry policy is crucial to Australia meeting the key national challenges in economic resilience terms, in security, growth and productivity terms, and in building good jobs in Australia's regions and suburbs. Industry policy that works in the interest of Australia and Australians depends upon strong alignment and partnership between the public and private sectors across Australia's research, technology and innovation systems, the Commonwealth's economic skills, training, resources and climate and energy strategies, and all levels of government, particularly with state and territory administrations. Crucially, it also requires close coordination across the department's industry, investment, science and innovation functions and the resources portfolio led by my colleague Minister Madeleine King. Australian industry faces real challenges too. Several decades of deindustrialisation, particularly in sectors like automotive, where the loss of tens of thousands of engineers, designers, tradespeople and manufacturing managers has hurt our capacity to grow new industry. Overcapacity in international markets, unfair trade practices and subsidies that mean our manufacturers are not on a level playing field, and meeting the double challenges and opportunities of energy shifts, global industrial decarbonisation and investment in new capability. And finally, as our partners and competitors focus and move on industry policy, ensuring that Australia develops a modern, fit-for-purpose industrial and investment strategy that meets Australia's immediate and long-term national interest. I've worked hard on the foundations laid during the first term of the Albanese government which has the largest pro-manufacturing agenda in Australian history. Reforms to our anti-dumping arrangements, consolidating all of Australia's trade remedies, historically shared between the Productivity Commission and the Anti-Dumping Commission, into the Anti-Dumping Commission, issuing the ADC a new statement of expectations that lifts ambition and purpose, providing additional budget to support to ensure our anti-dumping regime is modern and fit for purpose in a tougher world. Working in a disciplined approach and on a shared basis with state governments to deal with industrial challenges in heavy industry and metal smelting across Australia. As colleagues would have seen, a support package for Nearstars, Hobart and Port Pirie zinc and lead smelters, jointly with Tasmania and South Australia. I was in Queensland last week to announce this week to announce the successful conclusion of negotiations with Glencore over the future of the Mount Isa copper smelter that protects copper smelting, refining and mining capabilities, vital phosphate processing capabilities, and lays the foundations for future resources and industrial jobs and investment, and supports the many thousands of North Queensland blue-collar jobs that rely upon those facilities. Continuing to work on the Whyalla steel intervention in the interest of our industrial and steel capabilities. Building on the establishment of the National Reconstruction Fund led by my predecessor, Ed Husick, a new statement of expectations that lifts ambition, clarifies the investment approach and builds momentum around the fund's pipeline of investments, allocating $5 billion of the National Reconstruction Fund's capital to the Net Zero Fund to support investment in Australian industry and firm shift to lower carbon intensity and higher efficiency industrial processes. Aligning the department's work with the broader package of Future Made in Australia tax and production incentives, taking the opportunity presented by the strategic examination of research and development to work across the CSIRO, university, defence and public research capabilities, and with our private sector research and development system to better align our science and research and development systems to deliver more impact, more commercialisation of Australian inventions and intellectual property here, and meet key natural challenges. And finally, to make sure that Australia captures the opportunities of artificial intelligence, that we share the benefits widely across the economy, including with workers and small business, and that we keep Australians safe as the technology evolves and new risks emerge. Look forward to the questions today and the discussions over coming months and years about our work meeting these important national challenges. Thank you.
Thanks, Minister. I'd also, on behalf of the committee, welcome representatives from the Department of Industry, Science and Resources, Corporate Enabling and Business Services, and Ms Megan Quinn, Secretary of the Department of Industry, Science and Resources. Ms Quinn, do you wish to make an opening statement?
I don't, Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll go straight to questions then. Senator Hume.
Thank you. I might kick off. I've got a briefly, I just want to turn to the appointment of the National Reconstruction Fund Corporations Board, and specifically the appointment of just one board member. The ANAO said that Ministers Husick and Gallagher, through officers, advised the department of their wish for Mr Glenn Thompson to be appointed. I just want to know what form that advice was provided in. Was it an email? Was it a letter? A telephone call? Text?
I'm not familiar with the details. I'll just check if anyone here does have that.
Hi. Senator Julia Pickworth, Deputy Secretary, Industry and Commercialisation Group. I would need to check the form of it. in terms of how that request was put to us. I'm not sure if my colleague has any further detail. I think we need to take on notice the form with which that came through to the department.
Do you have the date that the advice was received by the department?
I don't have that to hand, Minister. I have some broad, Senator. I have some broad information on it, but not that level of detail.
I would imagine that the date would be somewhere, because I would imagine that having the ANAO ask these questions would be a little bit like having an involuntary colonoscopy. So I'm assuming that somewhere that date was requested. If you could have a look for it, I would appreciate it. In the meantime, though, perhaps you could fill me in on some of the details around the appointment process. My understanding is that NGS Global was engaged by the department to conduct an external executive search for the initial 8 board members. Is that correct?
Senator, my recollection is yes, and that was jointly done with our colleagues in the Department of Finance.
Mm-hmm.
So from memory, yes, NGS Global was involved in that initial search for the board. And I think from memory, when we've covered this before, the contract and the details of that were led by our Department of Finance colleagues working with us in that board process.
And but NGS Global didn't conduct a due diligence check on Mr Thompson. That's correct, isn't it?
From memory, I remember we've covered this in previous estimates. My understanding was that the NGS Global search was part of the initial process for establishment of the board, and so you're correct, Senator, that then NGS Global wasn't involved in subsequent board appointments.
So the ANAO found that, and I'm quoting them from paragraph 2.51 here, desktop due diligence checks were not documented by the Department of Finance and DISA. I just want to understand what a desktop due diligence check is.
I will check if my colleague has any further information. You're correct in terms of that the due diligence searches were undertaken, but as that report notes, both our department and Department of Finance could improve our processes by capturing that due diligence search, but those due diligence searches were undertaken in line with usual processes for board appointments.
So sorry, desktop due diligences then are a formal process, or are they an informal process? Is it just... in my mind, if I was doing a desktop due diligence, I'd go, I don't know the name of that person. Who is he? Google.
As part of appointments processes, there's, depending on how the process runs, due diligence is done throughout the process, before candidates are approached, when candidates have indicated their interest, and subsequently as well. The desktop process is usually checking history, checking bankruptcy information, for example, from ASIC, employment information, verifying education
qualifications,
obligations, all the rest of it. So all of that is done through computer searches. Occasionally there is additional due diligence where referees are checked, additional information sought in terms of extra information about performance in a particular role, so depending on what the actual position is. So my understanding from through the audit process and involving with the team, what the department did was the usual process we would do for all appointments. So nothing different was done for this appointment. And we did the similar thing that the recruitment company did previously for the other candidates.
Right, so the recruitment company does the due diligence for the original 8, but the department does the due diligence for the 9th board member, but the ANAO said that that wasn't documented.
That's right. So we weren't able to find the due diligence processes, but the interview with the individual who undertook it identified what they'd done and the information provided. We couldn't find in our records the kind of record of the note for file, for example, that identified that, but the individual responsible has provided information to ANAO.
Right. I imagine that when NGS do a due diligence that there is some sort of documentation at the end of it. Is it unusual that there would be no documentation if the department would do it?
So normally we would have a record of it through a note for file, etc. Advice was provided to the minister that identified that had been undertaken and that nothing had been found in the due diligence process.
Right, so advice was provided to the minister, but there was no record of documentation that fed into that advice.
That's right. So there was a process step missed in the department in terms of the note for file to demonstrate what had happened, but the individual concerned has provided that information both to management and to the ANAO.
Okay, so was there any other external executive recruiter that was engaged to undertake due diligence tests on Mr Thompson, or was it just the department?
So, Senator, as I mentioned earlier, NGS Global were involved in the original establishment of the board.
Mm-hmm.
Subsequent board appointments, that has been done within our department, and in conjunction with our colleagues in Department of Finance have then put advice up to the responsible ministers. And in addition to what the Secretary mentioned, the other part of the NRF board appointments is that we're looking at suitability assessed against the requirements of the Act. So that's part of what we're looking for when we're doing that work as well. So it's for this appointment, for this role, as with any other appointment process, it's looking at suitability for role, and that was undertaken in providing advice through to the then ministers responsible for the NRF.
And why was an external executive search process undertaken for the initial 8 board members but not for Mr Thompson?
Senator, that would go to, so when we were in the establishment for the National Reconstruction Fund Corporation, obviously establishing the board as part of that establishment, and so NGS Global was used to do that initial search for the board, and then subsequent board appointments, we've not used external recruitment companies.
It was pretty soon after the original 8 were appointed, though, wasn't it?
From memory, it was October, so I think
about a month later.
Yeah, it was. I think the first board meeting was in September, and the subsequent appointment was made in October, from memory.
So why wasn't Mr Thompson included in the original cohort? So, Senator,
I think when we've in previous discussions of this committee, it was around it's normal for governments to consider board appointments, including in looking at making sure that there's a good coverage in each board, and that was part of the sort of normal processes that you would expect with appointments for board members. And I note there's been a subsequent board appointment with one of the original board members stepping down from their role. So a similar process was undertaken in appointing the replacement board member there as well.
So when an executive recruitment firm or an independent firm or whoever it might be is putting together a board and making recommendations to government, they put together a skills matrix, they make sure that they've got somebody that sort of fills every gap. What gap was not filled? So, Senator, one of the things that, in terms of, just to go back to the sort of NGS Global part of this, was that that was an input that was provided through to our department and Department of Finance to underpin advice to the then ministers. It is very in line with usual processes that boards there are appointments made, there are people who step on and off boards, and this was all in line with those usual processes. But the Secretary just admitted that a step was missed here, so it wasn't in line with usual processes.
That was a step within the department, not a step in terms of the government consideration of the discussions. So, as I mentioned, the usual processes were undertaken. The step that was missing is a record-keeping step. That was within the department. In terms of the advice provided to the government, the usual processes were followed. And whether we use an external recruitment agent or use internal resources depends on resource constraints at the time. Increasingly over time, we do more appointment processes within the department resources rather than using external consultants.
Right.
But consistent with the requirement of the government for us to look at using, it's a core activity to make appointments to boards.
Yep.
And so we have moved to use public servants and internal processes rather than external consultation processes.
But it just sounds very strange that 1 month you needed the external services because of time constraints or whatever it was. And then suddenly, a month later, after that board appointment, all those board appointments had been made, you decided that you were going to use internal processes and then didn't document them.
So, Senator, the NGS Global Search was undertaken to inform advice to government around the original board establishment. It was one input into that process, and then that process went through usual government decision-making processes. From memory, that was some period before September, like it was part of the process that led to that board being announced. The first board meeting was held in September from memory. The subsequent appointments were beyond that. So I can see what information we have about sort of the timeframes through that year ahead of the first board appointment in September, but I just want to kind of make the point that the NGS Global process was earlier in that year that then informed the usual government considerations of a board, which obviously then, it's a significant appointment process. So there was a fair bit of work done through that year around the board appointment
Yep, if
process.
you could, that would be very good, because obviously the ANAO has required this information from you, so it should be readily available. And I realise my time is up, but I will be coming back to this, Chair.
Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, how are you? I want to refer to FOI 300003 that I submitted, requesting Minister King's incoming government brief. I submitted this request on the 15th of May, yet it was not returned to me until the 21st of August. Can you please explain what took the department so long to find the brief?
So it's not so much finding the brief, Senator, it's the processes required under the Act for an independent decision to be taken on the request. And there are various steps that we're required to do, and including consultation with external parties and the like. And we went through those processes in relation to, we do them for all FOI requests.
Could you identify for me the areas of the brief that required third-party consultation?
I'm happy to take that on notice, but I don't have that information off the top of my head.
Right, if you could take that on notice, please. Was there consultation with other departments that was required?
I wasn't the decision maker on this task, but I'll ask my colleague if she has further information.
Sorry, Senator. Michelle Dowdall, Chief Economist and Head of Division Analysis, Insights and Strategy. So, Senator, I understand there was, as part of the normal consultation with departments where there was crossover or responsibilities for their portfolio, so where we might have policy issues that are led by more than our department, we consulted with those.
All right.
So now I can just I had some further information on the timing. So I think as was set out in the decision-making letter, and that there was an extension we requested on the 10th of June, but then there was a period of time following that where it was in relation to the payment of charges, so that the time frame covered both the search and then the discussions around calculating charges and then the payment of charges, which is why the time frame was that it was then disclosed in August.
On notice, could you please advise me what parts of the brief required consultation with other departments too, please?
I can take that on notice.
So, thank you for reminding me about the $302.50 that I was required to pay for access to the brief. Do you have a breakdown of what that charge was for?
I don't. I will just. I don't have the details with me. I don't know that my colleagues will have to take that on notice. It would be in relation to the number of pages identified and then needed to be provided. Is how that's calculated. Search and consideration.
Yeah, the Act sets out what charges are available to departments to apply, and it goes to the number of documents, number of pages, decision-making timing of the decision-makers, etc. There's a standard formula that's calculated, used by all those that are subject to the FOI Act, and we apply that consistent with the legislation.
So is there a precedent as to the department charging for access to an incoming government brief for the relevant opposition shadow minister?
I'm happy to take that on notice. We as a default, apply charges to most of our FOI requests. They do draw on the departmental resources, and the Act allows us to apply charges.
I appreciate that it may, but in the interests of good government and transparency, I don't recall being charged at the beginning of the previous term, and so I am interested if this is a new element of this government that you're now charging for things that were previously considered part of the democratic process.
So it's not a governmental decision, it's a departmental decision.
Well, then a change in the department's approach to democracy.
And we have given the volume of FOI requests that have increased substantially.
Well,
and the
it's
draw
because
on our...
the department and the government is so lacking in transparency that we are now forced to make FOI claims.
So the FOI requests of the department have increased across the board.
Indeed they have.
And as part of our ongoing stewardship of the public service and requirements under the PGPA Act, we have taken a stance to examine fees and charges where we are able to do so, and we have increased the use of FOI charges through the last Parliament.
So perhaps if the department and the government was more transparent, you would save yourself some time and effort. It's just a suggestion. Is there any precedent for the department charging for access to an incoming government brief for any federal politician?
So I'm happy to take on notice what's been the case for the department in the past. I've already taken that on notice. Happy to extend it to parliamentarians.
Thank you. So you're telling me that this was not the minister's office, her office, or her office's decision. Sorry, this was not the minister or her office's decision to charge me. This was the department's decision to charge the incoming shadow minister for the brief.
So the Act requires independent decision making on each application, and it is the decision maker's decision about the charges and the application of charges. We have had a discussion in the department about our stance, but there's still individual decision making at each point. So it was the decision maker's decision in this case, as in all FOIs, as to whether the application of the legislated ability to charge is applied.
I appreciate that, and perhaps you would review your policy on that going forward.
We do review it regularly, depending on the demands of the department.
No, specifically on incoming government briefs. This is a normal process of government. We surely don't want to set a precedent, if it is, as I believe it is, that is going to make it increasingly expensive for shadow ministers who are, under this government, incredibly under-resourced to do their jobs.
So we review our policies and procedures on a regular basis. We can take that into account.
Thank you. I'd like to turn to the roundtables that Minister King has been conducting since the election. How many roundtables has the Minister conducted?
The definition of roundtables is a technical term of squishy. She did hold some roundtables specifically in the lead up to the discussion around the productivity, that the roundtables that the Treasurer held, and so she had three for those, one on general resources, one on critical minerals, and one specifically with unions.
Let's go with that as kind of the framework that we're...
Yeah, we do regularly have other industry discussions, and sometimes they're called roundtables, sometimes they're called forums, but it's a regular part of our activity to bring industry together to discuss policy discussions and topics, and there's no official definition of a roundtable.
Sure. Can you tell me where the location of the three identified productivity roundtables were?
Yep. So, Senator, the Resources and Critical Minerals roundtables were held at the Commonwealth Parliamentary Offices in Perth, and the meeting with the unions was held in the NOPSEMA office in Perth.
Thank you. Were they catered?
The Resources and Critical Minerals, there was a light refreshment provided between the two roundtables for participants.
So no catering for the unions and 2 for industry. Oh, that's a comment. Can the bill be split by food and beverage costs?
Yes, Senator, I can take that on notice. It was sandwiches and I think if there was any beverage, it was some juices.
Thank you. So was there a focus of the roundtables? You did say critical minerals, but was gas, economic reform? Can you tell me what the agenda was?
So in the critical minerals, it was more the topics across all roundtables were similar. The participants were different, and so the critical minerals was those parties that had a particular interest in critical minerals. Obviously, some of those cross over to the resources. The topics where we were asking, Minister King was asking the industry for their opinions and views on productivity reform and other economic reforms that they were interested in. It covered a very wide range from the general application of artificial intelligence through to environmental protection and biodiversity changes, energy costs, gas reform. All those sorts of things came up, as you would expect.
To what extent was Minister King involved in the Treasurer's Productivity Roundtable?
So the information gathered from the Resources, Critical Minerals and Unions roundtables was provided through to the process, as were direct requests from regulators in this portfolio, including NOPSEMA, and Minister King provided input, as did other ministers, to the process.
Senator, I'm going to have to rotate the call. Senator Pocock.
Today. I'm interested in what is being done to progress the 12-month consultation the government did on mandatory guardrails for AI in high-risk settings.
So I don't have officials for that topic here. That's in our science and technology, but at a very high level, we undertook consultation processes, received submissions. We've assessed those submissions and worked through and provided advice to government, and it's with the government.
And is that still work that is sort of in preparation for a national AI safety centre?
So the government has indicated that it's working on a artificial intelligence capability plan, and that information will work towards that outcome.
Okay. Minister, is there no plan for a national AI safety centre?
Well, you caught us in the mid-step, Senator Pocock, as the government works through the capability plan that the Secretary's just referred to, and we've indicated publicly that we will set that out, have more to say before the end of this year. Sure. And so we are as a cabinet-style government, working our way through those questions, and as you'd appreciate, while of course I as Minister in the department have responsibility in terms of the artificial intelligence questions, it is a set of issues that traverses almost every part of government. It's hard to think of a portfolio minister who doesn't have some responsibility or equity in this process. So we're working that through, and we'll have more to say later in the year.
Listen, I'm concerned about the pace of this. Your government is in its fourth year. I understand you are a new minister in this portfolio, but I'm hearing that the capability of some of these AI models are doubling every 6 months, and yet 6 months comes and goes, and we don't see any sort of meaningful progress on guardrails.
I think, we'll definitely be having more discussion about this, but at a high level, of course, when I say more discussion, I mean later on this afternoon when the relevant officials are here, but we are committed to a process here of having clarity on our settings broadly across the economy on artificial intelligence, but also in terms of how we approach some of these issues around how the technology evolves and emerges, and it's a jagged edge frontier really. There are sometimes fast progress, sometimes moves slower than some of the boosters predict that it will, and we will working through a thorough process to make sure that we've got a coherent and effective position on all of these questions, and trying to do it not just in a drip feed kind of approach where one bit comes out after another, but in a package that gives the sector and Australians some clarity about how this is proceeding.
Thank you, Minister. I mean, one of the things I've been hearing is the urgency for guardrails, and indeed I've heard people in government talking about guardrails for a long time now, and I assumed this was something that had sort of been through a process and was essentially ready to be implemented. But are you still consulting on guardrails? Where's the guardrails?
Well, as I indicated, I'm a bit restrained in terms of what I can contribute on this question while we're working through a process.
Can you give us an indication of where you're up to in that process?
We are closer today than we were yesterday, Senator Pocock, and we're intending to make some or to deliver that capability plan before the end of the year.
Okay. And Minister, as a new Minister, have you received your charter letter?
Yeah, I've got a charter letter, haven't I? Yes.
Great.
There's a lot of letters flying around, Senator Pocock, yes.
I understand that. What about the Assistant Minister? Has Dr Charlton received his charter letter yet?
No, we haven't. We haven't provided a charter letter as yet. He is a very busy minister, engaging right across the portfolio. I'm very grateful to have the opportunity to work with him, and he's going to play a crucial role delivering the government's agenda across the portfolio.
Sure, but that does surprise me. 5 months in, that the Assistant Minister doesn't have a charter letter. My understanding, sort of doing some research on what that means, that it actually constrains the Assistant Minister's authority to act. I understand he's busy, but he's surely not too busy to receive it.
I don't think he's constrained in any way, really, Senator Pocock. He is full of beans. We engage very, very regularly. He is deployed across the portfolio. I think particularly recently in the areas that we've just been traversing. He is, and I expect him to continue to play a very strong role. I'm delighted to have him there. He is a good contributor with a depth of experience and an aptitude for this area of economic, industrial and technology policy, and I'm very enthusiastic about the work that we're going to do together.
Minister, I understand that he certainly seems incredibly talented, but that for me raises even more.
Well, let's not boost him too much then. I mean, I've been really nice about him. Let's
Sure. But for me, that raises even more questions than you're saying. He's able and he's doing a huge amount, but under our Westminster system, he doesn't even have his charter letter yet. So under what authority?
No, I don't think it makes it has the impact that you're apprehending. I've operated in an environment as an assistant minister with and without that. It's something that we'll do in due course. Will evolve over time. I'm very confident about the role that he's playing and going to continue to play.
And so you're not concerned about the convention of having ministers and assistant ministers receiving charter letters?
We'll work our way through.
That's just something that just happens when it happens, and the Australian public can just.
I am working with him very closely. A very, very regular engagement. He is engaged in a lot of work in the portfolio and, of course, in his role as Cabinet Secretary. And, of course, as you pointed out, having recently arrived in the portfolio, I'm taking my time to deliver that in a way that doesn't unduly restrict his capacity to work across the portfolio. There's lots of things to worry about. I don't worry about Assistant Minister Charlton's role here. He's playing a very good role.
Okay.
You're at 8 minutes, Senator Pocock.
Thank you. I guess as a backbencher, I would hope that the government would worry more about getting those sort of processes in place, given that's our system that provides that authority. But moving on with the last 2 minutes, I'm interested in what work is being done to fulfil Australia's obligations under the Bletchley Declaration that we signed back in 2023.
So I'm happy to, as I mentioned, the officials that have got the details on that will be appearing later on today.
I'll come back.
At a high level, officials are working with other officials under a network of AI safety institutes. And so we are working with colleagues in other countries, sharing information. We've commissioned work from Australian academics to contribute to that process as well. Some of it has been published. As you said before, artificial intelligence models are advancing, and the Safety Institute network was one of the outcomes, not just of the Bletchley but also the Seoul process. And so we are connected into that process. We're working with our colleagues, as you would expect us to do.
Thank you. How many people in the department are working on AI safety?
I'm happy to take that on notice and come back when my officials are here.
If you could maybe just take on notice before they arrive, because I think I'm up on time now, maybe FTE and headcount who are specifically working on AI safety.
It's a little, I mean, we can see what we can do. Like the way we have structured our teams is that we have people working on AI policy, some of which is safety, some of it is security, some of it is the opportunities, and the most important thing is understanding the technology and then the policy frameworks. And so we don't have them specifically tagged. We use the technical skills with the policy skills to join things together. So I don't know that we can give you a breakdown specifically on safety, because that will shift from week to week depending on what's happening. We also have the National AI Centre, which is mostly providing information and working with industry and small business. And so we have technical people that work across, and then we have policy people that work across. So I can give you an AI number, but specifically AI safety is a little harder to be precise
I'm happy
on.
with the AI number, but then maybe specifically people who have either qualifications or experience directly related to AI safety, please.
I'm happy to take it on notice.
Cheers.
Thanks, Senator. Senator Hume?
Thank you, Chair. There was a comment before about an additional board member that has subsequently been appointed because one of the original 8 dropped away or resigned or stood down.
Yeah, correct.
Right, and that was done through this process that was obviously outside of the NGS global procedures. It was done in a similar way to Mr Thompson. Is that correct?
It was done with the departmental advice, the Department of Finance and the Department of Industry's advice to ministers, and then through the usual cabinet process for significant appointments. And so we would have done exactly the same sort of process of scanning, using all the available information we have, what were the skills requirements, people's availability and the like, conflicts of interest, all the rest, and that we did not use an external service for that appointment either.
Are there documents available that demonstrate that a due diligence was done for that candidate?
Yes.
But not for Mr Thompson?
Correct.
Okay. Can I ask then, the department told the ANAO that the due diligence check done on Mr Thompson was undertaken in, and I'm using their words, compressed timeframes. Why were the timeframes compressed?
The timelines will depend on sequence and timing of subsequent decision making. And so from recollection, it was a requirement to ensure we met deadlines for cabinet consideration.
Right, so they were deadlines that were set by you, Ms Quinn? They were deadlines set by the Minister's office? Where did the deadlines come from?
It would have been for us to meet the deadlines required of cabinet consideration, which have timelines and the like. It would have been a request from the Minister office, probably,
right, so
that they wanted to target the delivery of information to a particular cabinet timing, and so that's usually how things work, is that there's a standard set of requirements from our Cabinet coordination colleagues about how much information and time to be able to meet Cabinet processes, and we would have tried to meet those deadlines.
Was the reason why the documentation for the due diligence doesn't exist because it was a rushed process?
I would say that it's more to do with a misstep in our internal processes and in terms of recording the note for file. And so that's more to do with the individual circumstances of the people involved in the process.
The ANAO also said that department did not document the due diligence checks, that was all verbal, which is an unusual one. Why was it all verbal?
To go back to the process, the individuals that were running the process at the time, and they made decisions to do it in a certain way. Our standard processes are to record it for normal standard processes. From time to time, processes are not met.
Okay, sorry, you just said the individuals made a decision to conduct this a certain way. Did nobody sort of in the department go, hey, this is not quite right, this doesn't feel right? Any concerns raised?
So we have processes and timelines and steps that we ask people to follow. It is not unusual in a department of more than 3,000 people that from time to time some of those steps are missed.
Okay, so the board members, the original 8 were taken to Cabinet. They were a Cabinet decision. The 9th, Mr Thompson, was also a decision taken by Cabinet, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How would you describe, Ms Quinn, the process to check on Mr Thompson? Just considering all the things that we've just spoken about.
So my understanding is the usual processes were followed. All the steps that were required were done.
So it wasn't unusual?
All the steps required of a Cabinet process were done. All the paperwork, all the checks, all the information that was required by decision makers was available to decision makers.
Well, hang on, you just said all the paperwork was available, but clearly it wasn't available because the ANAO said, where was the paperwork?
All the paperwork required for Cabinet was available at the time of Cabinet. Well,
hang on, that just means all that the Cabinet submissions were ready to go.
And all the information required in the Cabinet submission, which is around the education requirements, the conflicts of interest, how the appointment meets the legislative requirements. So the Cabinet handbook sets out the information required for significant decisions. All of that information was available at the time of Cabinet.
So I would assume that the Cabinet submission said, has all the appropriate due diligence been done? And somebody says, yes, check, tick.
And there are also additional requirements in terms of formal CVs, conflicts of interest. There's a sort of sequence of paperwork that is required for all appointments made by Cabinet and all other appointments made by ministers or departmental appointments. All of that was done. The step that was missed in the process was a recording of the due diligence at the time the advice was provided to the minister.
Okay. Minister, having heard this evidence from your own officials, so Mr Thompson was appointed to the board, which oversees $15 billion worth of taxpayer funds, and that this process was seen as inadequate by the ANAO, what would you like to say? Do you have comment on that?
Two comments. Firstly, you've heard the evidence from the Secretary and Ms Pickworth about the steps that were undertaken here. And, you know, actually I don't... your opening comment about how one should approach the Australian National Audit Office, I don't agree with. I actually think the process of good government involves being very open with the ANAO, welcoming their intervention, doing the sort of iterative process that goes on. But I mean, I've observed this for a while now. Haven't been around the joint as long as you, but been in and out of government on different sides of the estimates table, been engaged from opposition on ANAO reports that are critical of the previous government. I actually think my observation is the right culture is welcoming that process and, as the Secretary's indicated, being very precise about what has been recommended here by the ANAO, which is that the process within the department was adequate. There's a step about how I've forgotten the term, but the sort of due diligence, desktop diligence or whatever it's called, process was documented. The department's engaged with that finding in a way that gives me real confidence that the culture is right within the department in terms of the way that they engage with those sorts of approaches, like not having a glass jaw about it, just listening to it. It's not it's in no way a fatal observation. It's a helpful observation. Secondly, I'm very confident about this board. Very confident about this board, its leadership, the CEO, the management, the investment capability that it's developing. It is, as you say, $15 billion that gets capitalised over time. They will be here to give evidence later today.
Yep.
I've been very engaged with the management and leadership of the organisation. I've met with the board once. I'm meeting with them again shortly. Issued a statement of expectations. They're responding to it very well. Like, I'm very enthusiastic about the work that this organisation has in front of it.
Okay. Is Mr Thompson a mate of yours, Senator?
He is well known to me. He's somebody who I worked with in my previous role. He's well known across the manufacturing sector and government. In fact, was well known in the previous government too. I think.
You mentioned him in your maiden speech.
I'll come to that. Don't worry. There's a sort of brotherhood and sisterhood of previous industry ministers. I was talking to one of them in the previous government who appointed Mr Thompson to a board and was very engaged with him on matters of policy that went to rail and defence capability in Australia. He's a very experienced,
you were in the same union together.
well-regarded figure in Australian manufacturing, and it wouldn't come as a surprise to anybody really that he's going to play a good role on this board. He's not the only figure with a trade union background. The board's a very well balanced board with all sorts of capabilities across venture capital and emerging technology, the trade union movement. Board experience more broadly. I'm very confident about how this board and each of its members is going to engage with the challenges. And of course, I've known Mr Thompson for quite some time. As you say, I worked with him. And as you indicated before, top marks for research. I haven't been shy about that. I indicated to him, along with a series of other officials in that union that I worked with over many, many years. And I do have a very high regard for his capability.
I have two more questions, Chair. Did you, Minister, discuss Mr Thompson joining the board of the National Reconstruction Fund Corporation with Minister Husick or with Minister Husick's office prior to Mr Thompson's appointment?
There's two answers to that, I suppose. One is
one's the truth.
They're both the truth. We're not that late in the night where people start to accuse each other of misrepresenting their position. The first is I just actually don't recall. But the second is one of the things about being an assistant minister is you don't get to go to cabinet. You don't your work is directed really by the senior minister. but you're bound by the same obligations.
So do you think
in your
Mr
role as
Husick knew that
assistant.
he was a mate of yours?
Did Mr Husick know? I'm very confident that it was well known to anybody who's got even the most passing engagement with the Labor movement or the Labor Party or the trade union movement that I and Mr Thompson emerged from the same trade union background, and I think that's what wasn't a surprise to former Senator Hughes when she was asking me the same questions, or anybody else.
Did you lobby Mr Husick? Did you lobby Minister Gallagher? Did you lobby the Prime Minister about the appointment of Mr Thompson to this very prestigious position?
As I indicated, it's a cabinet appointment process. The process has been outlined in terms of the department's engagement with this. It's a cabinet process.
If he was so qualified, why weren't the same processes followed for Mr Thompson as they were for the 8 others?
Well, it's a cabinet process that I'm restrained from engaging with the committee in terms of for that reason, but also it was an appointment that was taken to cabinet.
When did you find out that this appointment was being taken to cabinet? After the decision was made or before?
Well, I don't. As an assistant minister, I don't have access to the sort of cabinet processes.
Did you have access? Did you know that Mr Thompson was being considered for this appointment before the cabinet decision was made?
I think the engagements and discussions between ministers and the government around appointments is a cabinet process.
Well, hang on. You're saying it's nothing to do with you, but then you're saying that it potentially was something to do with you.
Well, what I'm saying is it's a cabinet process. I think he's a very fine appointment.
I'm not doubting his qualifications. I'm doubting the process that put him there and why he wasn't there in the first place. And he was a subsequent appointment, and he's a mate of yours. It just doesn't smell right. All the due diligence has disappeared. The ANAO has said this is inadequate. This just sounds like jobs for mates.
Well, what it sounds like.
We're going to have to rotate the call because we're running quite over time.
I think we're running interference, Chair.
Well, it's been more than 14 minutes now. So, Senator McDonald.
I'm happy to cede my time to Senator.
Well, I'll go to Senator Pocock then because he's also on the list.
I think that is interference.
I might just respond if I can, Chair, just to that question. What it sounds like to me is that we have a very highly qualified board with a proper appointment process and a very ambitious agenda for this government in manufacturing. Billions of dollars worth support, and the coalition questions so far over the course of the last half an hour have focused upon the sort of outrage at the appointment of somebody from the trade union movement to a committee, and Senator McDonald complaining about photocopying costs.
Well, that's not true.
Right.
In fact,
it's just got to get serious.
That have pointed out the inadequacy of this process. The Auditor General has pointed out the inadequacy of this process. It wasn't me. It was the Auditor General.
Well, the Auditor General, the ANAO, said that the appointment process was sound. That's what they said.
They said it was rushed. They said it was compressed time frames, that the documents didn't exist, and that it was all done verbally, and it wasn't done as part of the original 8 appointments. This just does not add up.
That is completely incorrect. That is completely incorrect.
It is documented.
They did not say that it was all verbal.
It did.
You heard the Secretary's...
Compressed time frames, this was all verbal. Paragraph 2.51.
You heard the Secretary's account of the process and the documentation of that approach and the lack of documentation about the due diligence step and what that step was involved. Well, sorry, got the sentence the wrong way around. What was involved in undertaking that step, and the fact that undertaking that step wasn't documented in the way that it normally would have been, but it was reported on and provided the basis for advice that was provided to government about that appointment. So,
Chair, my very last question on
absolutely.
this, and I promise I will shut up shop.
Okay, and then we will need to rotate the call.
A basic desktop check, a basic desktop due diligence, which is what the department said that they did, I have done, and discovered that Minister Ayres is a mate of this guy, that he mentioned him in his maiden speech. Knowing that, a basic desktop due diligence would pick that up. Surely you then say, we better keep the documentation because there's a conflict of interest here.
So I'll just clarify. As I said before, the department did undertake desktop due diligence. It did provide the advice on the outcomes of that due diligence through the usual process of briefing ministers. All documentation on conflicts of interest, on expertise, on legal requirements and the like were provided in the usual way, as they were for all other appointments.
Was a conflict of interest documented?
All conflicts of interest and all other documentation in the exact same way was provided to Cabinet for all appointments to the National Reconstruction Fund. The step that was missed was the real-time desktop search saving to the IT system. That is a process step by the officer involved. That is a very small part of the overall process of the appointment process, to which the ANAO provided a mostly positive response. They made the observation, as they do in all audits, and I would just make the note that it's a default standard pretty much for all audits about making sure that people record and provide information. We absolutely accept that those records should have been saved into the department IT system so that there was a real-time contemporaneous record of what was happening. That step was missed, but the work was done. It has been verified by talking to the officers involved. The ANAO, that's why they're very specific in their records, which is about saving the records. They did not question whether the due diligence was undertaken. They did not question the advice provided to government. They did not question the process of providing advice to Cabinet. So I just want to be very careful about what they have said and what they haven't said. So it is about saving the records in the IT system at the time. And of course we accept that that would have been a system that was undertaken. It was missed on the day.
Hard to be transparent if it accidentally falls into the bin.
There was no extraneous pressure, there was no issues in this process, and we followed the same steps in subsequent appointments to the National Reconstruction Fund.
Okay, we're going to move on. That's just on 20 minutes now for that block, so I will go to Senator Pocock and then Senator Mc...
Thank you, Chair. I mean, just listening to Senator Hume's questioning, this raises further questions for me why the government has been sitting on Lynelle Briggs' review on public sector board appointments report for the last 2 years when we hear that these sorts of appointment processes are happening, and I look forward to the day when the government does finally release that report and comply with Senate orders. I have some questions about whether or not the department has contracted Deloitte to do any work on AI or AI-related policy.
So just once again, I have to... I'm wondering whether we can take the questions on AI when in the appropriate session with the AI staff here.
Not corporate matters, though.
We've had this conversation before.
It's not specifically on AI. It's more the procurement.
All commissioning of work on AI policy done by the AI policy officials, and so that they're the ones that are able to answer the questions.
And so you're unaware if you have or not?
I'm not aware of us commissioning Deloitte on AI, but I'm not aware of all the exact kind of processes because we do lots of different
I'll come
processes.
Back in that. Thank you.
I think I know what the punchline of the joke's going to be. That's
that?
Good. I said I think I know what the punchline of the joke's going to be, but we'll let you save it for that session.
I'll leave the punchlines to you, Minister. Minister, is it correct that, as reported in the AFR this week, one of your senior advisors came to you directly from a job working at Mandala, who were recently awarded a $50,000 contract from Treasury, and who, prior to working at Mandala, had previously worked for you?
Yes, that report is. I read that report, and while I'm reluctant to talk about individual staff members, understand that report is there. Very capable official, well, not official, advisor, I should say, and. Has been a person who's got a wide employment experience, including in the organisation that you just pointed to.
Did that same staff member also previously work for Alpha Beta?
Well, as I said, yes, yes, that's right.
And Alpha Beta is the firm co-founded by your Assistant Minister, Dr. Andrew Charlton.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Does that concern you that there's that?
No.
No, not at all?
No.
Given that you're in charge of AI regulation, and we know that Mandela is working with OpenAI, other AI companies?
No.
No?
No, not at all.
Okay. How many current staff in the Minister's office or within the department's AI and digital policy divisions previously worked for Mandela Partners, Alpha Beta, Google, Microsoft, Meta, Amazon, OpenAI, or the Tech Council of Australia? Maybe on notice, if that's all right.
Yeah, we'll have to take that on notice.
And maybe if you can also take on notice the previous employers' start dates and the current roles of those individuals, obviously not identifying them personally. And can you confirm the current position and responsibilities of the senior staffer who joined from Mandela Partners as reported in the AFR?
We'll take that on notice and see what information we can provide. I am very conscious of making sure that I understand the rationale for the question, but I'm also we'll make sure we provide the information which is done in a way that's consistent with our obligations to ministerial staff, to advisors, and in a way which answers the question that you've asked.
Sure. Is this like a PI claim, or what's the?
No. We'll take it on notice and we'll respond. I'm just indicating that
Okay. I'm interested why you can't tell me the current position and responsibilities.
Well, I can tell you that this person is a senior advisor who plays a role in economics and industrial policy, as you'd expect.
Mm-hmm. Does that include artificial intelligence?
No.
No.
No. But we're a big office that does a lot of work. People's roles will change from time to time. It's unusual. I mean, I'm happy to sort of engage in the questions. I'm just a bit cautious because it's unusual to have a such a level of interest in individual staffers. Yeah. And I'm just conscious of our obligations in the building on those questions. But yes, that's the role that this person plays.
Yeah, sure. I guess the reason I totally take this as an uncomfortable thing to talk about. I guess the reason I ask is around, potential conflict of interest management. I'm interested in what formal processes exist for staff with prior tech industry employment to declare potential conflicts of interest upon employment.
All of the processes that you would expect, and there's no mystery in this piece of work. All of the processes that you would expect, no surprises to me in terms of the employment history or the work or capability of any of the people in my office, and I'm very confident about the management and culture and all of the governance processes that you referred to.
Thank you, Minister. I guess just maybe if you could take that on notice, because sometimes the sort of conflict of interest management systems that I expect, I think a lot of people expect, often don't seem to be what is in
I'm very
in
confident.
place.
It's my job here to be responsible for running a good office.
Sure.
That's got the right that does the right thing by each other and by the government and the purpose to which we're dedicated.
Sure. Have any staff recused themselves from policy work or ministerial briefings due to prior employment conflicts?
We'll take that on notice.
Thank you. How many meetings has the Minister or departmental officials had with Burke Street Advisory since January 2024?
I'm not sure that I'm familiar with them, so I'll take that on notice. I'm not saying I haven't, but I don't.
Yeah,
I don't know who they are. Yep.
I don't expect you to know your whole diary.
No, I'm just saying I don't know who they are,
Sure.
we'll take it on notice.
Maybe also how many meetings the Minister or departmental officials have had with Kate Pounder in her capacity as OpenAI's chief lobbyist since January 2024, and the same for Mandela Partners since January 2024.
Yeah, happy to take that on notice too.
Mm-hmm. Minister, are you concerned about the sort of perceived conflict of interest where we're not seeing much progress or action in the way of guardrails and safeguards when it comes to AI, and this sort of very close relationship that is being reported on in the press between yourself, Dr. Charlton, and then Mandela, OpenAI?
No, I mean I am very engaged with the sector more broadly. I meet with the Tech Council, with their chair and their officers from time to time. I meet with figures in the domestic sector and internationally from time to time. I'm very engaged with proponents for, in areas of regulation around artificial intelligence. I'm not a person who hides behind the office door. I want to hear about different views across the sector on all of these questions, and I expect that's not just for myself. That's also the office and the department. I want to be engaged as fully as possible, and I want the Assistant Minister engaged as well, so we make good judgments in the national interest about making sure we capture the opportunity of this technology, that we spread the benefits of the technology widely amongst Australians, including workers and small business, and that we're acting in an effective way as the technology emerges and we're seeing new risks emerge, that we're agile and effective in dealing with those risks. Very clear-eyed about both the opportunity but also the challenges in this area, and the debate about the approaches of different economies and different parts of the system to some of those regulatory questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator McDonald, if we
Thank you.
round off with you and then we can break.
Keep it brief. Just following on from Senator Pocock's questions, is that Mandela Consulting the same organisation that constructed the production tax credit, did the work for that, for the production tax credit? I'm actually confirming that it is.
Yeah. I'll take it on notice. I would be very surprised. Like, they're an economics policy consulting firm. I'd be very surprised if they haven't
and also
had something to say about that. Sorry?
And also SciQuantum. They were the coordinators and proponents of that project.
I don't think they were involved in SciQuantum.
You don't think so?
I'm happy to be corrected, but I don't.
We'll take that on notice,
I think you might
Senator.
have to. Yes. I'm just wondering how many other projects that have resulted in government funding and subsequently their funding that that they've been involved with? Perhaps on notice you might be able to provide.
We'll do the best we can on that question, Senator McDonald.
Well, I'd hate to have to do an FOI.
We'll try and save you the trouble. We're very relaxed about these questions. Yes,
that would be terrific because my 69-page document, which had 10 blank pages, 14 blank pages, and 10 title pages, is looking more and more expensive by the second. I've got some questions on the resources roundtables and the input into the Treasurer's, or the lack of input into the Treasurer's productivity roundtable, given resources generates 14% of the nation's GDP, but I shall put those on notice, Chair.
Oh, thank you so much, Senator McDonald. I think we're right to conclude. Yes, so we are, sorry, online with the program, but we are 75 minutes behind schedule. So we will break for lunch now, though, and come back at 1:35. Thank you, everyone.
I've probably got lines.
we're good. Yep. The committee welcomes representatives from the Department of Industry, Science and Resources, Program 1.1, Growing Innovative and Competitive Businesses, Industries and Regions. So I'm going to throw to my colleagues for questions. Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I want to ask first about the industry sector plan. And specifically, I want to look at page 14. It says the Treasury modelling and analysis serves as part of the evidence base for potential decarbonisation pathways for the industrial sector. Then it says the Treasury's baseline scenario illustrates a cost-effective pathway for the industrial sector to contribute to reaching Australia's net zero goal. Treasury's baseline scenario projects that emissions from Australia industrial and waste sector will reduce from 61 megatonne, is it megatonne CO2 in 2025 to 32 megatonnes of CO2 in 2050. So I suppose what I want to know is, has the department done any modelling on the financial impact to industry of Treasury's baseline scenario?
Senator, we as part of our ongoing analysis of the net zero transition have been looking at what the implications of that transition are. Sorry, I just ran from the other room. Sorry. But in terms of an explicit, the financial impact of those particular declines, no, but an understanding of what the net zero transition means for those sectors, we have done a range of analysis.
Right, so what is your understanding then of the impact of on industry of Treasury's modelling?
So in terms of the net zero transition, there is a range of investments that will need to be undertaken. That is both additional investment, but also over the time horizon, it would be investment that would otherwise be taken to replace assets at their end of life. And so there's an opportunity for those new assets to be more energy efficient. There are also a range of other ways in which increasing energy efficiency will reduce the costs of operation for those sectors.
Right. Okay. So then, did you or have you done any analysis on the many current businesses or the industry sectors, I suppose, that will exit in the transition? You said end of life, but is there analysis that's done on those that may well exit that are not necessarily at end of life?
I think our analysis shows that the sectors will continue, that we don't expect that those sectors will completely remove or close down. Individual facilities at different times for a range of reasons may exit the industry, but we don't expect sectors as a whole, and that our analysis shows there's actually a range of opportunities for those sectors in a net zero world.
Is there any analysis of, well, first of all, whether there will be businesses that will close because of, for instance, the prohibitive cost of abatement technology?
No, we haven't. Our analysis does not show that our analysis is more at the sector aggregate level.
Right, so you haven't done how many businesses will close?
No.
Okay.
I mean, and one reason for that is that it's quite difficult because it's rare that it's one cause of industry changes and transformation. It could be the case that facilities close but other facilities open with more advanced technology and lower emissions intensity, etc. And so there's not a straightforward element. Also, just to note that the main mechanism for industry emission reductions is the safeguard mechanism, which has been in place for some years, and through that analysis, the Department of Climate Change and Energy, joint with industry, looked at the emissions baselines for all the different sectors and facilities, and there's quite a lot of analysis in that work about what the implications for the safeguard mechanism is on individual companies.
Okay. So, but there hasn't been a specific body of work that has said how many businesses will close, how many jobs will be lost because of this baseline scenario that Treasury has?
Partly because the aggregate suggests that the industries continue to grow, employment continues as well.
Right.
And so at an aggregate level, all the analysis suggests that there are upside opportunities as well as transformation needs. And so the overall scenario is Australia continues to grow and prosper with emission reductions.
I guess as well, Senator, I suppose the additional observation I make is that, we are not. There's an agency question here too, right? Which is we're not an economy that things just happen to. The reason that, for example, the safeguards mechanism is constructed the way it is, led by Minister Bowen, or the $5 billion allocation in the National Reconstruction Fund is structured the way it is because we want to grab the upside that the Secretary's talking about and secure investment in these facilities rather than just sort of wait for the world to happen to us. It's not just, for manufacturing or industry more broadly, yes, of course, there's challenges and opportunities in the emissions landscape, but there's also the overcapacity questions in the trade subsidies in other markets, all of these issues. And so our approach really is to be developing the policy mechanisms and the partnerships with the investment sector and the private sector to get better at this.
Okay. I'm interested in this idea of abatement technology specifically.
Yeah.
There is a section of the report on page 14, which says investments in abatement technologies are expected to be a significant driver for the emissions reduction. Now, I'm presuming that this statement has arisen through some modelling work that this department has done, either and fed into Treasury or done separately. Is there modelling there around abatement technologies?
So it was a joint exercise. The Treasury modelling drew on expertise from across the public service, industry, resources, all the different sector plans. And one of the activities we undertook was consultation with industry around the abatement technologies and their plans, around what some of the timelines for that were, what would the capital costs be, what would the mechanisms that they would do, and we fed that information in. The overall CGE modelling was done by Treasury. There's a set of technical assumptions underpin that in terms of marginal abatement costs, which is where we worked with them and sense-checked it with industry. And so it's a joint exercise. The bottom-up and the top-down come together to produce the overall Treasury baseline scenarios.
Okay, so has there been any work done by the department around the cost to industry of incorporating abatement technologies?
So, Senator, we've done, through consultation and other research, an understanding of where the technology is up to, how it might be used. In terms of the cost to business, I mean, that's a choice through decisions as to how they comply with the safeguard, as to whether they invest in that technology or they take another path. So we haven't specifically modelled or analysed the costs, but we have looked at the role that abatement technology can play and where that technology is up to.
For individual businesses, there's just decisions that they will have to make, and it depends on where they're at in their capital cycle. If you've just invested in a new production process that's got gas as a heat stock, then the business's approach to electrification of heat processes, for example, will be different to a business that's at the end of its capital cycle. And that's a choice that businesses will make. What we want to do is enable investment in those kinds of measures, because not only is that a good outcome in terms of some of the policy outcomes we're trying to achieve at an emissions level, but it's also a good outcome because we're securing future investment and another cycle of industrial activity. I don't see it as a cost question. I understand the question that you're asking the department about the modelling. That's thoroughly appropriate. I see it as an opportunity to secure investment in individual facilities.
So could then I just rephrase the question, and I'll come back to some of this questioning, Chair, but does the department know then what the cost of industry is on average, or on some other useful aggregate level that you might have, each time businesses or have to load shed? Is there something that has been done?
So that's a very specific question about load shedding.
It's specifically about load shedding.
And so that's about their use of energy and electricity. I'm happy to take it on notice. We have done very specific deep dives in different industry sectors and have, for example, a great deal of information about green iron, green metals, including aluminium sector, and aluminium is one of the smelter sectors that does do load shedding through the energy system, and so we may well have that information. But we can take it on notice.
All right. I mean, I'm assuming that load shedding is going to become more frequent under this plan.
One of the mechanisms to reduce abatement is to have more flexible production technologies. It is the case that in general the industrial processes that are being implemented now are more flexible in their use of energy, and so that will lower the cost of abatement because you can move with the supply of electricity. So the expectation is that the flexibility will become more of an issue in industrial systems over time, and that is the case already.
It's also, just as you're seeing more technology availability that allows that kind of adjustment, and new industries emerge, like data centres, for example, where some of them, not all, some of them have that capacity to increase or decrease activity in response to, in sometimes sort of automated sort of ways, that helps grid stability and has a downward pressure on electricity prices for everybody else in the system. And, they can, make that part of their power purchasing agreement proposition with their electricity supplier. So there's a lot of activity in that area from industry, a lot of interest in it, a lot of upside for industry, and it's a net constructive input into all of the things that we're concerned about delivering reliable electricity.
I'm sorry, I just want to do one follow-up, Chair, and then I promise I'll stop. But it does sound like, it's a very rosy picture that's being painted here, but the feedback that we're hearing from business is that this is terrifying, that it's going to entirely change what it is that they're doing, that there's going to be significant costs to what it is. They don't know whether their business model is going to remain sustainable. Is that what is being fed back to the department? And if it is, well then, has there been any appetite from the department to undertake more comprehensive, or at least some modelling, into the cost to industry?
So the transition to net zero is something that businesses have been grappling with for some time. We have been talking with them in absorbing the information they provide. We've also, as part of the industry sector plan, held various discussions, dare I say, roundtables with industry as well, through industry association, but also direct with specific companies to talk through abatement opportunities and costs. And it's fair to say there's a range of views around the different sectors, because some of them have got access to technology now, others are still waiting for technology to become commercially available. And so there was a great deal of demand from industry for clarity around the government's targets, and that was the number one question that gets raised is they'd like certainty around what the government policy framework is, what the mechanisms were for government support, what the arrangements kind of were for them to be able to get on to make the business decisions that they need to make. There was a lot of recognition around the action that they're being required to take through their financial obligations. Many of them have got emission reduction targets as part of their financing and requirements from investors to be able to demonstrate what their emission reduction paths are. So there was a lot of discussion with the financial community as well for clarity and certainty on the transition path. So most of the conversation we get is around uncertainty. And then there's this question about technology and innovation, and the government has put in place a comprehensive set of policies from through the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, through ARENA, through specific programs in this sector to look at the technology options. So there is a range, and it very much, as the Minister mentioned, depends on where they are in their capital cycle and where they're currently sitting on the emissions intensity, and there's a wide range of that across the country as well.
So essentially what businesses are asking you is not just, they're saying what we want is certainty of government policy, but then on the other side they're saying, and what we also want to know is, well, what are government going to do to compensate us for this?
Not so much compensate, but what certainly the certainty on what the transition path looks like in terms of the baselines and the target for 2035, for example, and then a question about what technology is available when, and what are the collaborative approach to solving some of the abatement challenges, whether it be to do with heat processes, to do with the chemical composition changes. So what's the work of the innovation system, whether it be through CSIRO, AEMO and ARENA and all the rest, on how to develop paths for technology.
Okay.
Just say a couple of things about that. Sorry, Senator Hume. I just want to underscore that certainty point. I mean, the first thing to say is, you've got to listen to all of the views, right? Like that, and business has been really pragmatic about the way that they've engaged with the government and the department, in my view. I mean, I've been knocking around in this sector for a long time. I know a lot of these businesses, know the business leaders. I'm in there regularly talking to people. That certainty point is very important. Like Innes Willicks the other day said, I think he said, I should get it right, we should not spend the next 10 years arguing about this target range. We should get on with sensible measures that make it ever more achievable. That's businesses are going to have to make investments anyway in capital on site. What we want to do is make sure that they're investing in high efficiency, low emissions, and supporting those investments with measures like the Net Zero Fund. After all, somebody else said recently, the electorate has told us that they want to see a net zero energy future. They want to see emissions down. That's what successive elections have told us. Now, my personal opinion is that this is profoundly important for not just the electorate, but also for our country.
Yep.
There's a recognition in the business community and sensible people, are close to the business community that we've got to get on with it. It is not, some of these issues are challenges. There is a good industrial set of outcomes here, but we're going to have to work for it.
Okay. I'll go to Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you.
Good afternoon again. I asked some questions earlier of the Productivity Commission. I'd just like to go back and revisit them on the EV vehicles. Who would be the best person to send that to?
The Department of Climate Change and Energy, or Transport, if
it
so.
was with regard to the dumping.
Anti-dumping.
Anti-dumping, yes.
Joe Hockey might be in the country, and you could ask him.
So we have the Anti-Dumping Commissioner here.
Terrific. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm not sure if you had the opportunity to hear my questions before. I'll start from the beginning just in case you didn't. So, on the 30th of September 2025, The Age and Sydney Morning Herald reported Trade Minister Senator Don Farrell saying the World Trade Organisation needs to focus on oversupply issues such as cheap electric vehicles. An independent analysis undertaken for the Australian Automotive Dealers Association shows a significant growth and domination of battery electric vehicle imports to Australia. I wanted to ask if you have any concerns about the impact of China exporting large numbers of subsidised electric vehicles to Australia and the impact on the local automotive industry.
Thanks, Senator, for the question. David Latina, Anti-Dumping Commissioner. So I think the key question in terms of when you look at it from my core responsibilities, which is arrangements under the Customs Act in relation to dumping, anti-dumping arrangements, and the legislative framework. The key things that I need to consider is, A, has there been dumping of product into Australia, goods into Australia? B, whether there's injury into Australian industry, and then C, and whether that's material injury, and then C, whether there's causation between the dumping and the injury into Australian industry. And so a key question I would put in that sort of scenario in terms of imports of electric vehicles is, has there been injury into Australian industry? Clearly, Australia doesn't make complete vehicles anymore, and I don't think we ever made fully electric vehicles. I think we made hybrids at some point. But so the key question would be, what impacts are those electric vehicles having on Australian industry? And in the absence of us having that production capability now, that would not be something that could be considered within the context of the anti-dumping regime. If it was something in terms of particular components or something that the question was directed at, that potentially could be something that could be examined.
What about on the fact that we have an established sector, which is the motor vehicle dealers sector? Even though they're not manufacturing, they are carrying lines of vehicles, they have expensive stock, they're required to do expensive fit-outs, and for that reason the code was established. Would that not influence your consideration about whether an investigation should happen here?
It depends on how you would define, how a local industry would define how it was being injured and what the goods are that are being dumped. But in terms of if it's a business that is providing services, such as servicing, as you say, like in terms of dealers or sales and so on, then in itself they're not producing goods, and therefore that wouldn't be captured by the anti-dumping regime in itself.
Okay. Senator McDonald, can I just ask, just to clarify the question, I'm very happy to meet with any section of industry. But is the concern that because consumers are buying, they have to buy overseas vehicles now, I think we've established that, that they're buying, that consumers can buy cheap overseas vehicles, that dealers are being required to invest in new equipment to service, because they're dealers and service providers, I suppose, so they're doing maintenance work. So customers getting the benefit of cheaper vehicles, but you're saying there's a cost that's been imposed on dealers in having to have new inventory and new kit to service a particular brand, a new brand. Is that what they're worried about?
My understanding, and I think it would be terrific if you do meet with them directly, thank you, is a combination of either dealers who have established franchise agreements with legacy manufacturers, and if the dumped vehicles undermine the viability of those existing other brands.
But these are all overseas brands.
Indeed, but you're taking people who've had to invest significant investment in order to secure the licence to sell. Let's not get into listing a list of electric vehicle brands.
Yeah.
But those ones are now competing against what could be, what I'm trying to explore is potentially a cheaper dumped version, as opposed to those ones that they've already invested in.
I'm very happy to discuss that with anybody. I guess my starting position is the public benefit in cheap cars. It's pretty hard to argue with, but yes, of course, I'm very keen to hear more from that part of industry.
Yeah, and I think this is always the case, isn't it?
It is an issue. Sorry to interrupt. It is an issue if we're making something, and there's a subsidised market that is displacing current production I'm not as concerned about it, I have to say, if Australians are getting, we're not making a thing, we might as well get the benefit of the cheapest option and have the benefits of competition.
Yes.
But I'm very happy to hear from them.
Yeah, I think that'd be great if you hear direct, because I think the issue is that particularly as the government started sending signals that there was a desire to have more electric vehicles and the emissions, legislation, that then they moved to securing franchises and arrangements with perhaps bigger brands that then they had to invest in. You know,
and it's a bit like
the car yards and whatnot.
See this
but
kind
sorry, just to finish this point. Yep. But some of these cheaper brands also don't use an Australian agency, so they turn up, and we are driving these Australian businesses to the wall potentially if they're.
Yeah, and there's an uneven. I bet. I'm guessing, but in the cities, faster adoption by dealers or emergence of new servicing options. So you see it around a bit, to the extent I get to be in any of the cities these days. And that's probably, I'm guessing, a slower adoption in regional Australia, just like there is with a range of other things. So I get that concern.
I still think this is... I'm sorry, Carol, just finish on this then.
Part of that's my fault. Give her another minute.
You heard it here first, Chair. It is too that because these are multi-million-dollar investments that you've got to make to get a brand name.
And there's big IT platforms that sit at the back of these things.
Yeah.
So a lot of the
So if they turn up, they've invested in it, and then all of a sudden here's the cheap version that doesn't need a car yard, doesn't have a service agreement model, all the things that they've had to invest in. It would just be, I think, an important bit to look at what these alternate new brands, what that does. Yes, it might be cheaper for the consumer, but we should be protecting our Australian businesses if they have invested, millions of dollars into achieving.
Yeah, and there's competition policy issues here as well, of course, because we want. Part of this is, of course, there's public policy advantages. Grid stability issues, cheaper for people to run, cheaper for people to buy. Competition issues, like we want everybody to have the benefit of that. Fuel security issues, frankly, in terms of electric vehicle take-up. That's a good outcome for the country. But I'll definitely happy to engage with the dealer sector and just understand what's going on there.
Terrific, I appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks so much, Senator. Senator Pocock?
I'm waiting for the next outcome, Chair, so I'm happy to sit tight.
Oh, great. Okay, Senator Hume, any more questions?
I've got some follow-up questions on the industry sector plan that I was asking about earlier, specifically around regulation. So page 31, it says reforming regulatory processes for approvals and approvals for renewables and transmission infrastructure will also be key enablers for the renewable rollout. That we can all agree on that. So what I want to understand is, what is the regulatory process that needs to be reformed?
One of the things that the government is looking at is the environmental approvals under the EPBC Act. And these are really questions for the Department of Energy that has policy responsibility for this. So there's approvals for the transmission lines, there's approvals for the actual electricity generation sites themselves. And that the Department of Climate Change and Energy is looking at those, and it's not just the EPBC Act, but it's also the AEMO regulations and other transmission obligations.
Are there any regulations that the department is responsible for that will need adjustment?
I don't believe so.
No industry regulation at all.
So we don't have we don't do environmental approvals, we don't do transmission, we don't do safeguards.
Right, so there's nothing that falls within DICE's remit that needs to be reformed?
So we would work with, in terms of safeguard, we work with the department to provide accurate information for Cabinet to consider all the aspects, but the actual regulations for safeguard are under the climate change portfolio.
The people we look after are the people who need the power, need the electricity fast. So in a sense, from my perspective, anything that happens to increase the pace of approvals for wind and solar and transmission is in the interest of blue-collar jobs, in big industrial regions that need access to that power. So I'm very enthusiastic, as everybody in the government is, to see that piece of legislation make its way through the Parliament, so that we can get on with fast yeses and fast nos, all of the kind of principles that have been talked about around the economic roundtable, because I want to see those kind of projects proceed, because the more electricity generation we have and the more efficient transmission infrastructure we have and the more modern the system is, the lower the cost and the more capacity for industrial development there is. Like, I just want any sense of what side of the argument I'm on. It's for more and sooner, and working with the sector to deliver the industrial opportunities that presents. But in a regulatory sense, as the Secretary said, we're takers, not makers of the process. Yeah.
I'm interested to know, as part of those reforms that you're looking for, part of those reforms that you're looking for, alignment of approvals between state and federal governments?
It's really best. I mean, look, I've got some ambition for this, but this is really something that Murray Watt and was answering questions about, I think, on maybe Tuesday. There'll be, but there's no shortage of ambition to get on with this. It was a clear discussion emerging out of the economic roundtable. It's a big opportunity.
Look, I couldn't agree with you more, Minister, to the point where the former government tried to bring forward those regulatory reforms to the EPBC Act ourselves, and hit a brick wall with the Labor Party. Now the Labor Party seems to have worked out that there is no forward momentum without those changes. So I'm very pleased that you've jumped on board, but
I know the Minister's very keen to work with you all.
Can I ask about load shedding again? I know I mentioned it before. Page 32 says that the demand flexibility from the industrial sector, industrial energy users, is discussed in a bit more detail. The report says industry will need to consider options for reducing energy demand when demand and supply balance is tight, e.g. load shedding. So I asked you before whether you thought that load shedding was going to become more frequent. You said yes?
Likely.
Yes. Do you know how often load shedding may be required by large industrial facilities under this plan? Have you done that work?
So if you just draw your attention to the previous page 31, where it sets out that there are the reliability and emergency reserve trader process is an example of demand flexibility arrangements in place at the moment, and this is managed by AEMO, our electricity regulator. And there will be a national electricity market wholesale market setting review, which is a bit of a mouthful, which will be looking at demand flexibility arrangements. And so there is demand flexibility. It's not always called load shedding, because load shedding has different implications. Sometimes it's planned. So there are already arrangements in place for significant energy users to discuss with AEMO the opportunities and challenges of flexible demand. For example, if they were to close for regular maintenance, they let the system know, because they are some of the big aluminium smelters, for example, are significant users of electricity. So there's already arrangements for balancing supply and demand and flexibility. As I was saying, it is likely the case in electricity grids across the world that as we move to net zero technologies, that flexibility, there'll be a premium on flexibility. And so we can see that some of the new technologies in heavy industrial processes have got more flexibility built into them. That includes in the green iron space, the the new furnaces have much more flexibility in them. Same with aluminium smelters, other smelters, and general heat processes. So the trend in energy use is to have the ability to have more flexibility. Whether that's taken up by industry through opportunities in terms of carrots, or whether it's forced through sticks, is a regulatory discussion for the energy system.
Okay. Have you done any analysis on whether load shedding will occur, or by how much load shedding may be required in each phase of the plan? So the 2025 to 30, 30 to 35, and then 35 to 50? Is it?
So the needs for the energy system is in the energy sector plan, and that is a question for the Department of Energy.
Okay. All right.
And I should just say, I mean, load shedding's a sort of, it's a term that has some violence to it, doesn't it? It's a sort of, it's about big industries that are big electricity users, restraining part of their activity because of a coal-fired power station has an unplanned shortage. I think there were 5 gigawatts of those on the day that I was hoping to give evidence about that a few days ago. But there's also just right down to the granular level of households where, we're supporting households to get batteries. I think 77,000 of them so far. So we're supporting them to make that investment. They, that shortens up the payoff period for them. But also they are backwards and forwards into the grid themselves all the time at quite a granular sort of level. So for small manufacturing businesses, it's not a model that's unfamiliar to them because, everybody's engaging with it, but it's load shedding is a big industry sort of term, but actually right through the economy there'll be, and there already is, the notion of storage, but also interacting with the grid in the way that the Secretary's described.
Yeah, I suppose the reason why I ask these questions, and it is probably pretty obvious, I think everybody, well certainly everybody in this room, is very much on board with the idea of a transition to net zero, but it is this idea of who is going to pay and how. And it does seem to be highly opaque as to who is going to pay and how. And, everything from, and I was reading something, I was in the supermarket the other day, I'm in Woolworths, and there's this big thing on the sign saying Woolworths is moving to net zero emissions by 2050, and you go, yep, good on you, Woolies. And then they say, and we're doing this through having these, zero emissions trucks, electrification of our trucks. And you go, oh, good on you, Woolworths, that's a good thing to do. But then I go, hell's bells, the CEFC's paying for that and ARENA's paying for that, which means the taxpayer is paying Woolworths to reach its net zero targets. And you think, well, you make $1.7 billion a year. What are you doing? Taking money from the government, taking money from the taxpayer to electrify your vehicles. And I think that that's sort of emblematic for me of the real problem here. And the problem is that we all want to get there, but I think you've got to be straight with people as to where the costs are going to be and who's going to pay for it at the end and what the alternative might be.
And what are public goods and where is private benefit in that process is absolutely the kind of judgments that you make. There is a public benefit in a firm of that scale. I can't speak to the actual example, but a firm of that scale for not just emissions reasons, but also for the way that, I don't know how many 100 trucks there are, but the way that they interact with and the kind of approach to storage and load sharing that they adopt. They are a big fleet. In the mining industry, for example, as some of the big miners move to electric vehicles or to rail inside their mining operations. I was at BHP Olympic Dam last week, I think, and what people don't understand is it's not all about trucks, it's about rail and electric rail inside these facilities, and that offers them enormous advantages in terms of cost and efficiency, but it also, has a as a public benefit as well. I'm not sure whether there's any engagement that they've had with the public funding arrangements around these issues. Probably not, I guess. But
look, it was probably. I mean, I know where you're going. It was probably a bad example, but I suppose what I was trying to say is load shedding in particular. You're right. Is one of those things that sets industry off because they know how much it's going to cost. But what isn't clear is how much it's going to cost the consumer at the end of the day, because of what industry has to do in order to meet the targets. Now, we all want the targets. The question is, how do we make the costs transparent? And I think that, as Ms Quinn has said, this modelling done by Treasury says that load shedding is now, I think the word you used was likely, more likely. And that's something I don't think is
And our approach is about trying to generate private investment through our co-investment vehicles in particular and having the policy settings right to generate private investment in that kind of activity. And there is a public good in terms of cheaper power that you have from having better demand management across the power system. There are other public goods that are engaged here, but I sense that there's a risk that we'll keep talking about this.
Yeah, I know. We'll do this another day. All right, I've got one more question on this block, but I'll come back.
Great. So, Senator McDonald, do you have any more?
I do.
Okay.
Thank you. Could we, Ms Quinn, talk about I'll start asking the question and we'll see where we go. There's an extensive range of Australian design rules and technical requirements for the safety of vehicles, but not with relation to remote technology operating in connected cars. So brands such as Tesla providing over-the-air software updates, such as its full self-driving supervised autopilot feature, which would have a direct impact on driving functions, or the provision of subscription features in vehicles which can be turned on or off remotely. Manufacturers are moving ahead of regulatory protections for consumers and potentially road safety. What work is the department doing to develop regulated standards on Australian design rules to regulate over-the-air software or subscription features in connected vehicles?
So that's not a responsibility of this department. It's the Department of Transport. It looks after road safety and regulation relating to cars. And so it'd be best to direct your question to those
To
officials.
the Department of Transport?
Yes.
Okay. Just checking that there's no... Okay, so it's all transport.
Correct.
That was quick, wasn't it?
Amazing. I've just got one little follow-up question on the industry plan. It makes two references on page 12 and 31 to a carbon border adjustment mechanism. And I'm wondering whether any work has been kicked off in the department that looks at how Australia might introduce its own carbon border adjustment mechanism or something similar.
So this work is, there has been a process in the Department of Climate Change looking at what's happening around the world and what opportunities there is for Australia on the carbon border adjustment mechanism. That is a question best put to the Department of Climate Change.
Okay. Okay. It wouldn't be the Department of Climate Change that implements it, though.
Yes.
Would it?
It depends a bit about. It's that they have policy responsibility. The Minister for Climate Change has policy responsibility. How it may or may not be implemented could be through different mechanisms, and so it could be the department through customs, or it could be through trade, or it could be through anti-dumping. There's a whole different range of mechanisms. So it is definitely a question best put to the policy.
All right, we'll put it to them. How advanced is the work? Do you know?
I can't remember all the steps where they're up to. They've certainly had external people helping them, etc. I don't know if my colleague can help.
Certainly, I can let you know. Tara Oliver, Head of Heavy Industry Transitions Division. Frank Jotzo has been lead on the review of the carbon border adjustment mechanism, and as the Secretary indicated, under the oversight of Minister Bowen as Minister for Climate Change and Energy. That piece of work has been through a round of consultation, including, I believe, earlier in this year or late last year. I don't have all of the details in front of me in terms of the timeline, but certainly there's a significant body of work that has been underway.
Right. And Minister, have you been engaged with this body of work?
So I'm certainly aware of this body of work.
Yep.
I have not been engaged with it since my appointment. Obviously, as Ms Oliver has outlined, it's a piece of work that's been led by Minister Bowen. Of course, it's of interest to Australian industry, and it's obviously informed by developments around the world as economies, particularly the European Union, work out their own approaches to these questions.
Okay. I mean, obviously, you're right. It is occurring in Europe. Is it a form of protectionism?
Well, it's a response to use the word term perceived loosely because it's real. Effective subsidy where economies are not acting in a consistent way.
Yep.
And so it, of course, engages all of the kind of policy arguments that you would point to about that question. And, you know, it's one of the reasons why the government's been deliberate and commissioned the review that Ms Oliver referred to.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chair. I might have some more, but that's all I have on the industry sector.
Okay.
Plan.
So we can deal with outcome one, program 1.1?
No.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm not entirely done there. I just want to understand where we are.
I think...
Am I the only one?
Yeah, you are the only one.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry. Okay. I do want to ask a little bit more about the sort of general health of industrial facilities in Australia. There was an FOI, I'll give you the number, 3062, document 1, attachment B, that was obtained by the opposition, and the department provided the minister with a document that was titled Industry Facilities at Risk. And that was back in June 2025. Ms Oliver, I think that came from you. I want to understand what the department means by at risk. When it says industry facilities at risk, what does at risk mean?
Generally speaking, that does represent where we've been monitoring industry facilities and where we may have had engagement with those facilities in terms of their outlook and in terms of some of the pressures that they might be experiencing.
Okay, so how many facilities were in that table?
I unfortunately don't have that table in front of me, so I can't recall, Senator, exactly
so no one
the
in
contents
their
of
room
that
that would
table.
have the FOIs?
The information you've requested has been redacted under Section 22 of
I'm
the
not asking
FOI
what's in
Act.
the table, I'm asking how many.
And so it's been redacted, so it's not possible to see how many facilities there are. At any point in time, we are tracking different facilities for a whole range of reasons. And so, I mean, we can take it on notice and see whether we can tell you the number of facilities, but obviously it fluctuates depending on what's happening in market conditions.
Right. That's kind of why we're asking here rather than anywhere else, because...
So we'll come back to you on notice about how many facilities there were in that update. Of course, you know, it's a matter of public record. There's a series of, you know, I was very keen, and the department was very keen to brief me about the status of a number of facilities around the country, and obviously I've been, as I indicated in my opening statement, working my way through some of those issues over the course of the last couple of months.
Okay.
So, but we'll come back to your notice about what we can.
I reckon somebody has got a copy of that FOI and can probably tell me. There'll be smart people listening in. There will be know how many facilities there are in that table.
We have a copy of the FOI, but we don't have the unredacted version of the document.
Yeah.
There must be somebody that is listening in that has an unredacted version of that FOI, whether they're sitting in the room or whether they're sitting outside the room, that'll pick up a phone and send a text message and tell us how many facilities. It's not that hard a piece of information to find.
But we'll...
Because you wouldn't have redacted it if you didn't have the document and you didn't want to share that information.
We'll take it on notice, Senator. Because there are issues to consider there that would have been the same issues that went to the reason the document was redacted. You're right to point to Senate estimates as different in terms of the rules that apply, but we'll take it on notice and come back to you as soon as we can.
Okay. Minister, if you've been briefed, you know how many facilities are at risk.
There's lots of things that I know.
Yeah. And there'd be somebody in your office that would be listening in that could tell us how many.
But the same rationale applies. I've said on behalf of the department and myself that we'll take that question on notice. You've seen the announcement that was made this week, the announcements that were made a few weeks ago in terms of the facilities in Tasmania and South Australia, the kind of challenges and issues that are around a number of those facilities. We'll come back to you about what we can about that, and I'm happy to be taken to the detail of any of those ones that have been publicly canvassed and tell you what I can.
All right, well, let's ballpark it. How many vaguely is it a dozen? Is it 2 dozen? Is it 100? Is it 5?
It's I don't want to be unhelpful, but I also don't want to mislead.
This specific FOI is related to Queensland, so I don't know whether it's a full comprehensive analysis, so should use this one versus anyone at home. So.
Yeah. We'll have to come back to you on notice because I want to be very clear about which document we're talking about.
Is there... can we just be really clear here? If there's an official at the table that knows the answer to this question and is not speaking up now, well, that's a serious issue.
It's not a serious issue. We've taken on notice and we'll get our ducks in a row and make sure we're talking about the right document, and we'll come back to you in the best way that we can.
All right, well, is Tomago on the list? Anybody know?
Yes.
So
thank you.
Oh, well, hang on, sorry. I should say, I'll let the Secretary clarify.
Yeah, this FOI request relates to a briefing provided to the Minister for a meeting with the Queensland Premier. And so I don't know, without looking at the unredacted, if you want the answer to the question of number of facilities on this briefing, I would have to look at the actual list, which is not available to me at the moment because I don't have the unredacted version, because it may well have been that the team only provided those relating to Queensland. So at any point in time in Australia, there are facilities for a range of reasons across a range of sectors that may be facing challenges for a whole set of different issues. We have a mechanism in the department to track those that come to us directly to provide us information, and those that don't come to us but we're monitoring through media announcements and other things. So at any point in time we have multiple lists for multiple purposes depending on the exact question. It is the case in Australia there are some sectors that are under pressure because of the tariff action, because of other international geostrategic tensions, some because of their own management capability where they're facing constraints because of individual financing constraints for those particular company structures. We've got some because of they've got very old capital that are facing costs relative to international competition. Some, as we've mentioned, because of relative price changes on input supply. Some because of supply constraints because mines have closed down or come to end of life. So there are a lot of different reasons why different industries, facilities or sectors are facing challenges, and we do monitor that. So it's not as simple as saying there's a list with a specific number. It depends on the precise question.
So this is the reason why we moved a reference for an inquiry into the state of the metals manufacturing in... Sorry, I should direct this to the Minister. An inquiry into this to have a broader understanding of the range of reasons and the range of issues. And, perhaps, Minister, if we were to bring that reference inquiry back to the Senate, there might be a broader appetite to have this Senate inquiry because, they're powerful instruments and I think useful to the sector and the broader Australian context about what is going on and providing, a clear framework on what's going on and which ones need support. Would perhaps assist you with your colleagues when you go to them and say, here's some more issues that we have and how we go to deal with those.
I'm very happy to answer questions today in terms of what's supported by the Senate for Senate committees. Happy to keep engaging about that.
Your recommendation to the Senate would be highly regarded in this matter.
I'm very focused on the work that's in front of me.
We'll bring it back and see if we can have another go at it then.
By all means.
Can I just follow up on the Minister? You said before that Tomago was on the list. Are there other smelters on the list?
That's why I was anxious for the Secretary to intervene there because I did sense. No. I did. I'm very happy to be open about the extent that I can. That it is the kind of facility that obviously I'm watching very closely and engaged with the department regularly.
What about Liberty Bay Bell?
And it's a matter of public record. Engaged with the New South Wales government and others about those questions. That's not new news. But I was starting to get the sense that we were talking about different documents, which is why we need a bit of precision about that. I am, as the Secretary says, there's a very good approach from the department to assessing facilities that are having challenges.
Yep. I don't doubt that.
And I'm regularly updated. It is of deep interest and a focus for real action from us, as you've seen over the last, 3 or so months.
Is Liberty Bay Bell on the list?
Well, we're talking about different. We're talking about different lists.
Okay. Is Liberty Bay Bell a facility that is at risk?
Liberty Bell Bay.
You must know, Minister, which ones are at risk.
Sorry?
You must know which smelters are at risk without going back to a document.
Liberty Bay Bell.
Yeah.
Should be.
I can certainly. I suspect that you're going to go through a list of smelters in particular that are of deep interest and continued focus from the department and our colleagues.
They must be keeping you awake at night, though. What about Liberty Bay Bell?
Well, you've seen.
Does that keep you awake at night?
It's certainly a facility that is of real concern to both the Tasmanian. Yeah, but it's in Bell Bay.
Sorry.
It's a business that.
It's late on Friday.
So this facility, it's quite interesting, really. It's a four furnace manganese smelter.
We don't need a demonstration.
No. I just want to illustrate this point.
Is it at risk? That's what we want to know.
It's
the greenest smelter in Australia.
It is of real focus. It is owned by the Liberty Group.
No.
Don't need a prospectus.
Let me explain why.
You're very smart. We know that.
Let me explain why.
Tell us why.
Let me explain why I'm concerned about it. It is, as I'm advised, a facility that is in the top 30% efficient manganese smelters in the world. It is a top shelf Australian industrial facility. It is owned by Liberty Steel and the GFG Group. It is experiencing real challenges at the moment. The facility itself has very strong markets in both. It's important for Australian steel making, and it exports manganese, which is an important component of steel, to the United States. It is of deep interest at an economic and employment level.
How many jobs?
But also from a strategic perspective, given its role, and there are many hundreds of people who are directly employed in that firm. And we can work our way around the country. There are a number of these facilities. That one in particular, I have to say to you, is in a position where its owner has let that community down.
Can I ask whether Gladstone Power Station is on the list?
When you say on the list, it's...
is it a facility at risk?
In the broad power stations, yeah, that's right, yeah. I think that's a question that you would engage the Department of the DQ. It's a power station. I don't have responsibility for power stations.
So it's not a facility that would be on your list?
Yeah, it's just not in my portfolio area, Senator Hume.
Okay. So by the sounds of things, we're looking at around half a dozen to 12 to a dozen facilities that are at risk, specifically on the list in this FOI.
We said we'd come back to you. Bell Bay's in Tasmania, so I don't know whether it's in that correspondence or not. As I said, we'll come back to you. But Liberty Bell Bay is an illustrative example. It's a critical mineral in manganese. It's important, but it's been, what's the best phrase, decapitalised by its owner.
Okay.
It does not have sufficient working capital, but it is a highly efficient firm with very good prospects in a market that really matters.
Okay. So document 8 in the same FOI is a meeting brief for the Minister, and it contains a subsection titled Sensitivities. And it says, DIASA is actively monitoring a number of facilities at financial risk of closure, in particular smelters facing financial viability challenges from ageing capital, global market practices and energy affordability and availability issues. How many facilities are you monitoring that are at risk of closure due to energy affordability and availability issues?
Well, at any one time, so for example, Liberty Bell Bay is a good example. That is not something where I'm concerned about the energy questions for that facility. There are different reasons, as the Secretary has said, often to do with global trade volatility, that go to why there are challenges for particular facilities. We'll come back to you on that notice around energy question, like what's there on the energy side, but it is not the only and quite often not the reason why we're focused on what's happening with a particular large industrial facility.
Okay. This redacted FOI, I can understand why you would redact it in an FOI, but please understand that should this be requested at Senate estimates and there is not a public interest immunity reason why you would not provide it, we would like it provided in full, unredacted.
We've taken it on notice. If there's a basis to make a claim, then we will make it. If there's not, we'll comply with the usual processes.
I'm not entirely sure that that is the answer that is acceptable here, Minister. If
there's a basis for a public interest immunity claim, then that's what we will do. If there's not, and if there's a good reason as well, so both of those would have to be satisfied, then we will. But otherwise, we've taken on notice. We just want to make an assessment of which document it is we're talking about, because as you can appreciate, I'm provided with meeting briefs ahead of, I think this one, either you or the Secretary said, was ahead of a meeting with the Premier of Queensland. Obviously, I'm engaged with state ministers and premiers. I get meeting briefs all of the time that engage with all of these issues. We want to be precise and make sure that we're complying effectively.
Okay, all right. FOIs like that, I think, are an insult to people's intelligence. I was going to table it, and I don't think it's worthwhile doing that.
But it's also, Senator, there very easily could be in a brief sound public policy reasons why, on receipt of an FOI, the department makes that assessment. It's not something I've seen, but in a brief that goes to questions about the commercial viability of sectors, in terms of the engagements between the department and those sectors, or between the state government in this example and those sectors. There is, it's not something you put up on a billboard outside the office to say, so there is, we'll comply with the FOI requirements, we'll comply with the Senate standing orders and the estimates processes, but there's a reason we're engaged in that. I'm happy to answer questions to the extent that I can about any range of these issues here. It's important public policy issues. You've seen the announcement that I made with the Queensland Mines and Manufacturing Minister in Mount Isa on Wednesday, the announcement that I made with the South Australian Treasurer and the Premier a few weeks before that. These are significant efforts by the government to make sure that where there are important industrial capabilities that matter for Australia, that we're very carefully and in a disciplined way working through those issues. We're not, I think the record demonstrates, not flat-footed about these questions. There's legitimate public argument about all of these issues. I'm very open to that. But in terms of documents themselves, like there are good reasons why we're cautious and comply with our obligations on FOIs in a cautious and disciplined way.
Well, I thank you for that. I think that the Coalition should be allowed to make the judgment on what it is, information is and is not important.
Yeah, and that's why there's a system that allows that contest.
And this is it.
Yeah.
Here it is.
And we've taken it on notice and we'll see how we go.
Thank you, Chair. Senator Chair.
Can I just follow up specifically? What you're taking up on notice is whether or not there is a public immunity reason that document has been completely redacted, so it's only the heading.
What we...
If there is a public interest immunity claim, you make it, and if there isn't a public interest immunity claim, we want the document.
So it's a specific document that is in relation to a specific meeting. We'll take it on notice whether we can provide it to you or not.
No.
And if we need to,
That's
if we need to make a claim in order to sustain not.
You will either make the claim or you won't make the claim, and if you don't make the claim, well, then you will give us the document.
I think that's the way the system works.
Is that what we're being very clear about?
That's the way the system works.
No, I don't think so. You were going off to take on notice whether you needed to make a public interest.
No. We'll take it on notice in the normal way.
Thank you. So I understand Senator Chandler has questions for outcome 1.2, and we're a little way off that. I had hoped to make up a bit of time here, but we can now at least let representatives who are associated with program 1.1 go, and we will move to the National Reconstruction Fund Corporation now. So I'll just wait for those representatives to get to the table.
Chair, I'm just going to put on notice that we have a lot more questions for 1.1. I'm going to have to put those on notice, but there is a lot for this division to deal with. And if we need to return in December to deal with some of those issues, because when we get the results on notice they are inadequate, we will. Yeah, great. Thank you.
We very much anticipate we'll spend a lot of time on this. Yeah, good.
Thanks for that. Do you have a lot of questions for the NRF?
I've never been to Napoli is fantastic. So I went there on my honeymoon and spent 4 hours there, and then I did North Coast. Then we had 5 days there with the kids.
All right. Yeah, they do. Maybe they're grads or something. Okay, I think we can kick off now. So the committee welcomes representatives from the National Reconstruction Fund Corporation. Would you like to make an opening statement? And if so, if it could be as brief as possible to help us with time management, that would be much appreciated.
Certainly, Senator. David Gall, the CEO of the National Reconstruction Fund. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I would like to make a short statement and begin by acknowledging the Ngunnawal people, the traditional owners of the land on which we meet today. I'd like to pay my respects to the elders past, present and emerging. It's almost 9 months since I began my tenure as the CEO of the NRFC, and more than 6 months since I last appeared before this committee. These months have been a period of really intense activity, but significant progress and growing impact for the NRFC, and I'm pleased to appear before you today to discuss the important matters relating to the fund and how we're executing on our ambitious mandate and a critical purpose. If 2024 was regarded as a period of laying important groundwork, 2025 is the year that we've hit the ground running. We began making investments in November of last year, and since that point have made 12 commitments to invest $670 million in companies, businesses and projects that are set to deliver significant impact for Australia and its people. Our investment target for the 2025 financial year was $550 million, and I'm pleased to say that we met and exceeded this target, delivering $584 million in investment. Our investment activities continue to accelerate and expand in line with our target of investing an additional $1.5 billion across priority areas of the Australian economy by the end of the 25-26 financial year. It's a target we have chosen and we believe is ambitious but achievable. I want to highlight the commitment and the great work done by the entire staff, but particularly our investments team for getting us to this point. In short time, we've built an impressive, capable team around our Chief Investment Officer, Dr. Mary Manning, beside me, and the investment specialists we have added to our team. That's allowed us to deliver on our mandate and deliver investments for the Australian people across the 7 priority areas of the economy. Having come to this role after spending decades in the private sector, I can say I've been hugely impressed by the calibre of people we've been able to attract to work at the NRFC and the level of commitment our people display towards the mission and purpose of the fund, which is to transform and diversify Australia's industrial capability. We understand the urgency of the task and we're committed to meeting the moment. The 7 priority areas that have been provided to us in the investment mandate have been well chosen. One of the things that I'm really pleased about is the way our emerging portfolio is already starting to show a good spread of investments across these areas, as well as a strong geographic spread. We're committed to being a fund for all of Australia, and that is reflected in the investments we've already made. These range from critical minerals opportunities like our commitment to the Northern Territory's Nolans project, put forward by Arafura Rare Earths, or the Kathleen Valley Lithium project of WA's Liontown Resources, to backing world-leading mine safety automation equipment via Queensland's Russell Mineral Equipment. They include investing in quantum computing, information security and semiconductor leaders in New South Wales and the ACT. We've supported satellite and space capability via our investment in South Australia's Myriota, as well as backing medical science deals like our investment in Victoria's Polyactiva and our $200 million investment in Brandon Capital's BB6 fund. In line with our mandate, these investments are helping to create highly skilled jobs, build Australia's industrial capability, strengthen our national security and contribute to Australia's net zero transition. Most importantly, they will nurture Australia's innovation so that we can stay, grow and scale in this country. If looking back provides a sense of pride, looking forward is a reason for excitement. Over the past 12 months, we've not just built an investment capability, but we've built an ability to effectively engage across the investment ecosystem, particularly around manufacturing and innovation. That involves working closely with our specialist investment vehicles and organisations like the Net Zero Economic Agency to ensure that our activities are complementary and collaborative. It also involves making ourselves more accessible and approachable for Australian companies who want to know more about us and whether or not we can support them. Having come from the banking industry, where there's always a strong focus on delivering for the customer, this has been a particular focus for my leadership. We'll not be able to invest in every opportunity that comes our way, but I do want us to be able to deliver a positive experience for all those who engage with us. And we have made some significant strides in delivering on that. Our ability to identify and build relationships with key stakeholders has increased, and the results have seen a very strong pipeline, with great investments representing all priority areas in states and territories. Now, we've worked hard during recent months to accelerate investment activity while fine-tuning the build-out of governance and other processes that a young organisation such as ours needs to operate successfully for the long term. I'm confident and optimistic that the work we've done leaves us in an excellent position to continue expanding and accelerating our activities and our impact as we deliver for the Australian people. We thank you for your interest and welcome the committee's questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gall. We'll go straight to questions.
I think Senator Chandler has questions.
No.
Oh, no?
Next up.
Next one. Okay, thank you. I do have some questions. Hello, thank you very much for joining us today. I want to ask first and foremost about some of the investments that you made very early on in the life of the NRF. The ANAO's recent report into the design and establishment of the NRF said that there were investments that were made before the investment strategy had been finalised. So I'm just, I want a sense of how those investments were, how did they contribute, I think, to your investment outcome if you didn't have an investment strategy to benchmark them against?
Look, thanks, Senator, for the question, and I might kick off, and if the Chief Investment Officer has further to add, I'll welcome her to continue. We started making investments in November of last year. At that point in time, there had been a lot of work done around building the investment process out and also understanding what the investment strategy was. That was finalised and approved in a final form by the board through the course of this year. But we had the right artefacts in place, including the guidance of our legislation, which covered off on all the priority areas to be able to invest, understanding that we were investing in businesses that were totally consistent with our mandate. But, Dr Manning, would you like to add to that?
Thank you. Mary Manning, Chief Investment Officer, National Reconstruction Fund. I will continue with David's comments in terms of the difference between an investment strategy and an investment process. We have a very detailed investment process which has been in place far before we started making investments. It consists of a number of very specific steps. The first step is investment screening, where we determine whether proposed investments are in line with our Act and mandate. The second stage is due diligence, and we have 3 very specific steps of due diligence: phase 0, phase 1, and phase 2. The next step is actual investment and closing or voting on the investment, then closing the investment, and then investment management. These are part of our investment guidelines, which were in place prior to our first investment. Okay. In terms of strategy, we also had a strategic asset allocation, which in the financial industry is called an SAA, which, as you know, we can invest across debt, equity, and guarantees. And the strategic asset allocation was in place, or was understood from August 2024, and there was a plan in place for the allocations roughly between debt and equity and the different sub-asset classes within that. So with the money that you were allocated, it was automatically split into the SAA's asset allocation? I mean, what did you do with that? Was there money sitting there that was simply had to be invested in something that was called debt and something that was called equity, or did you actually have to wait until you found an investment, an investment piece to put your money? So, yes. I'm not explaining this very well. Did you get a pool of capital which you then had to have in investable assets, or did you have to wait for the right opportunities to invest in a specific NRF style investment?
Thanks, Senator, for the question. It is the latter. So we progressively draw.
Right. Right. It's progressive drawdown. That's what I wanted to know. Okay. Thank you for that. So if that is the case, and I understand the difference between investment process and investment strategy, you still didn't actually have an investment strategy in place. And it does, I suppose, from an outsider's perspective, there seems to be so many announcements around the National Reconstruction Fund. Its mandate or its direction or its purpose seems to be something nebulous with each different budget. How how do you decide and how do you adjust with each new announcement of what the NRF is actually going to do? Particularly because, as far as I can see, I think you said the investment strategy hasn't yet been signed off by the board, or it has been?
Yes, Senator.
It has been signed off by the board. It's been approved by the board. Okay.
Yes. So to answer the first part of your question, when you start investing, and certainly our first and second, and now we're at 12 different investments, the idea is to deploy the capital. And from a strategic perspective, once you have a portfolio, then that is a different aspect of the strategy. Unlike other funds, large parts of the strategy and the strategic direction of the NRF are mandated via our Act and mandate. So the best example of that is our priority areas. We do not need a strategy for which areas of the economy we can invest in because those are very clearly stated. Unlike potentially private sector funds who can decide whether they invest in debt or equity or provide guarantees, that is mandated to us via the mandate. And so those main aspects, which would be part of an investment strategy, were already accounted for by the NRF via our Act and mandate.
Thank you. All right, I've just been reminded, I did actually write to you in advance of this Senate estimates hearing and ask for some specific documents for you to come armed with some specific documents. I'm hoping you have those. The latest iteration of your risk appetite statement, the CEO papers, including attachments presented to the board in financial year 24-25. You've done all that?
Senator, thank you for the letter which you wrote to me beforehand. We've certainly come wanting to be as prepared as possible to answer your questions.
Yep, and I was going to ask you to be ready to table those documents. Are you ready to table those documents?
Senator, we're not ready to table those, but I'm certainly here ready to answer your questions.
Okay, so my request was that you come ready to table those documents. If there was any personal information in them, you could redact them. Why are you not ready to table those documents?
Senator, we are here to answer your questions today.
Yes.
If they're questions that we can't answer, we'll certainly take on notice and look to be able to provide answers to those questions.
Well, my question was, could you table the documents?
Yes, but Senator, it's very helpful to write in advance, both for you and for the organisation, so that they're able to answer questions. There are processes for the discovery of documents, both as we've just traversed in terms of the normal course of events, in terms of FOIs. If you want access to a particular document and you're seeking it through this process, the official is entitled to take it on notice. I just suggest if there's questions that you've got, the team has come prepared to answer them.
Okay, my question is, why can you not provide those documents?
Well, I think I'll let Mr. Gall answer, but he's entitled to take the provision of documents on notice, and there's proper processes that have to go on.
I understand that, Minister, but I did send this letter on the 26th of September, so it's not as if there hasn't been a bit of lead time. If there was a good reason why you weren't going to provide those documents, I would have thought that you would give the committee a heads up.
But that's a new and novel process that the committee doesn't do, and the Senate standing orders don't provide for. We're prepared to answer your questions.
Is there a reason why you wouldn't provide an iteration of the board's conflict of interest register? I mean, I wouldn't have thought that that would be a particularly controversial document.
Again, I'll endeavour to answer questions around that, and if we take that on notice, then I'll refer to advice to see if I can actually provide that.
Is there a reason why you wouldn't provide the National Reconstruction Fund's incident register? Again, I wouldn't have thought a particularly controversial document, pretty standard.
It's just not a normal process to go through for a list of documents to be provided and say, well, turn up and give us all these documents. This is a question and answer sort of forum.
Let's try it a different way.
Sometimes documents can be provided, but there's a well-worn path about how we approach that.
Okay. Talk to me about your risk appetite.
Sure. Senator, we have a risk appetite statement.
I know, I asked for it, but you wouldn't table it.
In place. Our risk appetite sets out the parameters which we're willing to do investments right through from ordinary equity right through to debt. The risk appetite also tables our operational risk appetite, our appetite as it relates to all other risks, including compliance right through to liquidity and credit risk. It is a normal standard risk appetite statement that I think is certainly appropriate for our fund, but would be consistent with many other funds out there as well.
If it's normal and consistent, why would you not just table it?
Well, I'm happy to take the request to table it on notice, and I'll see if we are able to table it after taking advice.
I think your questions have been answered, I think, the best they can at the moment. I'm going to rotate the call. Senator Payman.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you. Just on the National Reconstruction Fund, we know that billions of dollars have been committed, but they remain largely undeployed. I guess similar to Senator Ruston's, Senator Hume's line of questioning. I'm curious to understand what's causing the delays in these funds being allocated to projects.
Thank you, Senator, for the question. I do want to be really clear on this. You know, we have made 12 investments. There's $670 million of the fund committed. As at the end of June, we'd committed $584 million against the plan that we had of $550 million. So we're actually slightly exceeding our plan and our expectation of where we expected the fund to be at the 30th of June. What I would say, Senator, is we have committed to a significant increase in funding over the course of this 12-month period we're in, financial year 26, to lift that to a further $1.5 billion, and we're very focused at achieving that goal at the moment.
And what criteria do you expect projects to meet in order for that funding to be allocated?
I'll take that one. So as discussed previously, we have a very defined investment process which is applied to all the proposals that we get for financing. There is a specific process which starts with screening. That we sometimes call it the can we step. So it's looking at proposals and do they align with our act and mandate, and are they eligible. Once we determine that a project is eligible as by our act and mandate, then we go through a number of specific due diligence steps to make sure that this is an investment which will generate a commercial return as per our act and mandate, and a commercial return which is in line with the risk. There are a number of very specific steps to that due diligence, including commercial due diligence, legal due diligence, intellectual property due diligence, ESG due diligence. I can go through the rest of the list. We have these investments go to the Executive Investment Committee for voting between Phase 1 and Phase 2 of the due diligence process, and they go back to the Investment Committee for Phase 2 voting, and then after that they go to the board or the board investment committee for voting. So that is the process by which we determine whether these projects are in line with our criteria for investment.
And the anticipated timeline for those phases to be completed, what do you guys anticipate that to be?
It varies widely depending on the type of investment. So, for example, if you have a relatively small equity investment and where there is time constraints from the counterparty, that can be very quick, I think, measured in weeks. If you have a very large project finance, which includes billions of dollars of financing and includes multiple counterparties, including potential international counterparties, those types of projects can take between 12 and 18 months in terms of due diligence. So it really just depends on the nature of the financing opportunity.
Are there fund coordinators in place to fast track the allocation of funds?
I'm not exactly sure what you mean by fund coordinator, but every deal that comes into the NRF is treated equally, regardless of how it comes in. And then there are people on the investment team whose job it is to go through the different phases of the due diligence for different types of investments, debt or equity or project finance.
How many projects have been approved in WA?
I would have to take that on notice. We have made investments in WA. Arafura, the investment commitment David mentioned before, the headquarters is in WA. Liontown is an investment which is in WA. So I would say 2, but I will take the exact number on notice.
Please, and if you could also put the amount that was allocated to the project. So, yeah, thank you. Are there any changes needed to increase the speed at which the funds can be allocated? Not just speed, but efficiency, you know, getting the money out the door, essentially?
As David mentioned, we are actually ahead of budget for the last year, so we are pleased with the speed in which we deployed, particularly in the first year. As David mentioned, our first investment wasn't until November, and so if you annualize from November till the end of June, we are pleased with that level of efficiency. Certainly, as a new organisation, which the NRF is, there are always areas where we can improve the efficiency. Having a larger investment team is a possibility there, but improving the efficiency is something that we're always looking at. We are comfortable with the pace that we are investing at currently and are on track to meet our investment
So if you were to put a figure, my math's not great, what is the like how much of the funds have you pretty much, have been allocated in percentage terms, would you say?
Look, I'm happy to take that, Senator. So the amount that I mentioned before was $670 million committed. That's of the $15 billion fund. Now, obviously, it is a multi-year journey. We expect to do a further $1.5 billion in the financial year that we're just in. That should take us somewhere to around $2 billion and then progressively increase the amount deployed each year after that.
And it's over how many year term?
Well, we would expect to have the full fund deployed sometime around 2030.
2030.
Yeah. And just to be clear, it's not a defined fund. The intention is that as the NRF receives money back, they can recycle the loans. So it's not a defined limit. It's 15 billion over time, and once money's recouped from investments, it'll be reinvested back into the Australian industry landscape.
So loans will be paid back, equity may be sold. So it's not just an income thing. I'm saying it's
made earlier. No, that's cool. And will the government regularly update the Senate on the deployment of the funds under the NRF, and how regularly should we anticipate for that to occur?
My experience, there is a very high level of interest in the public statements that the National Reconstruction Fund makes every time that it makes an investment. So that is, we'll be here at Senate Estimates regularly going through the kind of reports that Mr Gall has just taken the committee through. We're very anxious to be open about where those investments are and very happy at each estimates to go through that, and you can be pretty confident that when we make an investment, that if I can get there to tell people about it, I will.
This is a quarterly reporting requirement to Parliament.
Quarterly. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Payman. Senator Hume.
What is your SAA?
That is commercial in confidence. In terms of the $15 billion, how it's allocated, but it is
between
in line
debt and equity.
Between debt and equity.
So, riddle me this: you have an SAA that has a proportion of debt, proportion of equity, and then you get your first investment on the books, and it's all equity. Haven't you already breached your SAA?
No. So the SAA is a long-term strategic asset allocation for the entire $15 billion.
Right. Do you have a CAA?
Tactical? No, we don't have a tactical. And certainly when you start investing, the idea is just to make the investments. And if we get to a point where either the strategic or the tactical is significantly out of whack with what we're expecting, then we can do origination to balance things out.
Origination, sorry, so that explain to me origination in...
Origination, we get a lot of proposals. To date, we've had more than 1,000 proposals. But say if we just got proposals for one type of financing or just proposal for one of the 7 priority sectors, then that would be imbalanced versus the sector diversification that's required under our Act and the asset class diversification which is required to be debt and equity. So then we we could go proactively out and look for deals that would balance things
Right, so you
over
say,
time.
people approach you and say, what we really want is debt financing for X, Y and Z, and you go, no, I can't do debt financing, but hey, I've got some equity that I can offer you.
No, I would say, for example, we get a lot of proposals in, and some are for debt and some are for equity, and we go through the investment process, which we discussed before. Say, for example, there was an area of Australia or one of the priority sectors where we were not seeing any deals, then we have sector experts that are on the investment team who would go out and meet with specific companies and determine their financing needs, determine the financing needs within the industry, and then we can proactively source deal flow via that manner.
Right, so you're not waiting for people to come to you to say, we need help in order to do whatever it is that each one of these organisations needs to do that aligns with government
So many
objectives.
people do come to us. We've had over 1,000 proposals, and we have processed those. But there's also outbound to understand the needs of the investment community, and particularly because the NRF.
So you're looking for ways to spend taxpayer money.
Good.
Yeah, Senator, yes, we are looking for ways to invest taxpayer money to help build industrial capability. And it's, you know, as a young organisation, it's not surprising that there are businesses out there that don't know of our existence. And I think where we've gone out to understood priority areas, and, you know, if I take an example, we've done a lot of mapping in an area like agricultural, forestry and fisheries value added to actually understand the different parts of that industry that where opportunities are, where we can actually play a role, and actively gone out to some of those businesses to say, hey, want you to know that we are here, that we are available to discuss investment opportunities. And I'm actually confident that that's an appropriate way for us to help build out value chains, make certain supply chains more resilient, and help to create some new industries and fill in some of the missing areas for Australia at the moment too.
Okay. I want to go back to the ANAO report. It also found that the NRFC did not have a financial strategy in place, and this was at the 31st of March this year. It said on page 10 that the NRFC board had yet to develop a financial strategy to support its financial sustainability and return on investment. Now, obviously, that's a legislative requirement of the NRFC to deliver a return to government on its investments. So why was there no financial strategy in place on the 31st of March, and is there one now?
Thank you, Senator. The answer to the second part of your question is yes, there is one been approved by the board and in place. The answer to the first part of the question is the financial plan has always been in place for the NRFC. We have complemented that now with a financial strategy, but importantly, the financial plan has guided any investment and other expenditure that the NRFC has undertaken, and there's a transparency obviously around that. You will see that in our annual report as well, and how we've performed against every aspect of our financial plan.
Okay. Can I understand then, did the NRFC assume that a financial plan was the equivalent of financial strategy, but the ANAO said no, it's not good enough?
The ANAO recommended that the NRFC put a financial strategy in place to complement what we've got. The financial strategy has a long-term view, and it works through the process to get us through to financial sustainability. Now, I'd say a lot of the aspects of that were covered off in our 3-year plan, which has been tabled previously, but the financial strategy goes into a lot more detail about how we get there to achieve long-term sustainability of the fund.
Okay. Is that something that can be tabled?
I'll take that on notice, and if we can, I will.
Thank you. Can I also ask about some of the corporate policies? The ANAO reported that in March, 29 corporate policies remain under active development or consideration. Can you please give this committee a list of the incomplete policies that were cited and their status to date?
So, Senator, in terms of status, any policy that was outstanding at that time has been completed. In terms of the individual specifics, I would have to take that on notice.
Can you then, on notice, table a list of all the incomplete policies and a list of their status as to when they were completed between the time that the ANAO reported this and today?
So, Senator, I'll need to take that question on notice. I think it was
whether you
similar.
can or
No, I think the question was similar to my answer, what I was trying to answer in the previous question, which was a list of what the ANAO saw as the incomplete policies, and I want to take that question on notice, and if I can provide an answer to that, we will.
It's really just a list of the at the point in time the ANAO made that observation.
It said you don't have a
and then when they were completed, because there's I'm not engaged in this piece of work, but it makes sense, right, that there's a program of work for the board to adopt facilities, policies. If the ANAO's arrived in the middle of that, some will be done and some aren't. The officials taken that on notice, and we'll see if we can provide that to you.
I agree. Some of these, though, are obviously just bog standard things that almost any organisation should have. They're off-the-shelf kind of stuff. I'm surprised that the department hasn't been able to.
Yeah, the board's got to adopt those things, though, and they've
got to have them in the first place to adopt them.
It's worked through a program of work there. I'm very confident that we'll have a look at that and see what we can come back to you with.
Okay. On page 53 of the ANAO report, in footnote 126, it noted that one of those policies that did not exist at the NRFC was a board-approved sexual harassment policy. I'm interested to know how many months the NRFC were operating without a board-approved sexual harassment policy, because obviously this is a standard requirement for pretty much any organisation in Australia now. How long did NRFC operate without a sexual harassment policy?
I'd like to take that question on notice, Senator.
Okay. Minister, have you received any briefings, whether they be formal or whether they be informal, from the NRFC or from your office or from the department about the status of incomplete board-approved policies, including the failure to deliver a sexual harassment policy?
I'll have a look and see whether there's in the briefings that my office has received. I mean, obviously I've been engaged with the fund focused on the kind of performance and investment questions that you've traversed earlier. I do have an expectation, of course, that all of those questions that go to governance and culture, which are founded in having the right policies, must be worked through by the board and the management. I would expect that there would be a period of time, the shorter the better, where the absence of policies, there would be a sort of public sector framework that goes to the way that recruitment is conducted, that management conducts itself as it goes through that set-up process. I've heard the Chief Executive report to you that all of those policies are in place.
Yep.
And if we can provide any more information about the level of, where the briefings went to those questions in terms of the account of the setup, bearing in mind, of course, I've been around for the last 3 or 4 months, and it may be that kind of early work is, I'm.
You're hoping to dot the I's and cross the T's, Minister.
Yeah, yes, and there's a lot of effort gone into the establishment of this fund prior to my arrival here by the previous minister and the previous previous CEO and others as they've worked through all of these questions.
I understand that. Obviously, if you're responsible, I'm close, $15 billion worth of taxpayer money, obviously there's enormous expectations of performance on this organisation, but there is also enormous expectations of governance too.
And my experience is that good performance is founded in good governance, and there is a very strong relationship between meeting those two completely reasonable public expectations.
We're in vehement agreement, Minister, which is why when I ask for the latest iteration of the NRFC's incident register and don't even get a response, let alone a copy of the incident register, and at the same time, wait a second, Minister, and at the same time find out that there hasn't been a sexual harassment policy in place and that the ANAO thought that this was of great concern, there does seem to be a level of opacity that is unacceptable in an organisation that has the stature of the NRFC. So, Mr Gall, in the time that you have been here, that there has been no board-approved sexual harassment policy, were there any incidents, alleged or otherwise, that have occurred of which you are aware?
Senator, as far as I'm aware, there has there been as far as I'm aware, there is one complaint of a sexual harassment nature that has occurred over my time at the NRFC.
And there is now a sexual harassment policy that the NRFC has adopted?
Senator, I believe so, and I will confirm that with you.
And the incident to which you refer has been resolved using that policy, or was it before that policy was put into place?
Senator, the incident has been resolved.
The incident has been resolved or is being resolved?
No, it has been.
Has been resolved. Was it resolved using policies and procedures that were established, or was it just resolved?
It was using policies and procedures that had been established.
All right. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Can I just clarify, so just note that policies that organisations put in place are in addition to the legal requirements placed upon them. So they clarify any additional steps that might be relevant for organisations. So I just want to clarify for the Senate that an absence of a policy does not mean there's an absence of governance requirements as part of the legislative requirements.
Thank you, Ms Quinn. Considering the Parliament has just gone through its entire Jenkins review or the implementation of a PWSS, of an IPSC, of incredible amounts of oversight, I think we're pretty aware of the fact that there is a need for not just to uphold the law, but to set the standard and to raise it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I think with that we have exhausted questions for the National Reconstruction Fund, so thank you very much. You are free to go now, or stay and continue to observe if you like. We will now move to the... are we at Department of Industry, Science and Resources, Program 1.2. So we'll just wait for the relevant officers to reach the table. The Office of Industry, Innovation, Science Australia and the Chief Scientist, who I think are joining us.
If there are questions for them, it depends on...
I am assuming there will be. Oh, who are your questions? Well, let's start. We'll start with questions to the department, and then we can call on the others if need be. So,
if there aren't questions for particular bits of the program, I think it would be. I mean, if people aren't going to get asked questions and are hanging around all afternoon,
oh yes, that would be nice.
If there's a possibility, just getting your heads together for a minute and figuring that out.
Well, for this section,
I'm quite anxious to let people go if they can go.
Okay, what about, we'll start with you, Senator Chandler, and then I'll follow that up.
I think
I wouldn't want to speak on behalf of
Yep.
I think staff would really appreciate that. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. So the committee would like to welcome representatives of the Department of Industry, Science and Resources for Program 1.2, Investing in Science, Technology and Commercialisation, the Office of the Industry, Innovation and Science Australia, and Australia's Chief Scientist. And we'll go to Senator Chandler.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks officials for coming today. I have questions about the PsyQuantum contract for officials, and I think we have the right ones at the table. My understanding is that the quantum branch has been restructured into the new International Science and Investment branch. Is that correct?
So we've changed the name of the branch, but we haven't.
That's literally all you've done, change the name?
Yes, that's right.
Right. So PsyQuantum, the oversight of the PsyQuantum investment is still within the International Science and Investment branch?
Correct.
Why did you change the name?
We did a refresh of our organisational structure across the whole department, and we worked through. There was a set of different reasons. It was always the case that the quantum branch, as it was previously called, did a set of other work in critical technologies.
Mm-hmm.
As part of the restructure, we moved elements to do with medical technology and biotechnology to be with the other critical technologies. And so it made sense to broaden the title to reflect the diverse nature of the policy issues it was already doing.
Right. So quantum branch has in effect been expanded out to cover more things.
We added some medical items, but a very small number of people were moved. It was already doing all the other critical technology work.
I've still got the right people at the table, though.
You do.
Wonderful. Where are we at with the PsyQuantum contract?
Thank you, Senator. Helen Wilson, Deputy Secretary, Science and Technology Group. We're continuing to work with Export Finance Australia on the range of conditions precedent for, prior to finalising the contract. We're not yet at financial close.
Yeah. And I do have questions going to EFA later tonight about this, but that, and I don't want to ask you questions that I know have to go to them, but that means that apart from the convertible notes that have been issued by EFA that will eventually get drawn down upon once PsyQuantum reaches technical milestones, no funds have yet been released from the department to PsyQuantum?
That's correct.
Okay. At the February estimates, I think it was you, Ms Wilson, told me that PsyQuantum have said on their website they're expecting to break ground at the site at Brisbane Airport in 2025. There are only 3 months left of 2025. Do you think that milestone's going to be reached?
That question, I think, is better directed to colleagues at the Department of Infrastructure who work with the Brisbane Airport Corporation and with PsyQuantum. PsyQuantum continues to work with the Brisbane Airport Corporation in relation to their plans for building at Brisbane Airport.
Have you had any engagement with the Department of Infrastructure to understand whether a planning application has been brought forward by Brisbane Airport yet for the site?
I'm just going to ask lovely Anthony McGregor, who's Head of Science Division, to come and give any more details in relation to the work with the Department of Infrastructure, who talked to Brisbane Airport Corporation.
Senator Anthony McGregor, Head of Science Division. So could you repeat the questions?
Has your department had any engagement with infrastructure to understand whether Brisbane Airport has put forward a planning application for the site at this point in time? At February estimates, they hadn't.
I'm aware, Senator, that the company PsyQuantum is in regular contact with Department of Infrastructure. We are in regular contact with infrastructure as well, but we leave the conversations between the company and the department to them as the regulators.
So you haven't at any point, particularly given the fact there are only 3 months left to 2025 and we thought we were going to be turning sod on this year, you haven't asked the infrastructure department, hey, have you got an application from PsyQuantum yet to assess so that you can get to the point of breaking ground?
Senator, I'm aware that there have been drafts of the plan or of the documentation that PsyQuantum needs to provide to initiate that process. I couldn't speak to the specific point in the process that the company's at. That'd be a question of the Department of Infrastructure.
So my previous conversations with infrastructure around the legislative framework and the legislated period of time that a planning application can be assessed at suggested that it was a 6 to 9 month period. So if infrastructure haven't got a final application at this point, it's pretty unlikely that we're going to have a sod turning on this thing by the end of this year, isn't it? You can't turn the sod if you haven't had the application approved.
So just to be clear though, the responsibility for doing the approval process is with the company and with the Brisbane Airport Corporation. They then go to the regulator, which is the Department of Infrastructure. We are talking to the company about their progress and where things are up to. We are very careful around probity arrangements, etc. It would be inappropriate for us as the company, as the department dealing with the company on their plans, etc., to be engaged with the regulator on their behalf. That is not an appropriate process. So we're just to be very clear. So when you say asking questions of the department, that could be taken to be, interfering in the process. So we haven't done that, and we're very careful about probity, just like we're very careful about our relationship with EFA, who are the holders of the instruments and things like that. So we are obviously very supportive of the company. We are discussing with them, and they give us updates on where they're up to for relevance to do with the quantum strategy and their investments in the quantum ecosystem and their connections with universities and the like. But when it gets to the technical kind of milestones, we're very careful about who's responsible legally for what act, and we all stay in our appropriate allocated roles.
Yeah, sorry. And to be clear, Secretary, I wasn't implying that you were... I wasn't trying to imply that you were inappropriately trying to put the skates on other elements of government.
Why we don't veer into exactly where you're up to, because we don't want to interfere in a normal process between a regulated entity and a regulator. And so, of course, at an appropriate stage, they would tell us, like they would tell the rest of the investor community where they're up to.
Minister, I know you've just turned around, sorry.
Delighted to see you all.
I'll put the question to you. Your government made a big song and dance about this project when the contract was first signed. My understanding from the announcements around that time is that we were hoping to get the first quantum computer up and running in Australia by the end of 2027. Your department said at the last estimates that we were hoping to be breaking sod by the end of 2025. It doesn't look like we're going to get there, does it?
My recollection as the Assistant Minister in Manufacturing and then in Future Made in Australia and appearing in these estimates was that the Albanese government did a lot of work to secure this investment in the world's first fault-tolerant quantum computing capability in Brisbane, Queensland, and secured that work to the extent that there was singing and dancing. It was performance in this committee trying to undermine the value of that work and to diminish the strategic significance of that piece of work, which actually does matter for the country in strategic and industrial capability terms. Having made that gentle observation, I would say that, of course, I as Minister and the government want to see this progress in a way that is about haste and not speed. That is, we want to see it move quickly, but it's got to move properly, and there are elements of this that are matters for the company. And the proponents and the Queensland Government and the Brisbane Airport. Obviously I'm watching it with some interest.
You're watching it with some interest. Have you had any engagement with your other ministers at a federal level in relation to the bits of the puzzle that they are in charge of?
I have not engaged with the Minister for Transport about these questions.
Minister for Trade about the EFA questions?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I'm sure that at some point, we would have talked about this in general terms, of course, because it's a big thing for the country, but I haven't, since I've been appointed, had a discussion in relation to the EFA questions with... That's just, it's not, I wouldn't rule it out, but it's happening in the future, but it's not something that I've done because it doesn't really go to, you know, the achievement of this set of objectives. It is, if it's required, then of course, in a proper way, I'll fulfil my responsibilities here, but I'm satisfied that the bits of the portfolio that are engaged with this are engaging in a proper way for the right reasons.
The project, when it was originally announced, was touted as being a project to build the world's first quantum computer. Now, I know the department is aware that PsiQuantum has a similar project underway in Chicago in the United States, which my understanding from various media reporting is progressing at quite a rate. Given the fact that, I mean, I will, you know, eat my hat if we're turning sod on this thing before the 31st of December this year. Are we concerned that Chicago might build the world's first quantum computer rather than Brisbane at this stage?
No, Senator, we're not. We are aware of where PsiQuantum is up to at the Chicago site, but I may have made similar points in previous appearances. The facility in Chicago will house what's called a smaller beta version of PsiQuantum's utility scale fault-tolerant quantum computer, and that the construction of this beta system forms a really important part of the roadmap for PsiQuantum's first fault-tolerant quantum computer in Brisbane.
And if I could just add to what Ms Wilson was saying, Senator, which is correct, that the recent announcement about the Chicago facility is, as we've expected, and as Ms Wilson said, a step on the way to the commercial scale facility. There will ultimately be commercial scale facilities, or the company's plan is to have them in Australia and Chicago, but the recent announcement is as we expected.
Okay. Has the department received any formal reports from the independent technical advisor appointed by the EFA?
That's a matter for EFA, Senator.
Sorry, it's not. I've asked if the department has received any formal reports. No, you haven't. Okay.
The technical advisor reports to EFA.
Okay.
Sorry.
I want to talk about the post-implementation review that your department initiated into the procurement process, and I use that term somewhat loosely, to select PsiQuantum to build the first quantum computer. So again, at the last estimates, in the February estimates, I don't think we got to this in the last estimates, you provided to me on notice that the contract for McGrath-Nichols, externally contracted internal audit of your process was due on, the contract for that was ending on the 30th of June 2025. Was that actually the date that the contract with McGrath-Nichols ended?
Yes, that's right.
And the review was released a couple of weeks ago?
On the 19th of September.
On the 19th of September. Where was it sitting for 3.5 months?
Senator, once McGrath-Nichols had finalised its reports there, they were engaged through the department's internal audit program, overseen by our Audit and Risk Committee, and so that there were some steps to go through for that report to be considered by the Audit and Risk Committee.
So when did your Audit and Risk Committee consider the report?
I don't think I have that information, Senator, but I can...
Could you take it on notice, please?
Yeah, I can.
How often does your Audit and Risk Committee meet?
It's not in my area, Senator, but I'm sure we can find out for you.
That question sort of predicated on knowing the answer to the first one, so thank you. Again, at February estimates, we had a chat about the selection of McGrath-Nichols to do this review, and again, I think combination of questions that we asked in this room and questions on notice, I came to understand that the department ordinarily uses EY and KPMG. KPMG is your appointed internal auditor, and they were conflicted out of potentially doing a PIR because they also do work for PsyQuantum. And then, and I think this was in the Quan, you use EY for, I'm trying to think of the exact terminology, management-initiated audits, I think was the terminology used in the Quan that you provided me. What does that mean?
Managed initiated reports are reports that I, as the accountable authority, ask our internal audit process to review, to provide information on processes and efficiency and effectiveness.
So why didn't you ask EY to do this PIR?
I don't recall the kind of details. We wanted to get the best people in the available time. I have a vague recollection, but maybe my colleagues can correct. It was about capacity of the number of... We already had a full schedule of managed initiated reviews, which had already been agreed through our audit process and executive board, and so there was a question about adding something into the schedule and whether supplementing that with additional resources.
EY couldn't find it in themselves to provide you with some additional resources to do the work.
We go through a process of the most efficient and effective way of doing it, and there's a specific contract that we have, and so that would have been part of the consideration. But I don't know if my colleagues have anything to add.
No, that's also my recollection, Senator. We will take it on notice, and I'd like to just correct any misunderstanding. The post-implementation review was into the approach the department took to evaluating PsyQuantum's investment proposal and providing advice to government.
Sorry.
Just to clarify, if you think it was just to do with procurement, it was to do with the approach the department took to evaluating PsyQuantum's investment proposal and providing advice to the government.
Sure.
Senator, you've around 15 minutes.
Can I have one more question?
Yeah,
Thank you, Chair. So in relation to that review, obviously there are a couple of issues arising out of it that the department needs to address. What's the plan for that going forward?
Overall, the review found that the approach and the processes taken by the department were appropriate and met the requirements of government.
Okay. I think that's all from me, Chair.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. That concludes our questions for this section. There were some other colleagues who did have questions but are not here, so they can put their questions on notice. So I thank you very much for coming, and I think we are now changing ministers.
What?
Yeah. Just for a short time. We'll see you again later.
I'm so...
but I think we're going to program 1.3. So those who are...
Kingo, that's what I'm doing.
Can I just check how long a break it is?
Oh, there's no break, but no, sorry, not for the department, just for the minister.
Yes.
Oh yeah, do you? Yeah, well, yeah. Yeah, can we stop broadcast for a minute? We'll get broadcast happening again. Thank you, everyone. So we are on, Department of Industry, Science and Resources Outcome 1, Program 1.3. So the committee welcomes the Senator, the Honourable Anthony Chisholm, Assistant Minister for Resources, representing the Minister for Resources. Hello. And the committee welcomes representatives of the Department of Industry, Science and Resources for Program 1.3, supporting a strong resources sector. So I will throw straight to Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to ask about offshore acreages. Will you be able to help me with that, Mr Jaramenko?
Indeed.
Excellent. I wanted to ask, when will the next round of exploration acreage be announced? What basins will be included in the announcement?
Robert Jaramenko, Deputy Secretary, Resources and Strategy. Thank you, Senator. Just the last portion of that sentence, the door closed, and I missed a word, if you wouldn't mind repeating.
I asked what basins would be included in the announcement of new acreage.
So, Senator, just in terms of the acreage release process, so there is a need for nominations to be put forward by industry. There is a process that is followed in terms of when advice is then provided to government as to whether it is appropriate for a minister to consider acreage release. And we have most recently in 2024, or the minister in 2024, announced the awarding of permits for some acreage that was released in previous years. So that's sort of where we are to date, and at previous estimates hearings we've gone through some of the detail of that. I'm happy to have colleagues go through that again if you would like. But as to current decisions on acreage, there haven't been any to date since that update from 2024.
Thank you. I won't ask for you to go through what was already announced because we've been through that previously. Have you been receiving nominations for new acreage releases?
I'll just check whether colleagues have that detail. I don't have that detail with me.
Cliff Weeks, General Manager, Offshore Resources. Yes, Senator, we do receive nominations. The process is currently open all year round.
So, Mr Jaramenko was just talking about waiting for nominations to be received. Good news, you're receiving nominations. So what will be the process to then move to releasing, assessing, recommending, releasing new acreage?
There's two parts to that, Senator. So the first bit is that we, once we receive nominations, work with other stakeholders, Geoscience Australia, to really do a first pass to see how legitimate those nominations are. So we're going through that process now. One of the other things we're doing is we're currently briefing the Minister's Office around reframing acreage release. So as part of the future gas strategy, government wants to do acreage release differently. So we're currently putting up advice.
Okay, so it's been 3-4 years since we've had new acreage released. In the future gas strategy, as you've identified, you've got continuing to release offshore acreage for greenhouse gas storage as an immediate action. Is that what you're referring to about doing it differently?
For petroleum, so we did a 2023 acreage release for greenhouse gas. For petroleum, part of the future gas strategy is trying to identify areas that are near existing projects, producing basins. So rather than having a frontier approach where anyone can put in a nomination, government wants to be more targeted around the basins they want to target. And as part of that nominations process, the government then decides on what areas they want to release.
Okay. Can you tell me when the next greenhouse gas storage acreage might be released?
I don't have that information, Senator. That'll be a decision for government, but we'll certainly provide advice to them.
Yep, thank you. Okay. Given the importance of regular exploration acreage releases to maintain a pipeline of exploration activity, will the government commit to reinstating an annual release schedule for petroleum exploration acreage? Sorry, should I address that to the Minister?
Well, that is more a question to the Minister, but I was going to, unless the Minister wanted to jump in on that, I was going to just perhaps add, and that would assist partly with this question. Are you happy for me to go, Minister?
Yeah.
Thank you. So, as part of the future gas strategy as well, Senator, the government has, via the department, consulted on some guidelines around retention leases, guidelines for venting and flaring policy statement, etc. So there were a package of three that were, the consultation started in March this year, closed in May, and part of that is going to how the acreage release process can be tweaked to build a little on what Mr Weeks was saying. So as a result of the future gas strategy and as a result of this work that we will shortly brief the government on, that is all part of the mix of decision making around when the next acreage release advice might be provided and hence Minister's decision.
Minister, would you like to add anything to that?
Not really, Senator McDonald. I don't really have anything further to add than what the department have provided, other than I'm happy to take on notice if there's any additional information I can provide.
Terrific, thank you. Given that we know that exploration activity has plummeted over the last few years, I would imagine that part of that is the lack of certainty about new offshore exploration acreage being released. So I assume that would form part of the department's recommendations to the Minister about that pipeline of exploration that is narrowing at a time when we've identified that we need more gas. My question is, would that be something that you would be considering in your recommendations to the Minister, is what the current level of exploration has fallen to?
So I think the best way to answer that, Senator, is given the gas market review, pardon me, that is currently underway, as part of the package of advice that we will be providing to Minister King, Minister Ayres, Minister Chisholm, Minister Bowen, being a joint review with DQ as well, will be around all of what stakeholders, governments are telling us, including international governments, in terms of ways they think the regulatory system can be improved, the way they think the policy settings in Australia can be improved, that go to making sure that we have increased supply domestically, and part of that will be what is the best way to move forward on acreage release as well.
Okay. So the future gas strategy emphasises focusing on optimising existing discoveries and infrastructure in producing basins, further to what Mr Weeks was saying, for future offshore acreage releases. Could the department clarify the criteria or framework it will use to determine which basins or discoveries are prioritised under this approach?
So Mr Weeks can correct me if I'm wrong here, but that is the subject of the advice that we will be providing to the Minister in terms of settling that potential new approach.
That's correct. That's part of the advice we're providing to the Minister at the moment, is around how we reframe it to not only achieve what the future gas strategy is identifying, but to get better efficiencies out of it.
So it would be reasonable, though, that you would be recommending basins that have known reserves, and you referred to working with geosciences before, so okay, I'll take that.
Senator, it'd be two of the broad factors which you'd be aware of would be cost, which goes to distance of transport, and also timeliness. as identified the potential shortfall of gas supply. So timeliness is important, but also obviously cost in terms of the nearest, but which are both things that the industry themselves are focused on.
Yeah. Senator, you're almost at 10 minutes, but I'm not sure if you're sharing with Senator Hume or keep going. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, thank you, Senator Hume. So, given that the ACCC report most recently released and discussed with the ACCC last night was that for the first time Victoria will not have surplus in the the low demand period of the year to supply to the northern markets, I'm going to recommend that the department recommends offshore Victorian gas as a priority, so that we stop looking at Queensland and Northern Territory's gas as a solution to their problems. But that's a comment. You don't have to comment on that. The future gas strategy says the government will minimise seismic surveying where possible. What impact does that have on existing work programs?
Well, in terms of the most recent acreage releases that I referred to in my opening comments, those permits were granted for the acreage release for petroleum on the basis that there would not be any seismic. So that is I guess that's the most recent implementation of that statement in the future gas strategy.
So are we going back to wildcat drilling?
So there is no suggestion that seismic is being prevented, but certainly in those permit issues, seismic was the prohibition on the use of seismic, instead preferring existing data that had been already acquired, no doubt through seismic, rather than new ventures being launched, was a condition of that issue. So
I'm going to assume that you're telling me that there has been so much exploration work done to date on those acreages that this is a reasonable approach to take, because no company in their right minds would go into drilling wells at enormous cost if there wasn't a reasonable expectation of the reserve that they would be going into.
And you're correct. I mean, it's about prioritising the use of existing data and asking companies to... There's also been improvements in technology and ability to evaluate pre-existing data. So it's about asking companies to do that work first before they go forth and do additional seismic testing, etc., which might not be necessary.
Okay. I guess you will be assessing whether this approach is bearing fruit or not, because obviously if companies are then saying, well, you know, Australia is just getting too unpredictable in its approvals regime, and subsequently the risk for us not being able to do additional seismic to confirm previous data, whatever it might be, is too great, and we will go elsewhere. So you'll review your practices.
We're always open to the feedback from industry, and it's more of a... To be honest, industry should be using existing data and using different technologies given the cost advantages of such, and so it's just prioritising that to make sure that they're doing that first.
Okay. How will the government ensure that these limits on seismic surveys will not hinder new exploration opportunities?
So as I said, Senator, there's no limit across the board on seismic. The direction, as you referred to in the future gas strategy, is to limit. These granting of these permits were conditional on there not being seismic, and the acceptance by the companies of those permits is, I think, evidence of the fact that they realise that it's, going to your points you made in the last couple of minutes, that they can proceed based on existing data and not requiring that extra seismic.
Okay, so given that petroleum exploration activity is at a historical low level, has the government considered providing additional support of incentives to explorers to secure Australia's future gas supply.
So that goes to government consideration internally, and we would normally discuss that.
I appreciate that, but historically low levels in a gas crisis, I'm looking for some comfort that the government is awake to, incentives the same way that we would provide to critical minerals exploration or, other necessary inputs. Minister, would you like to answer that, please?
Look, I think as the department have pointed out, the future gas strategy, I think, emphasised the importance of offshore acreage release. It's something that the department have obviously been working on. I'm sure the minister will give that due consideration when that's put before her. I think the other thing would be in terms of how we see the future of gas would be the gas market review as being really important to what we do from a future focus point of view. So if there's anything as part of that I think the minister, in conjunction with Minister Bowen and Minister Ayres, would deem as worthy, I'm sure they'd consider that.
All right. I guess given that I've been asking questions about new acreage releases pointing to the declining rate of exploration and everybody knows what the gas shortage issues are, that I'm a little concerned that perhaps either the department's not briefing ministers' ideas or ministers aren't considering those. I don't expect you to answer that. I'm just pointing out the gap in our reality of gas shortfalls in the southern states and exploration releases, seismic restrictions.
Yeah, I don't accept that as a characterisation of the evidence that you've heard, but I understand your point of view, and I'm sure Minister King will act expeditiously, and I think the gas market review, to be fair, has a pretty short time frame for something substantial as that in terms of what we're trying to achieve. So Action 4 of the Future Gas Strategy, which, just to remind you, is the offshore consultation clarification, that has not been progressed to my understanding. We had a couple of false starts trying to introduce legislation into the Parliament. But, would that be an action that could be progressed urgently in order to provide clarity to explorers, to gas operators? I'll see if the department can add to this, but I can say, Senator, that the government remains committed to reform in this space. I don't know if the department can provide an update as to what work's been going on.
Yes, certainly. Thanks, Minister. As you're aware, Senator, the government went so far as to have a scheduling piece of legislation to attempt to resolve the outstanding issues on the offshore consultation requirements. Senate decided otherwise, so there has been a lot of... Just to interrupt, the Senate didn't decide otherwise. The legislation was pulled. The Senate never got an opportunity to decide.
Well, it was pre my engagement in this portfolio directly, Senator McDonald, but I do think we could probably debate, how these things work in terms of how Senate progresses and how you make progress on those things, and I don't think it's a sort of helpful debate to progress this along.
I will just remind you that the Coalition offered unequivocal support 2 or 3 times on trying to introduce that legislation. I think we went so far as to try and introduce it ourselves to demonstrate our goodwill in that regard, but I appreciate that we have a different view on that, Senator, Minister.
So just to close that off, sorry, Senator, the government remains committed to providing that clarity around offshore consultation requirements. given the already announced additional priority of the government has many priorities outside this portfolio, of course, as well, to move forward with the reforms of the EPBC Act this year. We are working very closely to with DQ to make sure that those reforms are consistent and certainly don't provide any issues in terms of the government being able to also, hopefully very soon, reform those offshore consultation requirements as well. So that's another recent factor in the mix.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll just shift gears then and we'll turn to the Critical Minerals Strategic Reserve, please. Senator Hume asked questions to Prime Minister and Cabinet earlier this week about the Critical Minerals Strategic Reserve Task Force situated within Prime Minister and Cabinet. What engagement does DISA have with this task force?
So just at a high level, it's a joint task force. It reports to the Minister for the Resources and also the Prime Minister. And the task force is headed by a member of Department of Industry, Science and Resources. And we have contributed significant staff to the task force, and as have other parts of the public service. And there are very close links with the Critical Minerals Office and other policy responsibilities in the department. The administration, the task force report to both the Prime Minister and Minister King. Below that, there is responsibility to both the Secretary of PM&C and myself, and below that, there are reporting into the governance structures between both departments. So it's a joint effort, and we are providing, beyond the task force itself, other connections from the department.
How many people on that task force?
Have you got the answer?
Samantha Robertson, Acting Head of Division Minerals and Resources, Senator. I can tell you how many we have contributed to the task force, but in terms of the numbers on the task force itself, you'd need to ask PM&C because they've got others from other agencies there. We have contributed 2 SES officers and 9 staff members.
And they draw on other expertise in the department as well. For example, our Analysis and Insights Division that do a lot of the technical economic analysis. So we'll contribute other factors. It's not just the direct staff.
I want to quote the Prime Minister and Resources Minister's media release from the 24th of April 2025. The government will establish Australian stockpiles of certain key critical minerals produced under off-take agreements as required. Can you outline what those physical stockpiles would look like?
So that is the work of the task force. So they are examining that question in detail. What critical minerals will be covered, what appropriate mechanisms, whether it's physical or virtual. So we don't have an answer for you right now. That is the work of the task force.
Right, so we don't know where they would be located?
Not at this stage. It depends a bit on, it depends on the priority focus, because I imagine the reserve is going to be set up. It'll be an operation. It will change over time. The question is, what's the initial allocation and commitment, and it'll change over time depending on the requirements.
Right. So they could be in containers, shipping containers. They could be piles on the ground.
It could be all of. I mean, it depends on what material it is, how much is kept. It could be still held within the entities itself. It could be stored somewhere.
In the ground.
It's unlikely to be stored in the ground because we wouldn't need to have a strategic reserve for storage in the ground.
They considering whether you'd need armed guards on the stockpiles?
I'm sure all those things will be factored in.
Just trying to be helpful here.
Yep, we've had stockpiles before and strategic reserves in Australia before, and all of those similar questions were canvassed. So it's a reasonably well-traversed area of policy discussion. Other countries also have strategic reserves for slightly different purposes in a different part of the supply chain. So we're clearly working with those, and the task force is drawing on their expertise of the United States, Korea and Japan, for example.
So Minister King made some comments saying that the size of the stockpiles would be not much more than a boot full of a car. So I'm just imagining now that there could be cars parked around the country with boot-sized stockpiles in them. It's fun to consider, isn't it, what those options are.
Queenslanders love a car boot sale.
You're quite right. You're quite right. And given, of course, China's very recent announcement on the restriction of exports of pretty well everything that's useful to chip manufacturing, I hope that the urgency of this stockpile is progressed so that decisions can be made, whether they be car boots or containers or what that might be.
Senator, sorry to jump in. Can I just add? So stockpiling is one part of the announcement for the strategic reserve. The offtake agreements is the other, and that really does go to providing that sort of pricing certainty in the market, and to also leave investors, companies less exposed to the sort of price and market manipulation that we're seeing, including overnight.
Do you think you might end up competing with existing critical mineral suppliers?
Well, that's certainly not the intent. This is why the design of this is so important, to make sure that it's a useful supplement without government getting in the way of what would otherwise be a well-functioning market.
And the strategic reserve is one part of a whole suite of government activity in critical minerals consistent with the critical minerals strategy. So it's not the only mechanism, but it is an addition of a tool, both through the physical and the virtual and the offtake arrangements.
So what your... I'll have one last bit on...
No, it's okay. I was just going to say we'll break at 4:20, so that's in about 3 minutes.
Oh, thank you, Chair.
Yep. Thanks.
So considering the lack of detail that we've had, we don't know where it will be, what it will be, what the offtake agreements will be, whether it will be in car boots or containers or in the ground, that really this announcement about the stockpiles during the campaign it was an idea searching for a plan, wasn't it? There's no detail around it at all.
So, I'll let the Minister talk about the pejorative comment, but there is a great deal of understanding and detail through the work that the Department has done with industry and partners around the critical minerals supply chains and the demand chains. There is quite detailed understanding of what our capabilities are, what other countries require. The detailed work that's being done now is to operationalise and to work through how to best meet the immediate demands of the stockpile. There's been work on strategic stockpile as well internationally through the international entities. So I wouldn't characterise it as there not being detailed analysis. The final decision making is something that the government is considering. They have committed to having the reserve operational by the end of 2026, and the task force and others are working to achieve that.
So given the Chinese announcement this week, given the President of the United States' response about the urgency of response, do you think that 2026 is soon enough, Minister?
Well, I think that there's obviously a lot of detailed work that needs to go into it. I think the Department have talked through that. I unfortunately haven't seen what evidence was given by Prime Minister and Cabinet earlier in the week. But I think that it is an important area of policy. It's one that I know that there is enormous interest in, and I know that you know that too, because I've seen you at a lot of the same events that I've been at. So I think it's really important that we get it right, because I think if we can get this right, it will make a substantial impact for the industry and for communities and economies throughout the country as well, with economic development.
Okay, well, just before we go to the break, I just want to ask, did the Department provide the Minister with the advice that she should say that it would be car boot size reserves?
So I'm happy to take on notice that that does not sound like the usual language that we use in the public service, but we will have provided advice on what the volume requirements are of particular critical minerals for particular purposes. And it is the case that for some of the really niche but critically important critical minerals that their volume sizes are pretty small, but their value is very high. And so we've certainly provided that information to the Minister for Resources.
Thank you. We'll take a short break and we'll be back at 4:30 to continue on program 1.3. Thank you. program 1.3, supporting a strong resources sector, and we will go to Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I have some questions about that I asked about that critical minerals task force, and specifically uranium, and why uranium is not considered a critical mineral. Can anybody answer me that question?
So, Senator, thank you. So the critical minerals list of 31 elements is produced by the government with a strong connection to the critical minerals strategy that was released in 2023. And in that strategy, it outlines obviously the importance of critical minerals to Australia in a lot of different aspects, but it also makes very clear what the criteria are for critical minerals to make it onto the critical minerals list, and they need to be essential to modern technologies, economies or national security.
Tick.
Specifically priority technologies set out, for which Australia has geological potential for resources, in demand from our strategic international partners.
Well, we ticked on that one.
And they are vulnerable to supply chain disruption.
And we've ticked on that one. So is it really only the fact that Australia does not use uranium for energy, that we don't have a civil nuclear industry that would not make uranium a critical mineral? Because every other criteria it meets.
So in addition to the critical minerals list, there is a strategic materials list. Now, yes, uranium is not on that either.
Sorry, strategic materials or minerals?
I said materials.
Yes, you did.
And I am correct, yes, strategic materials list, and that has aluminium, copper, phosphorus, tin and zinc.
Yep.
And so they meet the importance to global transition to net zero. Australia has geological potential for those resources and they're in demand from our strategic partners. But those 5 on the strategic materials list are not considered currently vulnerable enough to meet the full criteria.
When you say vulnerable?
Vulnerable enough on the that last criteria to meet the critical minerals list. So they are not as vulnerable to supply chain disruption as the 31 that are on the critical minerals list.
Okay, I think you made a really interesting point here. Let me just go back to something that Minister Wong said at PMC on Monday, which was, what I would say about critical minerals is a number of these are important both for defence and for the energy transition. Supply base is much more narrow. That is a strategic vulnerability for countries, and that is why a number of countries are working, the United States, Australia and Canada being amongst them, to try and ensure that there is broader security of supply in key areas that are relevant to both defence and to the energy transition. Now, I'm sure that you are familiar with the Sapporo 5, United States, Canada, United Kingdom, France, Japan, who made this statement last year, that this group is laser focused on increasing the depth and resilience of the global civil nuclear fuel supply chain, free from Russian influence. A reliable uranium supply chain allows us to power our reactors, produce life-saving medical isotopes, and deploy new advanced reactors. But continued dependence on Russian-sourced nuclear materials and fuel undermines the security of that supply chain in the US and across the globe. So some of our closest allies have put billions and billions of dollars into diversifying their global uranium supply chains to ensure the supply of uranium for their energy transition and also for their strategic purposes. Surely that alone would be enough for us to then put uranium either on a critical minerals list or some other priority list, considering we have, I think it's 28% of the world's resources, and that, I mean, I think the second biggest supplier is Kazakhstan, and I think that that is kind of who the Sapporo 5 are referring to here.
So in terms of current exports of uranium, so Australia in 24-25 exported 5,288 tonnes of uranium, 1.2 billion value Australian dollars, and that is up on, price and volume growth are projected to lift, I should say, to around 1.5 billion in 26-27. And so I mentioned that to just get the facts on the table that there is already a export path for uranium. It's a highly regulated industry for obvious reasons, given the sensitivity of the element. And what goes onto the critical minerals list is something that can change. It's ultimately a government decision. We saw nickel added soon after the 2023 critical minerals strategy was released. And so it's a list that is live in a sense, that the government can adjust as necessary. And in fact, the mix of minerals between the critical minerals list and the strategic materials list in 2023 was changed after that strategy came out. So it does move depending on how those criteria are assessed at any given point in time.
Sorry, have I missed something? I thought that uranium wasn't on either of those lists.
Yeah, I didn't say it was.
Sorry, okay. So, again, if our global allies are saying that they want more uranium, if they're saying that they would like to diversify their supply chains and that there is less reliance on other providers, if we have the greatest resources of uranium, yes, we're already exporting it, but why? I mean, there must be benefits to listing a resource on the critical minerals list or on the strategic materials list, above and beyond just saying, oh yeah, well, we exported already. I mean, what is the benefit of having a critical minerals list if it's not because we want to be able to export more?
So with respect to uranium, which is the nub of your question, I mean, there is Australia is open to there being appropriate levels of extra investment and further purchasing of uranium, right? There's nothing stopping that other than...
There's nothing stopping that for cobalt, and we put that on the list.
Assessment
There's
needs to be
nothing
made.
stopping it for, lithium, and we put that on the list. So what's the difference?
Well, the assessment just needs, it's a government decision as to whether additional government assistance in terms of, and I'll get to your point about what's the point of being on the list. If you're on the critical minerals list, for example, gives access to the critical minerals production tax incentive. Now, is that something that the government wants uranium to have access to? I mean, it's a matter for ministers to decide, but certainly I know that there is some debate around, and the opposition's put that out into the public debate, but that's the sort of parameters that the government is working on, and the way that the critical minerals strategy is designed to inform what is on the critical minerals list and that strategic materials list.
Yeah, you're right, Mr. Jaramanko, that it is a decision for government and for ministers. So, Minister, what do you think is holding back the decision for this government to list uranium as either a critical mineral or strategic material, whatever it is that you want to do, that would unlock more supply, that would assist our strategic partners and allies across the globe to make sure that they improve their supply chains and improve the prosperity of Australia?
Thanks, Senator. And I don't think there is any issue other than I think what Mr. Jeremijenko talked through was that we already have an established market. We exported, I think it was 5,288 tonnes last year. That's anticipated to grow. We've got operating mines. There's no reason why someone couldn't come and invest in Australia at the moment if they wanted to, and obviously there's state jurisdictional matters in regards to uranium mining in some places. So there's an established market and we are selling more of it by the sounds, and I personally think that is a good thing.
Me too, but we're also selling more cobalt, we're also selling more lithium, we're selling more of the ones that are on the list, and that's being done with government support, and indeed enthusiastic government support for enhancing our supply of those resources. What is the hold-up here? I would have thought that the connection is obvious.
Well, I think the point is that there's a well-established market that is working, and the Australian companies that are participating in it are exporting uranium at the moment. So I don't think there is extra need for assistance in that regard. And I think the point around the list is that we don't believe you can add every metal or resource that you want to it, like the opposition may want to do. we believe it is something that needs to be looked at critically, and that's the process that the government go through in regards to additions.
Do you know, I will finish up here, Chair, I promise. We're 1 month away now from the anniversary of the dismissal of the Whitlam government, and I've been, just for the sake of being a politics boffin, I've been going through all of the stories behind that, and listening to podcasts and reading books and everything else. And it's extraordinary the support that the Whitlam government had for uranium mining. I mean, amazing support for uranium mining. They were looking for a nuclear waste facility. They were actively trying to find a spot back then. And somehow we seem to have, the Labor Party has regressed so badly in this space. Surely there is an opportunity now to revisit something that is in huge demand around the world, that is a resource that is going to be required for civil nuclear facilities with our strategic allies, that we are going to have to establish some form of civil industry in Australia to maintain our AUKUS commitments, and that includes a nuclear waste facility. What is the hold-up here, Minister? Is it just purely ideological?
Well, it certainly isn't from me, Senator Hume, and I think you probably need to study your history a bit better about the history of uranium in the Labor Party. It was a very fraught issue at national conferences back in that period of time where there were some very close votes. But I think the point that has been made by the department is that there is a well-established industry. There are mines that are operating. They are exporting. They are employing Australians. I think that is a good thing. I'm sure that if companies wanted to come and invest in Australia, I'm sure Premier Pete Malinauskas would be welcoming them with open arms in South Australia in particular.
He would. He is by far the most progressive of Labor premiers on this issue.
I'd agree now that we're not in government in Queensland. So yeah.
I'm going to have to rotate the call. We'll go to Senator Hodgins-May. Senator, we've just been having blocks of 10 minutes, so over to you.
Thank you, Chair. And I've got a few topics to traverse, but kicking off with the gas market review. Okay, composition at the table, bench. When will the gas market review be completed?
Thanks, Senator. So the gas market review was launched, for want of a better word, the 30th of June 2025, and the terms of reference set that within 6 months it will report back to government. So by the end of this calendar year.
And that's still on track to
Correct.
deliver then? Wonderful. Would it be fair to characterise the goal of the reforms to ensure sufficient gas is available to cover domestic needs rather than be exported?
The review is trying to address a number of things. So yes, to ensure that there is sufficient domestic supply. Another is to ensure that Australia is able to meet contractual agreements with customers overseas who have, in most cases, invested considerably in the resources here in Australia to not only enable that extraction for their own purchase and use overseas, but to enable the production and extraction of gas for domestic purposes as well. It's also aimed, the review is targeting removing regulatory burdens that may exist, and from what consultation is telling us so far definitely do exist in terms of the overlays of the Australian Domestic Gas Security Mechanism, the heads of agreement with the 3 LNG exporters, the Gas Code of Conduct, Market Code of Conduct, to name 3 big regulatory interventions that are all trying to solve various aspects of the puzzle that involves making sure that we have affordable gas of the right quantity to satisfy the domestic industry, and also to still enable those LNG exports to customers, as I say, who have invested, all within the rubric of us as a country moving towards net zero by 2050, such that the use of gas over that time frame will reduce as the investment in renewables and the take-up of the technology picks up.
Thanks. And just sticking with domestic security of supply, gas supply. There are many ways that this can be achieved through policy. Are all those options on the table, or have any been ruled out as part of this review?
So it's very wide-ranging terms of reference. Certainly the government will be expecting the advice from the departments, so it's our department as well as DQ, and it's a joint review, Minister King and Minister Bowen, and with inputs from Minister Ayres, Minister Chisholm, obviously Treasurer, a number of other relevant ministers, Foreign Minister. They will want the advice to cover all of the issues at play in the market.
So nothing ruled out at this stage?
Correct.
Good. To the Minister, the opposition's gas reservation election policy was going to benefit Santos and GLNG, but they are the ones causing these domestic gas shortages that we're talking about by taking gas away from Australians to meet their export contracts. Can we at least get a guarantee that whatever policy is produced won't reward Santos's poor commercial decisions that have been, I would say, frankly, very inconsistent with the public interest?
I don't think I'll give guarantees around what the outcomes will be. I don't think Minister King and Minister Bowen would appreciate me doing that, but I think the department have talked through the substantial nature of the review. It's one that we see as vitally important given what we inherited when we came to government was a complete mess. We obviously had to make some decisions in our first term around supply and cost. But we think this is the longer-term opportunity by having the review, by it being thorough, that we can actually set this up for the longer term. I think Mr Jeremijenko talked through what we want to achieve. That's an accurate reflection of how the government want to handle this. And we think it's an important one for the future of the country and for the future of the region in terms of those countries that we also supply to as well, to give them certainty.
Yes, let's hope that those ministers are interested in what the community thinks as well. But on 22nd of September, to continue with Santos announced that the Barossa Gas Project was now commencing operations. Is the department aware of whether the leaking tank at Darwin LNG is now being filled up for this project?
So certainly I'm aware of that announcement from Santos and aware of the reports of the leak at Darwin LNG. That is something that the government has been very clear to Santos is a requirement, like to rectify that is a requirement of the government, noting that the regulatory environment in which that sits in Northern Territory is not one for the Commonwealth. So it's the Northern Territory EPA and the Northern Territory government that is responsible for making sure that is repaired and to make sure that that is done in an environmentally safe way, such that it is a facility, Darwin LNG, that can be used for many years into the future because it is an important part of that Barossa project.
So are you, I suppose, satisfied with the Territory's ability to regulate this tank, which is a known health risk, despite letting it leak for over 20 years and despite its Environment Protection Agency ties to Santos's chair? Is that something you hold confidence in?
Well, you're asking for a matter of opinion, and that's not something that we engage with. That's an estimate.
Perhaps to the Minister, do you have confidence in that you're satisfied with the Territory's ability to regulate this tank, knowing the health risks?
It's an important issue, and it's one that I know Minister King has been exercised about, so I know that she's written to Santos just to ensure that they are meeting their obligations in this regard, and I know that her office has also conveyed that in person to Santos as well. As the department has said, this is something that is a matter for the NT to be the regulator of. We expect them to be able to do their job.
Minister, can I ask that you please table the letter written by Minister King?
I don't have it on me, but I'm happy to take it on notice.
Take it on notice.
Yes.
Thank you. Shifting across now, the resources sector plan makes clear that coal will still be exported beyond 2050. In what decade does the government expect coal exports to cease?
Colleagues from our analysis industry strategic Division joining the table. And the Resources Energy Quarterly has just been released, which has a number of good data points around this.
Senator, we expect coal to continue to be exported for a number of years, particularly at a declining rate for our thermal coal exports, but our met coal exports will continue to play a role in steelmaking. So we don't have in our forecasts a precise date or a particular decade where we see those falling, but we do expect those exports to fall in line with global demand.
And just to note that the analysis that the government released went to 2050, and so didn't look at decades beyond that at this point.
Okay, so you can't give an indicative decade, even though the science tells us that we absolutely must completely phase out of coal by 2050 in order to meet our climate commitments. You still can't provide.
So the analysis, the scenarios that were looked at by the Australian Treasury and released as part of the Net Zero plan provided different scenarios under different assumptions out to 2050, and that's the information the government's released.
So you have IPCC in all scenarios limiting warming in 2100 to below 1.5 degrees. Fossil fuel use is greatly reduced and unabated coal use is completely phased out by 2050. The World Climate Research Programme scenarios consistent with this goal require a complete phase out of coal by 2050 and rapid phase down of oil and gas.
So in all the scenarios released by the Australian government, there was still coal production in 2050.
Is that my time up, or do I have
one more?
One more. This one's on carbon capture and storage. Recently, the Honourable Madeleine King MP, Minister for Resources, said in a media release that cross-border CCS is an important pathway to support industrial decarbonisation. However, the International Energy Agency reports that Japan, the second largest recipient of Australian fossil gas in 2040, used nearly 60% of its fossil gas for residential and commercial purposes in 2023. Have you provided the government with analysis to determine if supplying Japan with fossil gas, either with CCS or without, is actually supporting industrial decarbonisation?
Well, we have certainly provided advice on different scenarios and views about carbon capture and storage. There is emissions generated in the extraction of gas, the fugitive, which is accounted for in our emission targets. That is the sort of primary focus of Australian government policy. Japan obviously has its own net zero targets and its own policies that would address the domestic use of energy in their system. And then the area where there's joint work is in managing the emissions that would occur in the extraction, which are here.
So specifically in relation to advice on this claim that CCS is supporting Japan's industrial decarbonisation, have you provided advice on that?
So the substitution from the use of gas rather than coal is definitely a net reduction in emissions. If there's a reduction in fugitive emissions through the use of carbon capture and storage, that will also reduce overall emissions. So there's a sort of logical sequence to the argument.
I'm going to have to rotate the call.
Okay, I'll return.
Yep. Senator McDonald, and we'll stick to 10-minute blocks because there's a few questions.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to turn to some questions on critical minerals. I would ask the Minister to go back and review the 4 pillars of the critical minerals policy for Australia, because I think you'll find that does entirely justify the Coalition's position on introducing more elements. But I want to start by quoting a comment from Minister King made on Sky on the 7th of October. Well, what we know is most of the world, the critical minerals are a focus. But at the moment, there are a number of them that the US doesn't have in its geology, things like antimony. It is clear that the United States has a clear need for our critical minerals, and particularly antimony. Is that correct? I'll direct that to the department, I guess.
So yes, we have worked with the United States over a number of years their officials under different administrations about what their demand profile looks like, what their supply profile, not just the United States, but certainly a cast of many different countries. And so we have a reasonably good understanding of the mapping of supply and demand, and it is the case that Australia is blessed with a large number of options that can supply. The question is, what are the policy frameworks to enable the investment to flow? And that's the work where the government is undertaking.
So I want to highlight media reports from the 14th of August stating that a shipment of Australian antimony that was bound for the US but was blocked in a Chinese port and then returned to Australia. What information does the department have on this issue?
So we certainly tracked the media coverage of it, but we don't have any regulatory responsibility for exports or imports, so there's no requirement to register shipments in or out with the department. The company in question, I believe, is a company that we have had discussions with as part of our general industry engagement, and so that's the extent of the knowledge that we have.
So thank you for that information, and I understand what you're saying, that once the product is sold and put on a ship, but given that it is antimony, given that China has put a ban on exporting antimony, given that our biggest ally is in desperate need of it, is it time that we have some sort of policy about monitoring where our critical minerals go?
So, so as I understand it, that shipment eventually found its way to where it needed to go.
Which was?
The United States.
It was, thank you.
Yeah, it was to processing. That company in Australia has a relationship to a processing facility in the United States. So the critical mineral supply chains do cross borders with different activity happening in different locations. I'm not aware of, but it would be a reasonable proposition that if there were any issues that company would have contacted Austrade and our Foreign Affairs and Trade officials if they required assistance. That is kind of one of the services that the Australian government supplies. I don't know whether that happened in this case or not, but certainly when there's been other issues related to those sorts of kind of regulatory interventions by the countries, there has been official support for companies. We do work very closely with companies to understand their supply chains. We ask them if they need any assistance. There is an active and ongoing engagement with the sector through the Critical Minerals Infrastructure Facility, through tracking the outcomes of the Critical Minerals Development Program, the grants where they did feasibility studies. There is a great deal of activity with every like-minded country having investment facilities wanting to engage with Australian companies. So through Austrade and the Critical Minerals Office and Export Finance Australia and the National Reconstruction Fund and etc. So there's no shortage of engagement. In terms of tracking exactly where volumes go, that's a kind of broader policy question, and there'd have to be a consideration of the trade-offs of the costs and benefits.
So you said that we work very closely with companies to understand supply chains. Given that China has blocked the export of antimony, given that China and the US are negotiating their own trade arrangements currently, given that it's known, it would have been identifiable that this was a shipment for the US, it seems like a logistical gap that the Resources Department doesn't have some oversight, and I understand that hindsight is 20/20. But now that we have developed that hindsight, is this not now an opportunity at the time that you're developing a critical minerals reserve? I mean, it would be a tragedy if a bootload of critical minerals got on a ship and we were amazed when it ended up in the wrong place, in the wrong hands, because we just, once it got to the port, we didn't have any knowledge of it. I'm not suggesting that you have restrictions but what is the process that Australia has? These things are so important We want to be a reliable trading partner, a dependable defence ally. Sorry, I'm overworking this point, but you understand where I'm going. What is it that we have learned from that difficult moment of having our antimony blocked in China and not delivered to its intended customer?
Yeah, as I understand it, it did get to its intended customer.
Well, but not through anything of our doing.
Well, I don't know whether that's yes or a no, because I'm not sure of the engagement of the company with other parts of the Australian government. One of the things that we are very conscious of is making sure that companies who are operating in this space are well aware of the geostrategic environment in which they operate. We have got a program of briefing and providing information to companies, particularly the smaller companies, about the geostrategic environment and the strategic risks that they operate in. So we are working with companies to provide information around governance, investment opportunities, and foreign interference implications. So that is a structured program that we've been rolling out over the last little while. So that's in it. That is to increase the private sector's understanding of the risks that they encounter. That is a public service and a public good. And we're very open to issues that people raise with us. And the question you're going to, though, is should we, the Australian Department of Resources, know about every transaction that's happening in the private sector in relation to critical minerals? That if companies want to tell us, we are very open to that, and many of them do. The question, though, is one of costs and benefits. Like, why do they need to tell us if there are no issues?
Well, I would go...
You've got 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. I would go back a step and say it's on average 16 years to go to approve a new mine in Australia, from discovery to ore extraction. We're talking about critical minerals, how important they are, how Australia's going to turbocharge its future by accessing these reserves. The Prime Minister and the Resources Minister keep talking about antimony, and yet there's not been sort of a blinking of eyes or any sort of response that this is actually quite a stuff-up. You know, if this was our business, we would be absolutely appalled that the most precious commodity that we have, that is worth so much money, that it is such big demand from our key trading partner, who we're desperate to get a meeting with and shake hands with and have the Prime Minister assure our biggest ally that we will be a reliable supplier. And yet when the shipment goes via China and then is probably not unexpectedly blocked, that we seem to have no new plan. Nothing's been put in place that I can ascertain from your comments, and I'll ask the Minister in a second about what has changed, because this was a complete failure of our important critical minerals reserve pathway development from a trade point of view, from a relationship point of view, from can we dig this stuff up and process it and deliver it? And I'm trying to understand what has changed, or has nothing changed, in which case we can expect to see a shipment of something else disappear into a port that it wasn't intended for.
Just to be clear, I don't think the shipment disappeared. The shipment did continue along its way and did arrive at its facility.
It didn't continue on its way the way it should have. It came back to Australia and then it had to be re-exported, and I would suggest on a pathway that was much more sensible, which was to the US and not through China, which has banned this particular product so that it doesn't go to the US.
I'm going to have to rotate the call. If you can just wind this bit up as quick as you can.
I'm just waiting for the Minister to give me a response.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
As the Secretary said, I'm unsure what engagement was had with potentially other departments in regards to that. But I think you've extrapolated a fair bit from what was an isolated incident. It obviously is, though, an important issue and one that we want to ensure is dealt with in terms of ensuring that we can be that reliable supplier, because we see that's an important role for us to play in the global economy. And that's one that we think we've got the policy settings right for. If there's additional information I can provide on this particular instance, I'm happy to take that on notice and do that.
Minister, do you think you can guarantee that no future shipments of our critical minerals won't get turned around or delayed or end up at places where they're not intended to go to?
Given what's happening in the world trade environment at the moment, Senator, I don't think anyone would give that guarantee. But I understand the points you're making. Look, they're not insubstantial, and they're ones that I'm sure that the government will be will have a focus on ensuring that we're doing our part to be that reliable trading partner.
So I'll just finish on this, Chair. So it would seem reasonable that in the critical minerals stockpile plan that delivery aspect would be an element. Would you agree with that, Minister? I mean, it would no point us digging it up, processing it, which is so very difficult with rare earths in particular, but then not actually have a plan on how to safely deliver it.
Look, I don't know if you want the government getting in the space of determining shipping routes. I think that probably disappeared a fair while ago, Senator McDonald, but I do understand that the company involved has changed its export strategy not to go through Chinese ports, which sounds like a sensible decision on their part.
Because we can do this with uranium. We have a very clear, internationally agreed to pathway. But thank you, Chair, for your indulgence.
Thanks, Senator. Senator Hodgins-May.
So I just want to go back because I'm not sure that you fully answered my question before. You said that you were aware of Santos's announcement, but do you know if gas is flowing into the Darwin LNG tank from the Barossa gas project?
I will just, as Mr Lawrence comes to the table, I know their announcement was that they were expecting the first gas to flow, but Mr Lawrence will correct me if I've used the wrong terms, so I'm not exactly sure whether that has occurred yet.
I'll wait for Mr Lawrence, thank you.
Senator David Lawrence, Acting Head of Oil and Gas Division. With regards to the Barossa project, my understanding is that it has started production and gas is flowing to the floating, now I'm going to get this right, the FPSO, the floating processing vessel, storage vessel offshore. I am not aware of gas flowing through the pipeline and through to Darwin at this stage.
Okay, thank you. So not at this stage. When will you find out about that flow, and what steps do you intend to take to...
So just to be clear, we have no regulatory responsibility for oversight of that facility. So any information we get would be from the company offering it. We don't have any regulatory requirements that they are forced to tell us, or any obligation to kind of monitor it. So it's a voluntary exchange, given the responsibility this department has.
The leaking gas tank, surely you'd want to know, though, is it?
Clearly the government wants to know, and the Department of Environment and the Department of Energy and the regulator in the Northern Territory. But just to be kind of clear, this department has no regulatory oversight.
So thanks for clarifying that Darwin LNG tank is in the Northern Territory's EPA's jurisdiction, but the Barossa gas project isn't and falls under federal jurisdiction as an offshore project. Does the government have any powers to stop the project from pumping gas into a tank that is known to be leaking?
So that is a question you might put to NOPSEMA, who's the regulator for the offshore industry. So they're slated to be coming shortly, and they'll be able to clarify if they have any regulatory oversight under the environmental obligations that they, as a regulator, put on the offshore field.
And perhaps maybe to the Minister, do you think it would be appropriate for you to have powers to stop a leaking gas tank?
Well, what I would say, Senator, is that the Minister has been proactive in this. She is concerned about it. She did write to Santos asking them to engage with the Northern Territory regulators in regards to resolving this matter. I think that's an appropriate course of action for the Minister to take.
I'm not sure writing a letter is appropriate given the significant health risks.
Given where the responsibility lies to resolving the matter.
So you can't comment on what NOPSEMA could do? You don't have that knowledge, Minister?
No, I don't.
In terms of the stop works order or something?
NOPSEMA are due here any minute.
Yeah, for me, writing a letter really won't stop the gas leak, and it won't stop the health impacts, the environmental impacts, nor patch up holes in a tank. So, I suppose we'll have to wait for NOPSEMA.
But it also goes to who the regulator of this matter is, Senator, and it's clearly, and I don't think this is in dispute, the Northern Territory regulator are the ones responsible for it.
Well, that's what we just clarified, actually, that yes, relating to the Darwin LNG tank, but the Barossa gas project is not.
And it's the Darwin LNG tank that's leaking, Senator.
Which it wouldn't be were it not for the Barossa gas, like the gas wouldn't be in there to leak were it not for the Barossa gas project. Okay, thank you, Chair. I think given the interests of time, I'll put the rest on notice.
Oh, thank you so much.
Pleasure.
I appreciate that. Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chair. I wanted to move to radioactive waste, please. Mr. Usher. Mr. Usher, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Does ARWA have any contracts out for tender currently?
Thank you, Senator. Sam Usher from the Australian Radioactive Waste Agency. We do have some tenders that are out for tender, some contracts that are out for tender at the moment. We have some quotes with ANSTO and with CSIRO under a current contract that we have.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Perhaps as you identify who it's with, you'd say how long it's for. Possibly you may need to take that on notice, but I'm looking for who it's with, length of term and value.
All right, Senator, can I just clarify, are these existing contracts that we have we have a number of existing contracts which I'd be very happy to provide details on notice.
So I had asked for tenders, so you're right to be tenders. Confused.
Yeah.
So if I could identify first what tenders are out currently, what they're for, how much for, and for how long, and then separately, what contracts you have entered into in the last 3 years, what they are, what they were for, how long for, if they've been finalised, obviously, and any that are currently under negotiation.
Of course. Senator, there's quite a lot of information there. I'd be happy to provide that information on notice.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr Usher. I want to turn to what you've been undertaking in relation to developing a dedicated permanent low-level radioactive waste facility.
Senator, we've been undertaking some significant pieces of work which I'm very happy to share the progress with. We have been undertaking an update to the National Radioactive Waste Inventory, which we are looking to publish shortly. This is an update to the last inventory was in 2022, and this provides an update to the quantities of waste which will inform the decisions required for waste disposal pathways. The work that we are
I'm sorry, I will interrupt. I should go back a step. Could I just get you to clarify, following the budget, which is what we're really here about, your budget for the forwards and the medium term, I suspect that they've changed from... it wasn't entirely clear in the budget papers what those changes were.
Right, okay.
So there were, as I understand, there were no specific changes, measures related to AWA. There were various measures related to the department's efficiency dividends and the like that would have impacted on AWA's budget. It is part of the department and therefore is subject to the same obligations as other parts of the department.
So I didn't quite hear. So you said it does impact on AWA's budget?
It does, yes.
So the efficiency dividends...
And other obligations such as the election commitment for additional saves from the public service.
Right.
But there were no specific measures in the budget relating to AWA.
Right. So could you please restate for me then what your budget is for the for the forwards and the medium term, with that.
So just to be clear, we have this year's budget, and all future years are subject to policy decisions and allocations. We don't have a specific allocation for the departments beyond the current year. Because we have measures.
The budget does give you forwards.
We have measures, but the whole entire requirements for parts of the department are going to be a function of ongoing processes. So there are particular budget measures that will allocate money to particular programs of work, and so we have those elements. And then we have elements that are departmental funding that are subject to ongoing decisions that adjust over time. So I just want to be kind of clear that it's not hypothecated. AWA's budget is not hypothecated from the rest of the department. We have things moving back and forward between AWA's allocated budget and our corporate area, for example, depending on restructuring within the department.
So it was my understanding that AWA had quite a significant budget for the establishment of a low-level radioactive... identifying and establishing a low-level radioactive waste facility. But if I understand correctly, what you're telling me is they're only guaranteed, Mr Usher and his team is only guaranteed this year's money, because next year the measures might change and there might be no requirement for AWA.
And that is the same for every component and part of the public service. So AWA is no different. It is part of the department. It has measures allocated to it and it has departmental support allocated to it.
There was $500 million allocated to AWA. Are you telling me that no longer exists?
So the measures have been updated on a regular basis, but I just wanted to be clear, it's not a separate
No, I'm getting
identified component.
Increasingly unclear. So the $500 million which was allocated to AWA to identify a low-level radioactive waste facility, that's no longer specifically identified in the government's budget for AWA.
So Senator, I think the numbers you refer to were the 23-24 budget measures.
Yes.
There were, as part of that funding, there was a measure that was looking at ongoing funding for AWA to provide a range of enduring waste management services. There was another measure that was to progress the delivery of the National Radioactive Waste Management Facility at the site in Kimber. And there was another measure to progress intermediate level waste disposal pathways.
Senator, you're at 8 minutes.
Oh, we're just starting.
Senator, you can put on notice.
We'll see how Mr Usher goes, but thank you.
So if, as a result of the federal court order in 2023 not to proceed with the National Radioactive Waste Management Facility, there was a $36.4 million underspend. As a result of that decision, which was there was a movement of funds that was sought to reprofile that funds to later years. Through the 24-25 budget process, following the decision about Kimber, there was an authority agreed to repurpose $43 million of funds from the NRWMF measure. That was made up of $38.8 million to assess options around alternative pathways for disposal of the Commonwealth's waste. And it also included $4.2 million for the remediation of the Kimber site, the supervision of the site, and to prepare for the disposal of the site.
I'm sorry, keep going.
So the remaining balance of that measure was returned to consolidated revenue as identified savings via the 24-25 MyEFO process.
So then there's no budget to progress a new site then?
So funding was reallocated to assess options around alternative pathways, and that is work that we are doing. We are undertaking that at the moment. We have funding to do that.
I'm sorry. So you said the 38 million plus the 4.2. So that still remains.
That's right.
So you've still got $38 million to assess a new site.
Well, yes, that's the funding that was allocated for that process.
In 2025, that was confirmed. This budget.
I believe that was 24-25.
Yes. So the most recent budget, though, what are the new measures?
So there were no new measures. There were a continuation of previous measures.
So we're going to identify the new one.
Yep. So
but we're not progressing Kimber now. So we'll strike through that.
So 25-26, the total departmental allocation to ARWA is, I believe, there's administered funding and departmental funding, adds up to 68 million. The point I wanted to make is that going forward, is going to be a function of government decisions and the like.
We've got a hard finish at 7 tonight.
Oh,
so
I know, but this is...
We're coming up 7 though till 5:45, don't we? 5:45, but Senator Hodgins may have some questions here too. So.
Yes, so it's just that. This happens every time and I slowly lose my mind and then I start talking about utopia and then... So there was $500 million allocated for the measures of identifying a new site, progressing a new site, and looking to a medium-level facility. And now all I can put my finger on is $68 million.
And there is still allocation in forward years as well.
That's what I've asked for.
Yeah, and we can provide that information. The point I wanted to make is that they are still subject to decisions at each point in time every year, because they're kind of allocated specifically. So some of the funding changes, for example, in 25-26 is moving money from ARWA's budget into the corporate system because it's a more efficient allocation of resources for some of the services to be provided from our corporate area rather than them be provided separately from a division of the department. So I just want to make sure that if we were to read out the ARWA lines, that is not the only allocation of resources to the activities of the division of ARWA, because it receives services from our other parts of the department.
Okay, then on notice, can you please give me what is allocated to ARWA administratively and I'm just having a blank now. And
so the issue is that the departmental allocation for ARWA is not the full allocation of funding.
No, I understand. Thank you. I do understand what you're saying, but there was a huge bucket of money, and now I just feel like the sands are shifting. You're flagging that, it's subject to government decisions, and so now I'm thinking, I reckon they've lost most of it, and that the government is about to, they may not announce it, it's just going to slip away, and then all of a sudden there's a whole nother plan. Anyway.
So happy to take on notice and the funding that's allocated, that the government is allocated to the provision of the services, if I characterise it that way, rather than your question, which was kind of departmental budget.
I would like both, please. I'd like the division between AWA and corporate services or other departmental allocations to provide those services for the three measures, because I suspect that Mr Usher's budget is just rapidly slipping out between his fingers, and what we thought was a very big plan for radioactive waste facilities. Senator Carr, who Senator Hume was mentioning before, would be quite displeased. It's very lucky he's not here to be part of this conversation.
That's disrespectful to the chair.
Well, I do not mean that at all. We're all happy that Senator Carr's not here to...
So there is still a substantial allocation within AWA's direct budget, but I just want to make sure we're adding in the bit that's also been provided by the department, just to give an accurate picture of the situation. Okay, so on notice, what is directly allocated to AWA through both the department allocation and its budgeted lines, what additionally is provided by the department, and I'm hoping it's all going to add to $500 million. It doesn't, as some of the money has not been spent in the historic years, and so that money was not spent and was returned to budget.
I get that, but we've still got the three measures, which means progressing Kimber. That money is obviously not progressing Kimber. In fact, it's remediating it for $4.2 million.
Correct.
So, if you want to identify what's been allocated to identifying a new site, that would be helpful. In addition to the $38 million, that would be helpful. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. Senator Hodgins-May.
For NOPSEMA, sorry.
No. Oh, I thought you had more questions.
Oh, sorry, no. I was parking those to move to NOPSEMA if possible.
Yeah, no. Okay. Well, let's. If we are behind. So if you can put the rest on notice, Senator McDonald.
My estimates, and I feel robbed that we don't have more time together. So, well done for not commenting on that.
All right, thank you very much. So I think that concludes our questioning for program 1.3. So thanks to all of the representatives. You are free to go now, and we will call NOPSEMA. And we've got 15 minutes for NOPSEMA, and I am assured that will be enough time.
Well, it would depend on how much Senator...
I've only got a few quick questions.
Thank you. So we might throw to Steph first.
Is that okay?
A couple of quick ones.
Thank you.
And then you, and then...
Thank you.
Yep. Great.
Much appreciated.
I can be on the call,
Oh my God, I've got a headache. Can they hurry? Oh, they're online. Sorry, I was waiting for them to turn up in person. Okay, so we're good to go.
Yes, we are, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, the committee now welcomes representatives from the National Offshore Petroleum Safety and Environmental Management Authority. And I've got an opening statement here. Are you happy for this to be taken as read and we can table it to incorporate as part of the Hansard?
Very happy for it to be tabled, Chair.
Thank you very much. So we'll go straight to questions. Senator Hodgins-May, you're up.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for joining us. I'm continuing a line of questioning about the leaking Darwin LNG facility and the Barossa gas project. Are you able to tell us when gas will flow from the offshore storage facility to the onshore storage facility, the onshore facility at Darwin LNG?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, Sue Carey, I'm the Chief Executive Officer of NOPSEMA, and apologies that we cannot be there in person. We certainly normally would be. Our understanding is that gas is not yet flowing from Barossa to the actual shore.
Do you have an estimate of
the LNG plant?
Thank you. Do you have an estimate of when it might start flowing, like a day, a month? an estimate?
No, not yet, Senator. That's still being worked through by Santos, so no, not at this stage.
Okay, no estimation. Okay. Given the LNG tank is leaking and has been leaking for the best part of 20 years, can you explain to me what powers NOPSEMA has to prevent gas flowing into this known health and environmental risk?
Senator, look, as the discussion, we have been listening into the discussion thus far, and has been rightly pointed out that it's the Northern Territory EPA that is the regulator in this space. So when it comes to the actual LNG plant onshore, we have no regulatory powers to be able to step in that space. And I understand there have been conversations between Santos and the Northern Territory EPA.
But is the Barossa project under NOPSEMA's jurisdiction?
The offshore project
yes.
of Barossa, yes.
So surely a working, functioning tank would be under NOPSEMA's conditions or requirements?
No, Senator. It does not. So our job is to have a look at the activity that occurs offshore and whether or not it meets the actual environment regulations and the criteria that we operate under. So we have had discussions with the Northern Territory EPA. We were made aware of this issue in December last year in 2024. We weren't aware of it before then. And we have had discussions with the Northern Territory EPA, one to ensure that they were aware, and yes, they were, and that, yes, it was within their regulatory remit.
I might ask that if you can table the minutes from those discussions with the Northern Territory EPA. So just to confirm, because I feel like it's not going to instill the public with a huge amount of confidence to say, look, it's not a federal issue, even though that gas comes under NOPSEMA, the offshore project comes under NOPSEMA's jurisdiction. Can you confirm that you cannot issue stop work orders given the health and community risks to the community, but also, I suppose, to workers? Do you have any ability to do that?
Senator, whether or not we'd have, if we have certain powers in relation to the offshore project, yes.
And would you be ready to use those powers if gas is imminently due to flow into that tank and you haven't had an assurance that it's been repaired or is able to safely operate?
Look, Senator, with any use of our powers, it would involve us doing an investigation and we'd have to look at whether or not our investigative powers would allow us to get the information we need on the onshore plant. It is more of a regulatory remit for the Northern Territory Government EPA.
So are you investigating at the moment what we're discussing?
No, Senator.
And
no,
what
Senator.
Sort of threshold would prompt that investigation? What threshold would you be looking for to determine whether an investigation needs to proceed? Given that you've known about this leaking tank for years, it feels like it's kind of rubber's hitting the road.
I think at this stage, Senator, it would be premature as the gas is not flowing yet. So for us, in order to use any sorts of powers, there needs to actually be an issue on foot, and as the gas is not flowing as yet, it would be premature.
But you don't know when the gas is going to flow, so would it not be prudent to investigate now while you have potentially time between now and the gas potentially beginning to flow again?
Well, I guess from our perspective, it's the Northern Territory EPA that actually grants the licence for that LNG plant to actually operate.
Do you feel like it feels like we're going around in circles a bit here, and ultimately the community and workers are the ones to suffer as a consequence of this merry-go-round of it's our responsibility, it's their responsibility. We haven't investigated, but we don't know when the gas is going to start flowing again. Do you think the community should be instilled with confidence that they are going to remain safe and that this isn't, going to continue to cause potentially health and environmental issues to communities in the area?
Right, yes, Senator, I'm just trying to explain how the regulatory system actually works, for that actual gas plant, it is the Northern Territory Government, EPA, who has responsibility, and I understand there have been some conversations between Santos and the Northern Territory EPA, but those questions would have to be put to the EPA.
Perhaps, Minister, hearing what you've heard, do you think that this level of uncertainty about when gas might flow and would warrant an investigation, given the significance of it?
I think the evidence has been clear from NOPSEMA about where the responsibility lies.
Do you accept
the
that?
expectation would be on that to be sorted out between Santos and the NT regulator.
Would you say that, hearing what you've heard, that the regulatory system is fit for purpose if we can't get a resolution here, if no one wins because no one's taking responsibility, frankly?
I just don't accept what you're saying. It's clear that the Northern Territory regulator are the ones responsible. The minister's written to Santos saying that she expects them to sort it out with them. That's entirely appropriate.
But the federal government could allow the gas to keep rolling even though that regulatory framework hasn't been enforced and the tank's not repaired. The feds could, NOPSEMA could begin pumping that gas back from the project within its jurisdiction.
Well, the matter is for the NT regulator to resolve with Santos.
Can I ask on notice any other information that has been considered historically or that relates to this decision around the threshold for launching an investigation be tabled so we can, and the community can start to understand what sort of considerations have historically been made to prompt an investigation and so we can understand why this hasn't happened and what would necessitate it happening.
Happy to.
Thank you, Senator. I'm happy to take on notice. We'll provide some information on our regulatory powers, particularly around investigations.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Senator. Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chair. And good evening to you, everybody at NOPSEMA. How wise of you to Google in tonight. That's very modern of you. I wanted to start by asking you how many environment plans were accepted in 24-25? When I say accepted, I mean approved in 24-25.
Yes, Senator. I can actually tell you that so far in 2025 we have accepted 21 environment plans. For the entire of 2024 we accepted 37 environment plans. And as of the 24th of September, there are 23 environment plans currently under assessment.
So, thank you. You have seen where I'm going with this. So how many were received in 24-25? You've told me that 21 have been accepted. How many were received in that same period to have been accepted?
Just a moment. I think I might have that information. Number received, I would need to get back to you, but it would be pretty close to those numbers actually approved. If you look at the ones under assessment and the ones that are approved, those numbers would be fairly close.
So, right, so you're going to have crossover of what was received in 24-25, what's been approved and then what are being assessed.
We haven't rejected any this year.
Mm-hmm.
So therefore the numbers would be very close as to what has been submitted, although some of those approved in 25 would have been submitted in 24. So
yeah.
Yes.
No, thank you. What's the average assessment time for EPs currently?
Yes, Senator. The average assessment time for EPs as in 2025 has actually reduced by 12 days and it is down to 11 months.
How many seismic EPs are currently under assessment?
There are 3, Senator.
And what was the average assessment seismic time for 24-25?
It's Mr. Blair, so 129 days.
What's the longest period an EP currently with NOPSEMA for assessment has been waiting for?
The current longest EP that we have on our books is 630 days.
So 330?
630, Senator.
Oh, sorry, right, thank you. What discussions has NOPSEMA had with DISA on proposed reforms to clarify consultation requirements since the legislation was withdrawn?
We've had many conversations with DISA, Senator. So obviously, as you raised, the department leads that particular reform. But we have worked very closely with DISA on some potential options for some changes to the regulatory environment.
Has a decision been taken to reintroduce legislation?
Can I just
that would be a question for DISA, Senator.
It's a matter for the government.
That's entirely the problem, isn't it? Has a decision... Sorry. So have you got alternate plans, alternate arrangements, rather than legislation that you think could provide clarification on the consultation requirements?
Look, Senator, we have done a lot of work, and I think that has partly been shown in the reduction in time that we've been able to achieve with approving environment plans. We have worked quite extensively both with the industry, with a number of sessions on how we can improve how consultation is undertaken. We've also, as an organisation, worked with a lot of the stakeholders who are consulted as a part of that process, so First Nations groups, fisheries groups, etc., more explaining the regulatory system, why are they being consulted, what the regulations actually require. So it's not for us to obviously consult on the projects, that's for title holders and duty holders. However, we do talk to them about what the regulatory environment requires and what is NOPSEMA's role in that. We have had feedback by doing that that has actually assisted in the consultation process that duty holders are undertaking.
All right. So, okay. Considering that the government has still failed to reform the OPGGS Act to allow for consultation requirement reform, that you're saying that offshore consultation has improved, that your educative piece is assisting. Do we need to reform the legislation then? Have we got to work around it?
Yes, Senator, it still continues to pose potential legal risks. So we do see the regulations could be improved to actually provide more guidance for everybody involved. And provides clarity to not just to the industry and duty holders, it would provide clarity to us as the regulator and would also provide further clarity to those who are actually being consulted.
Okay, so given that I can't ask when the government will be reforming the Act, because that's a decision for government, is that right? Am I preempting your answer there?
It is a decision for government, and as the evidence given previously by my colleague and the Senator, the government is committed to providing clarity.
Okay, that's terrific. So I think then my final question to you is, are there any other methods to improve consultation that do not require legislative change and are the educative pieces that you've been undertaking currently?
Senator, what I'd probably suggest is that we continue to do that. I think we will continue to undertake the strategies that we have. One, it's about giving that constant feedback to industry where we do see areas of improvement are needed, but also we will continue to work with all of those stakeholders who are consulted as a part of that. So I think what we can do to help is to continue doing and applying the strategies that we have been.
All right, well, let's hope that when we meet next time that you've had continued improvements in the assessment timeframes, which I have no doubt you will, Ms McCarry. You are a force of nature. So thank you for your time. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator McDonald. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. I was just wondering if you could give us the number of plugged and abandoned oil and gas wells that are in Commonwealth waters.
Yes, Senator, if you'll just give me one moment just to get to the appropriate question that I have in front of me so that I can try and be as accurate as possible.
Thank you.
Currently, NOPSEMA regulates 865 wells, which are they are a part of 75 well operations management plans. 517 are non-operational, so they are shut in, suspended or technically abandoned.
Okay, so... Okay, that brings the total to 1,382, is that correct?
No, Senator, the 865 is the total.
Oh, that's the total. Okay.
Correct.
And 517 are not operational.
Correct. They are shut in, suspended. 359 are operational.
Sure. Thank you. How many of them are leaking methane? So this is the methane that's obviously the smelly, rotten, old methane we're talking about. That's also sometimes called natural gas. And I understand it to be 80 times worse than carbon dioxide for climate change. So how many of the ones, or 865 wells are leaking?
8, Senator.
8 are leaking, okay. Are you aware of the Santos La Gendre field off the Pilbara?
La Gendre, yes, I am, Senator.
What can you tell us about that? Like, is that leaking gas? How long has it been leaking? You know, how much gas has been leaking?
Senator, yes, I am aware of that particular, the La Gendre wells, and yes, it is has a very small, low seepage rate.
Can you give us some figures, please?
Around, we understand it's been estimated at 514 litres of gas per day.
Litres
per day. And it was
day.
reported to us in January 2014.
When was it reported, sorry?
January 2014.
2014. And what's been done to stop the leaking?
At this stage, because it is at a very low rate, the requirement for Santos at this stage is to continue monitoring as part of their normal operations, so that we can determine if there is any increase in leakage into the future. Of course, just a reminder too that when it was abandoned, it was actually abandoned under the approval of the previous WA Western Australian Designated Authority, because at the time that occurred, that was prior to NOPSEMA being created.
When was it abandoned? Do we have a date?
Abandoned, I understand, between 2008 and 2011.
Okay. And sorry, I may have missed this, but how many wells in total are on that field? On the La Gendre?
Senator
Blair, Deputy CEO, Regulatory Operations, very pleased to meet you. There are a number of wells at that location, reflect the history and life cycle of exploration, some appraisal, some unsuccessful wells, and then eventual development. If I look at the notes that I have for that development, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wells that are featured, and it's commonly the case that many wells on an actual gas development field, there may be several more than from the facility, small platform facility that is located there.
What's the anticipated sort of timeline of being able to ensure that the leakage stops? Because obviously 514 litres per day amounts to quite a lot, and you know that would be tons and tons of methane into our atmosphere. So yeah, what's the projection of the work to be put in to stop the leakage?
It's, Senator, the environment plan that is currently in place, and I think has been recently reviewed in relation to those wells, actually requires them to undertake further investigation to actually look at possible solutions.
With that further investigation, you know, what sort of extra resourcing might be required? Have you modelled that? Do we need new legislation? Do we need to set up a task force?
No, Senator, it's for Santos to undertake that work, so it is a requirement of them under the environment plan. So the environment plan covers that work, and that's for Santos to undertake, and then inform us of that work.
Okay. Is there any role that the government plays? I mean, this is potentially very enormous. It's been going on since 2014, if not earlier. What can the federal government do to potentially assist in this catastrophe?
Well, certainly, Senator, as I said, there's a very low-level leakage rate coming from those particular wells. There is a requirement for us, as a regulator, we will continue to monitor. We have inspection programs on those environment plans. So once environment plans are actually approved and in place, we actually undertake inspection programs to ensure that companies, duty holders, are actually undertaking the work that they have committed to in those environment plans. They cannot surrender those wells off the title until we are actually satisfied into the future. So there is work that we as the regulator will continue to do.
Thank you. And just on the inspection programs, how often are they conducted, and how often would you say?
It varies. It depends on the issues. Just to give you a little bit of help in relation to that, I do have some statistics on the number of inspections, for example, that have been undertaken recently, if I can actually locate that information. Otherwise, I'm happy to take it on notice and I can come back to you on the number of assessments and things that are generally undertaken in any given year, but it does depend. And those inspections cover a whole range of areas, environmental issues or the MPs, but also safety and follow-up inspections if any incidents are reported to us.
And
Sorry, Senator, we do have some information.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Graham Blair, Deputy CEO at NOPSEMA once again. We do have some numbers which I can share with you on inspections. I have them here on the table, which is quarterly, so I'm going to do some mental arithmetic as we go here. So the first half of 2025 for HSE, for health and safety, we've executed 43 inspections. For environmental management, we've executed 18 inspections. And for well integrity itself, we've executed 21 inspections.
Senator,
thank you.
You've got 2 minutes.
Yes, no worries. I am going to race through. There was 514 litres per day of leakage. Have there been any modelling or numbers done of how much gas in total has leaked since 2014?
Senator, no, not by us. I would need to actually, it may have been undertaken by Santos. Probably one of the key issues that is under investigation by Santos as well at this stage, Senator, which is important to note, is that at this stage it hasn't actually been confirmed that that particular seepage is actually coming from the well or the wellhead, because there are natural seepages that do occur from these reservoirs. In fact, in the early days, that was one of the ways they would be able to locate where they may find natural gas, was that they would actually see the bubbles coming up from low-flying aircraft. So these seepages do occur naturally. Part of the investigation is to try and determine where that particular seepage is coming from.
Yeah, surely 514 litres per day is quite a lot. So hopefully it's not just, that's not the natural amount. What's the penalties that are imposed on Santos if they are found to not comply or rectify these leakages?
There are certain penalties for breaches, particularly if they're breaching their environment plan. I would need to come back to you on notice. I want to say off the top of my head, I think for an individual breach on an environment plan, maybe around 1.5 million, but I'll need to come back to you on notice on that.
Thank you so much. No, that's wonderful. Appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator. That concludes questions for the officials from NOPSEMA, and also I think Minister Chisholm, you as well. So thank you all for joining us, and we'll conclude that item. And as we'll wait for Minister Ayres to join us again, and the Net Zero Economy Authority, who's up next. An hour and 4 minutes, we can get this done.
We can do it. Absolutely. Don't you forget about that parliamentary calendar. I'm serious.
If we had a voting clock at Sudbury, it's about 120 to 10. About the same like it goes on your radio.
But the 10 are the ones that I really like.
That's it.
That's right. Hello.
Now that Joel's gone, it's, you know, 9. See you all later.
Yeah.
Fun.
I only
Thank
did.
you.
Hey, mate, how you going? You've had a big week. You didn't respond to my joke about you running for Herbert.
You know, I just thought I'd leave that alone.
Hero in Townsville. It's like front page.
Oh, wow.
Was it? Oh, that's nice.
Okay. The committee welcomes back Senator the Honourable Tim Ayres, Minister for Industry and Innovation and Minister for Science. And the committee also welcomes representatives from the Net Zero Economy Authority. Do you have an opening statement?
Senator, I do, but given the interest of time...
You're happy to table it and we can incorporate it into the
I'll have to fix it up a little bit, but I will table it, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So we will go straight to questions, and I will just remind senators we have 1 hour until finish, and we have 2 agencies, including this one, to get to. So I will throw first to Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I promise I'll be quick. I want to run through some of the programs that are being administered through the whole of government, and I want to understand exactly what modelling has been undertaken to ensure that the funding that is going towards these projects, to these net zero transition projects, are passing more than your standard sort of cost-benefit analysis that would be applied to a project that doesn't have something to do with the energy transition. So drawing your attention first and foremost, Mr Sankey, to the Solar Sunshot program. That was originally, and I think it still is, a $1 billion program for domestic solar panels in innovation. So what I want to know is exactly how much this program is expected to reduce emissions by.
Senator, that program is administered by the Department of Climate Change, and so questions on that program quite rightly should be put to them.
So, okay. The website for the Net Zero Economy Authority says that you are directed by the Net Zero Economy Authority Act to facilitate greenhouse gas emission reductions and ensure that all share in the benefits of this transition. So my understanding would be, my interpretation of that is that, and I think that it would probably be common around for most Australians, that a net zero authority would be able to answer questions about the emissions reductions expected from programs that are being administered by government.
Yeah, Senator, thank you for the question. Our role is to focus on those areas of Australia that are changing throughout the decarbonisation journey that we're all on. And so we are focused on particular areas where that change is going to be sharpest. So that is areas both where there's projected to be significant beneficial change, such as the Pilbara and the Upper Spencer Gulf, but also areas where there's expected to be some negative impacts or some investment outflow. Our challenge is to make sure that there's inflow into those particular regions of the country to ensure that they are sharing in the benefits. So we don't have overarching authority over every other program in the government, but our challenge is to try and make sure that certain parts of the existing programs do flow into those communities.
So that sounds an awful like the exact same thing that the National Reconstruction Fund told me a little bit earlier today. What's the difference between what you're doing as part of the reducing emissions and what the National Reconstruction Fund does?
So, as the portfolio secretary, I might give them both portfolio agencies are within the portfolio. So the National Reconstruction Fund is providing financial assistance through different mechanisms for industrial transformation. And
so that's not the Pilbara? More resources?
It could be the Pilbara, it could be any part of the country. It doesn't have priority regions, it have priority sectors, as set out in the government's priority declaration. And it provides funding for industrial transition, some of which will go to decarbonisation, some of it which is not unrelated to reducing emissions, although they have as a legislative requirement to consider the emission impact of any investment. The Net Zero Economy Authority is focused on its purpose is to help people and support the communities impacted by the transition to the net zero economy. So it's a regional focus with some priority areas declared that it's focusing on. So it's a place-based organisation, and the Net Zero and the National Reconstruction Fund is about the industry-based across the country.
Okay.
So they obviously work together. They're both in the portfolio, but to be very clear, emission reduction paths are actually a function of the Minister for Climate Change, and the various programs spread across the government because there's quite a lot of activity on net zero transition.
There is, and it is somewhat disjointed. So let me ask then, does the Net Zero Economy Authority have anything to do with the $4 billion Hydrogen Head Start project and understanding what the emissions reduction would be from that $4 billion investment of taxpayers' money?
So the emission reduction requirement of that is the program for the Hydrogen Head Start is owned by the Department of Energy and Climate Change, and they would look at the emission reduction program. There is a connection, which I'm sure Mr Shanky can discuss, because some of the activities under the Hydrogen Head Start are happening in priority areas, and if you take a place-based regional focus, then there is engagement on how those programs happen on the ground. But the emission reductions is a function, the hydrogen is in the Department of Energy.
Right. So what about then the Battery Breakthrough Initiative? That's $500 million.
And that is Department of Industry is administering that. And
so do you measure the reduction in emissions that you're expecting through that investment?
So we will be looking at in terms of the decisions of government, we'll be looking at proponents and what to achieve the government's objectives for that grant program, and that will be assessed against the grant guidelines for that program.
Hang on.
So the Battery Breakthrough Initiative, there are guidelines on the...
So why are we doing it if it's not to reduce emissions?
It's got a dual purpose. One is to reduce emissions for the economy, but also to support the creation of, to support industries building batteries.
So
support industry what?
That are building batteries.
We want to secure a battery manufacturing capability in key battery areas for Australia.
And the reason why we want to support this industry is because it will reduce emissions. Because
it's an enormous potential source of Australian industrial growth. and in areas where we have future competitive advantage. There's a global race for investment in battery manufacturing. We want to make sure we're at the front of the queue, not in every area of battery manufacturing, but steadily working through those industry categories where we can secure investment here.
Okay, so the green aluminium production credit, which is $2 billion.
Yep.
Who is running that, and who's measuring the reduction in emissions that is expected from the $2 billion of taxpayer money that's being invested in that?
So the Department of Industry is administering that program, and as part of that, proponents will be putting in their applications. It's not open yet, but they'll be putting in their projects. They'll be assessed, as all grant programs are, against various criteria. Just to be clear, the overall emissions projections is a responsibility for the Department of Climate Change. So they do all the emission reductions in emission outcomes for Australia.
Okay, and so
Senator,
has the Department of Climate Change done an assessment of each of these enormous programs and said, oh yeah, that'll reduce emissions?
So there has been, as part of the Net Zero Economy project and plans, there has been an assessment of the emission projections paths going forward by the Department of Climate Change, joint with Treasury, joint with all the other departments that are responsible for elements. They are embedded in the emission profiles produced by the Net Zero plan.
But Senator, our job in these areas, the reason why the Department of Industry has responsibility for the programs that, as we're working through them, that are identified for us, is to secure blue-collar jobs, trades jobs, new manufacturing capability in these areas. That's the.
So emissions reduction is not your target?
Well, we're thrilled to be part of that. That is an important public policy rationale. But what we are about is securing the investment here in Australia in new manufacturing.
So the Net Zero Economy Agency's job then is not necessarily.
They have two jobs, emissions. And I'm sure Mr. Shank would be delighted to talk to you about it. One is in the labour market area where they have a particular set of functions, and the other function is to secure investment in particular industrial regions in Australia that are energy intensive.
So when you secure investment, do you use the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, and the additional $2 billion?
There's lots of tools that they engage with, and of course they'd be delighted to talk to you about that amongst others.
Do you use the Clean Energy Finance Corporation?
Thank you, Senator. So, as the Minister outlined, we have two core functions. One of them is to manage the particular closures of coal-fired power stations, and we have certain legislative responsibilities in regard to that, to make sure that the social impacts of that are managed. And the second is to attract investment both to those areas and to others. We would be on a regular basis seeking to, if there was projects, enable access to those particular funds that you mentioned.
Okay. What about the National Industrial Transformation Program? Is that something that is run by the Net Zero Economy Authority?
No, it isn't.
Okay. What about the Green Metals Foundation Incentives and Manufacturing Consultation, which is $30 million? Is that run by the
Department of Industry?
That's industry? Mm-hmm. Okay. There are just so many chunks of taxpayer money that are being put towards things that are called green or transition or emissions, all these things. And I don't have a problem with the objective, but I do have a problem with the idea that somehow we're not actually measuring any of these projects with the extent to which they are bringing down emissions. They are costing so much money. So what then, or who, has the role of making sure that all of this taxpayer money is being put into projects that are measured against criteria that we know will actually reduce emissions?
So each of the programs has an identified purpose. Many of them come under the umbrella of the Future Made in Australia overarching umbrella, which has two streams. One is the net zero transition, the other one is about economic resilience. In the net zero emission category, it's about building the industries that will be necessary for the transition to net zero. All of these processes, particular facilities, etc., are measured. If they're supported by the programs, their facility emissions, etc., will be measured in the usual way, which is through the process run by the Department of Climate Change. So all of the it depends on the particular program, but for example, under the battery breakthrough initiative, the proponents who submit their application through the grant guidelines and are successful, that's co-investment to support the creation of battery supply chains within Australia. Their facilities will be covered and their emissions will be recorded. And so all of this there's no need to do additional work because they'll already be captured by existing regulatory environments.
I mean, honestly, I don't think there could be any more additional work that's being done here. There is so much money sloshing about looking for something to invest in, but without any actual scrutiny as to whether the investments are fit for purpose for the objective, so which, as my understanding is, all of this money is there to reduce emissions. Now, yes, to support industry on the way through, of course. But industry would chug along if we didn't have the emissions targets.
No, Senator. No, not at all. The world is changing rapidly. The strategic environment that Australia is in, that 97% of our trading partners, in addition to firstly, the strategic situation means that Australia has a requirement now more than at any other time since the war to make sure that we are competing effectively for the strategic industrial capabilities that we need. Like the sense of urgency that all of the systems should have across the parliament and in business about making sure that we're economically resilient for what is going to be a challenging 50 years for the country. That is one rationale for an increased approach to industrial policy. There is, of course, a requirement for us on the emissions side to do our own work as an economy, as we're working with partners around the world through the agreement infrastructure to reduce global emissions. But our partners are changing their processes, and if we don't act, I'll give you an example. In the iron sector, if we don't act to secure onshore iron processing in Australia, then our partners are looking around the world for alternative sources of ore.
And what's stopping iron being processed in Australia now? Is it the high cost of energy?
It's a series of technological challenges. The world's changing to be where customers are looking for low, close to zero emissions processes for iron and steel production. And Australia has an enormous advantage in this area. And in some of our programs, what we're working towards is investment from overseas partners who currently process iron and steel onshore in their own economies to doing it with less emissions in Australia because they are seeking to renew their own industrial economies. So there's an enormous opportunity for Australia, but enormous challenges for us if we don't act.
I understand all of that, and you will not find somebody that is as committed as I am to lowering emissions. I 100% agree.
So I'm just saying that's just a small part of the rationale here. It's part of the rationale, but it's strategic and it's about our future competitive advantage.
My concern here, Minister, and this is not just necessarily directed to this department, is that every single estimates hearing that I've walked into, we have been talking about this transition, which I think is a good thing. However, there is so much money here that belongs to taxpayers that is being put towards this particular objective, and there is no one that is actually measuring how effective it that money is, those investments are in reducing emissions. Now, I can understand certainty. We want certainty in the objective, no problems. But who is accountable for the success of all of these programs, making sure that they are actually reducing emissions rather than just governmental greenwashing?
So each program that you've gone through has governance arrangements and accountability for achieving the program outcomes as will be articulated if it's a grant through the normal grant guidelines, through the evaluation processes of the programs. So all of these programs have accountable evaluation programs embedded in them.
But are they being evaluated for reducing emissions?
And so I can come back on notice. It depends on the programs and what their objectives are. And in terms, not all the programs you've identified as specific. They are all part of a mosaic of programs that will reduce emissions, but whether each individual program was designed for that purpose. So, for example, the Battery Breakthrough Initiative has as its program objective to fund programs to enhance battery manufacturing capability, to improve supply chain resilience and support emission reductions. So it's got a dual purpose. And so I'm happy to take on notice the programs that the industry department has that has an emissions focus, that has evaluation processes. So it's not an accurate characterisation to say these programs don't have guidelines, processes and an evaluation requirement for government money. They all do, consistent with the overarching government obligations and the PGPA Act and other legal requirements on the agencies that implement these programs.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Bell, welcome to the committee and to your first estimates. You have a question for the Net Zero Authority?
So I'll just go back to something you said earlier. You talk about attracting investments, and online on your website it states that you identify opportunities, provide options for government support, but ultimately that means you are sort of influencing which companies and regions get public backing and which do not. Are you concerned that's just another way of picking winners and losers and market distortion?
Is that a question for me, Senator?
If you'd like to.
Well, we're not into picking losers. We're into securing investment, and there was some discussion about how we measure success here. For me, success is blue-collar jobs in industrial regions and outer suburbs in Australia. That's and jobs in technology, science and engineering. That's what this government is focused on. The world is changing. The hostility towards industrial policy is changing around the place, and this is a government that is unashamedly pro-manufacturing, has the biggest pro-manufacturing package of any Australian government in our history. We've got a lot of work to do.
Because one of the things they list when they talk about facilitating investment, the authority lists a couple of priority projects or priority industries. Yep. One of them you state is green hydrogen, green metals. Yet many of these we've seen, especially with green hydrogen recently, they've failed or stalled. And so isn't there a danger in what is essentially a centrally controlled government agency using taxpayer funds to steer investment into industries that are not commercially viable while the proven sectors are undermined and destroyed? Like, what steps are you taking when you list things like green hydrogen on your website to make sure that these, I know you say you're picking winners, but we've seen a lot of losers in that sector. What steps are you taking to make sure that doesn't happen in those regions?
Yeah, certainly most of the hydrogen programs are in DQ, but Australian industry is engaging with this challenge. Some sectors of our industry are already producing hydrogen as part of their normal industrial processes. I was at Orica's facility at Kooragang Island.
Is that the green hydrogen?
No. They are engaged with hydrogen production.
The question that I have, I'm sorry.
Why don't you let me finish? Why don't you let me finish the answer? We are firms are engaged in the molecules are the same. You see, firms are engaged in this. The question is,
those firms engaged in green molecules?
Yeah. The molecules are the same colour, Senator. Right. The point is that capability that we have with our vast solar and wind resources, that is a source of potential future competitive advantage for Australia. Now, we could wait and let the market decide, and other economies invest in their capability and win that battle for investment and jobs, or we can lean in. That does mean the progress is not linear in this area. You wait until I finish the answer. Progress is not linear in this area. Not everything succeeds. And there's some people in Australia who, when a hydrogen project fails, they act like it's Christmas. And they're up there posting on their social media about, see, the green hydrogen project failed. I like your colleague, Senator Roberts, but he's up and about this from time to time. When a project fails, thumbs up, that's great. When a project succeeds in something there's a sort of ideological resistance to, it's like someone ran over the family cat, right? Like, we actually have to change the mentality about this and get behind Team Australia and support Australian engineering and Australian science and back the future capability of Australian industry. And that does involve, I'm afraid to say, taking a few risks from time to time. It does involve not linear progress, but we've got to get our shoulder behind the wheel and get on with it.
And for the authority, who is held accountable when potentially these taxpayer-funded projects fail? And what steps have the authority put in place to stop that?
The authority is not responsible for those projects.
But they are responsible for directing people, and they have stated that they are working with people. That's their goal, to work with different companies, funnel them towards regions, work with projects, help them get off the ground. And that's taxpayer-funded assistance for private corporations. And so if they start assisting, and that's what it's stated on the website, so I'm just curious, do you have guidelines in place to make sure that your assistance does not go to projects that fail?
Senator, as the authority is not administrating those funds directly, it would be the responsibility of the entity that we are directing those funds to make the proper assessment of them. And I can assure you that occurs. I would just sort of make the other comment that the criticality of iron ore to the Australian economy is extremely high, and one of the pathways for iron ore's decarbonisation is through the use of hydrogen, and that's why we see it as absolutely critical for the development of the Australian economy.
When you mentioned green, the government's actually putting $500,000 on the table through the Green Iron Investment Fund.
Half a billion, Senator.
$500 million.
Yeah.
Thank you. And so as your role in assisting investors, are you steering towards that grant? Are you helping companies apply for that? What criteria are you using to decide who gets steered towards grants like that?
The criteria that the Green Iron Fund has are all publicly available. Yep. And so we would be steering them towards that material and making sure that they're aware of how to access this fund.
And you're waiting for companies to come to you for assistance? Are you actively seeking out companies? What's that process like?
I would say it was a combination of the two.
And then, so with those companies you're actively seeking out, are you disclosing which companies you're actively seeking out? Are you planning to put that on the record?
Well, some of those interactions, of course, would have some limited commercial and confidence arrangements around them. I would say that you asked earlier about the particular regions that we were working in and, how we selected those regions. And the region identification framework that we went through is publicly available. So that does sort of give people an indication of this is where we are focused and these are the reasons why.
Are you prepared to commit to publishing a list of ongoing projects, proponents and investors that you're facilitating, including what kind of support they've received?
No, I'm not, Senator.
No, Senator, because the objective here is to secure jobs and investment and to protect the Australian iron ore industry. It is a very significant part of Australia's export earnings. Its future is very much bound up in the extent to which we can value add here in Australia. Our mining industry is an extraordinary industry with extraordinary capability, But there are other sources of ore around the world that have been opened up by our potential markets, and if we sit on our hands, we'll have a weaker, less productive and poorer Australian economy in the future. So what we are about is securing real things, real outcomes around Whyalla, in particular, South Australia, where the government and the South Australian government intervened to take control of that enterprise in the interests of the Australian steel industry. As Mr Shanky said, a focus on the Pilbara, the Hunter Valley, Central Queensland and the Illawarra, where there's existing steel and iron-making capability or possibility, and seeking to secure investments there. And you don't secure investments by publishing commercial in confidence discussions that we're having with our friends and partners to secure investment.
Senator Bell, we're at 8 minutes.
That's up there.
You done? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think that concludes our questions for the Net Zero Economy Authority. Thank you for appearing. So we are now on our last witness for the day, the Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organisation. And just as the witnesses are coming forward, I would remind people that we have a hard finish at 7 o'clock tonight, so I will do 10-minute blocks.
What a nice way to end this.
Good bit of science.
I love science.
Yep.
I like consciousness at this point in time.
Chanel coming over.
It was advised, and he was also supposed to join earlier, but he didn't. Oh, yeah. So, I think he is right. Okay. All right, we'll just keep an eye out for him then, shall we?
Yep.
Okay, great. I'll be quick. Yeah, it's fine. Take your whole 10 minutes if you like. All right, are we ready to go?
We certainly are, Senator.
Great. So the committee welcomes representatives from the Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organisation. Do you have an opening statement? And if so, in the interest of time, would you like to table that for us to incorporate?
I'd be delighted to table it, Senator.
Thank you very much. Well, we'll circulate that and we'll go straight to questions. Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr Hilton and others that have joined us. I only have one quick line of questioning, and it's about the GenCost report and the modelling tool that CSIRO uses to estimate the variable renewable integration costs. I know that this has been discussed at length at this committee before, and I don't intend to repeat the questions that have already been asked, but I'd like to understand how long this modelling tool has been used and who it was that created it.
I could pass that one to Dr Mayfield, but...
Hello, Dr Mayfield.
There is a level of detail there.
I can give a little bit of the answer anyway.
Yeah.
So Peter Mayfield, Executive Director for Environment, Energy and Resources. So the particular sort of tools that are used in our GenCost work, they've been around for quite some time.
When you say some time, we're talking 3 years, 5 years, 10 years?
I would argue more of the lot, about 10 years.
10 years.
Maybe longer.
Mm-hmm.
I'll get you an exact answer on that later. But they're not new tools, but they do get evolved, and there are a series of different models that are used to do that work. So most recent one would have been Stable, which looks at firming costs.
So it's stable?
Stable, so STABLE.
B, sorry, it's late at night.
Yeah, so it's a sub-model that gets used.
Yep.
But overall, there are a number of economic and techno-economic models that get used that combine together to make the result.
And the models are put together by a team? Are they put together by an individual? Is it a department?
We have a team. So we have a techno-economic team energy economics team that sit within our energy research unit.
Techno-economic team.
Yep. And so they do quite a range of different studies. So GenCost is only one little piece of their workload, and they do studies around a whole range of other aspects of energy modelling, and they've been doing that for well over a decade.
Okay. There's, on the 24-25 report, on page 23, it indicates that people have requested more detail and background on and more information on this modelling. And I'm wondering whether you can detail for us what types of people or what types of groups have requested this information.
I can't give that to you today, but it will be part of our consultation process so that we can get that for you on notice. So we run a process where we develop a draft report.
Mm-hmm.
We then put that out and we get stakeholder feedback, and we run a series of workshops and engagements which allows them to make comment, which we can respond to before we actually produce a final report. So we keep a listing of everyone who's made contribution to that, what they've asked about and how we've addressed it. So some of those are captured in the beginning of the report. We talk about some of that response, but in terms of a full list, I can get that for you on notice.
I think it would be very interesting to see who it is that's asking for more detail, and not necessarily to contribute to it, but to ideally learn from it and take from it. So there's people out there clearly that would like to understand how this modelling works, because it does influence so many decisions.
Yes, and we get quite a different range of inputs. I think last year, in the last cycle, was about 45 different consultation inputs were made formally. So
I hope we're talking about the same thing. I'm not entirely sure we are. You're talking about people that are inputting through a consultation process, and I'm talking about people that want to see more data or see more modelling and how that works. So is this the same thing, or am I just not speaking science language? Sorry, am I not speaking techno-economic language?
My belief would be that a subset of the people that provide input are looking for the sort of question, or have the sort of questions that you raise.
Right.
And others make contributions in terms of their industry experiences to certain parameters and operational modes and things like that. So it's a mixture.
And Senator, I think a number of the models are public, and members of the public can access those models, plug in their own data, change assumptions, and look at the consequences of different assumptions to the outcomes of the model. So, one of the things we've really valued with the GenCost report is that level of transparency, both in having contributions and critiques in draft, but also allowing people to access the models themselves.
Right. Okay. So my understanding is that this model, or the models, are not suitable tools for other people to use outside of CSIRO.
There's a couple of different analyses that get done. So one is the levelised cost of electricity analysis. So as Dr. Hilton says, all that data is made available publicly, and it's a relatively simple calculation, that one. So it is possible to do those independently, and we have provided that information to outside groups.
And all of the assumptions that go into that model are explicit and
yes,
transparent?
All the parameters that you put in there. And that's been one of the points of, I guess, discussion from the various forums as to the range of parameters that are chosen. A lot of them come from the EMO work, but they also come from the consultation process as well.
I suppose what I'm trying to get to is that there is some concern that potentially the models, the outcomes of the models in the GenCost report aren't verifiable by experts that would like to be able to verify them, because the inputs into those tools it's opaque, it's a black box. And because of that, then the outcome could be questioned or can't be questioned. How does CSIRO respond to that?
In terms of levelised cost of electricity, it's very easy to do the calculation. So in terms of extrapolating future costs, so one of the things that we do is we get capital costs from Oricon. That's done through a process with AEMO, and then we go through a process to try and estimate what they are as you get greater deployment and things like that. So that's a bit more sophisticated. But again, it's something you can see. It's not opaque as such.
Okay. So, I mean, if a person much smarter than I will ever be wanted to have a crack and say, well, let's do some what-if analysis using the GenCost model, they can do it?
For LCREs, yes. They can.
How do they do that?
It's virtually a spreadsheet model.
So literally I could go onto the CSIRO website, I could say, well, what if we change the assumptions here or move this about there, and could come up with...
Yeah, you make changes and assumptions in terms of availability, pricing, things like that, rates of return or interest rates, and you can redo the calculation. So
and it's all there.
Yep. We've walked a number of stakeholders through that process. Very happy to brief you, your colleagues and the office.
Look, I won't be doing it myself. It's, well above my pay grade, but it's good to know that it's there. And I think now that it is on the record that it's there, I'm sure there'll be plenty of people that'll have a crack. Maybe I'll come back to you at the next estimates and give you an update as to how it went. Thank you.
It's a good offer though, Senator, because the CSIRO's job is to be able to turn these, complicated things into language that's and conceptually in a way that people like us can grapple with. Like that's part of the plain speaking science and the industrial application of that, and working with people in the society and the economies. Like it's a good offer. You should take it.
Look, I couldn't agree with you more, Minister. When my kids want to baffle me and I ask them a question, they just say, if the other way around, if my kids have said, if I don't understand a question and I need to answer it, I should just say, look, it's science, it's the future, you wouldn't understand the new economy, and move on. That's what I should say. And I just hope to God that that's not what CSIRO is saying. I want more than a black box. I want everything to be verifiable.
You'll be right.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Senator. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here again. My questions are to Professor Sutton. Thank you for attending to clarify the work, Professor Sutton, that CSIRO has been doing. You are Director, I can see you. You are Director of Health and Biosecurity at CSIRO, and you have been since September 2023. You lead the Health and Biosecurity Research Unit, which comprises over 350 scientists and focuses on pandemic preparedness, biosecurity and health innovations. My first question is, CSIRO work advanced genomic surveillance of influenza strains, including next-generation sequencing to decode thousands of genomes and track mutations in avian influenza. This included studies on viral polymerase activity and host immune evasion. Were these studies of literature, in vitro, or using live subjects, rats, for instance?
Senator Roberts, the team that is responsible for that is our team at ACDP, which is within Dr. Taylor's remit rather than Professor Sutton's remit, and I'd be happy for Dr. Taylor to answer that.
Sure.
Dr. Jen Taylor, Executive Director for Future Industries at CSIRO. Thank you for the question, Senator. So just to clarify your question, you're asking about the sequencing, nature of the sequencing experiments?
Your studies on viral polymerase activity and host immune evasion, were they literature, in vitro, or using live subjects, rats?
Senator, so I think in terms of targeting the virus, I guess that they would...
This is influenza virus?
Yes, yes. So is this an avian influenza virus, Senator?
I don't know. I just know viral polymerase activity.
So it really depends on which virus. If you can specify the virus, we can tell you a little more about how the experiments are done, because obviously different viruses are studied in quite different ways.
Are any studied using literature study only?
Scientists do literature reviews all the time, and there's large amounts of DNA sequence information available on public repositories such as GenBank, and genomicists and bioinformaticians utilise that data as part of their general studies of...
Including CSIRO?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Are any done in vitro by CSIRO?
It depends on the virus.
Are any done by in vitro?
Any viruses, any studies on any viruses done in vitro? Yes.
Thank you. What about using live subjects, animals?
Yes, I think we do use animal models to study certain viruses. That's correct. And but again, it does depend on which virus.
Sure, I appreciate that. I'm not technically sufficient, and I haven't got the list of viruses with me. So, What real-world situation benefited from this research? For example, that could be COVID or the recent bird flu outbreak. How is this applied in the real world?
So one of the things that I'm proudest of the work at ACDP has been the important monitoring work that they've done with state departments of agriculture around outbreaks of avian influenza, the H7 virus, over the last 18 months. I think the last case was in February, and the team at ACDP was on call for much of that time and were responsible for assisting the state authorities managing those outbreaks in a way that I believe was of immense value to our agricultural sector.
Thank you. Using bioinformatics, CSIRO modelled influenza's antigenic drift, predicting evolutionary paths from over a decade of genomic data. Has this research been used in a real-world situation?
Well, the example I can think of, Senator, is that in our avian influenza work, we do sequence some influenza samples in wild birds, and we know that that's a vector pathway of risk to bring avian influenza H7 into Australia, and so we monitor the viral load in those wild birds to see if we can get an early detection as to whether something will cross into a poultry farm. And so sequencing is used there because we keep a database of the relationship of those sequences in wild birds, and then if we detect, as we did earlier this year, a H7 outbreak or confirm an H7 outbreak in a poultry farm, we can look at the relationships between those sequences and determine whether that likely came from a wild bird or from somewhere else.
Thank you.
And there was a profoundly important moment during the outbreak, I think the second outbreak in Victoria, where two farms linked to the same owner, the same farmer, but quite geographically distant, both came down with an avian influenza outbreak, and the bioinformatic analysis of the DNA sequence from those two isolates showed that they were in fact two different strains that had arisen independently, and therefore there was much less likelihood of there having been bird-to-bird spread between the two farms.
Thank you.
And that was profoundly important in the way the Department of Agriculture then managed the outbreak. So a great example of where sophisticated bioinformatic and genomic analysis using DNA sequence generated by the ACDP and comparing it with data online using bioinformatics had a major positive impact for our agricultural sector.
Thank you. In 2020, the CSIRO conducted preclinical testing of 2 candidate vaccines, including Oxford AstraZeneca, in animal models like ferrets, funded by CEPI. And I note ferrets are mentioned again on your website in 2022 research around Vaxzevria. Was the animal experimentation conducted by the CSIRO, or did you use work done elsewhere?
Thank you for the question, Senator. The animal work done in ferrets was conducted at our Geelong facility in the Australian Centre for Disease Preparedness.
Thank you. What happened to the ferrets when CSIRO finished with them?
As per normal protocols under our regulations, they were humanely euthanized.
Thank you. How many times has the CSIRO used animals for testing in the last 5 years, and how frequently did the CSIRO destroy the subject afterward?
I'll take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you. Does anyone know the answer in the room?
No, that would not be a detail we could give you an accurate answer on. It requires us to go back and look at large numbers of experiments over that 5-year period.
Thank you. Your website mentions the work you did on the Hendra virus. I think it's Zoetis marketed a vaccine for Hendra called Equivac. Was the CSIRO involved in the development of Equivac actively or through Zoetis using your work?
My understanding is, and again, I will give you this notice, this answer on notice. But my understanding is CSIRO was essential to the management of the initial Hendra virus outbreaks in Queensland and northern New South Wales, and then on the understanding of the virus and the development of the vaccine. But I will give you a detailed answer on notice.
Thank you. How much did you charge Zoetis, and are you still involved in Equivac adverse event monitoring?
I'll take that question on notice, Senator.
Thank you. My questions now go to pandemic preparedness. This is the
so we're off the horses and ferrets now, Senator Roberts.
Yes, we're off the and the rats
Roberts,
and the birds.
You've got 3 minutes, and we've got 2 other senators seeking
You're now going to move on to the main
we'll be
event.
as quick as we can because we are finishing at 7.
The Australian Health Management Plan for pandemic influenza was developed over 10 years, concluding in 2019, just in time for COVID, but it wasn't used, it was binned. As your department is pandemic preparedness, Professor Sutton, are you working on updating this plan and correcting whatever reason caused it not to be used?
Again, Senator, Professor Sutton's not responsible for the ACDP, which is our Centre for Pandemic Preparedness. Professor Sutton is responsible for our research unit named Health and Biosecurity.
Does the CSIRO handle live viruses? Your achievement page mentions lists of viruses, including rabies and Ebola, for example. If you have live viruses, which ones do you have?
So we back to horses and weasels and ferrets?
Just viruses?
Yes, we hold a number.
I treat this pretty seriously.
So do I, Senator.
Good.
Absolutely.
I'm trying, Senator.
Senator, so I just want to make sure we're going back to your first line of questions.
I'm just going through whether or not you handle live viruses.
Yes, I think we established that, and yes, we do handle live viruses.
Thank you. Can you assure the committee that CSIRO will not slip up in the way the Wuhan Institute of Virology did in the escape for their Frankenstein COVID experiment?
I would not characterise that in that way. CSIRO takes its responsibility for biosecurity exceptionally seriously in all of its facilities and works closely with regulators to ensure that we maintain the highest standards.
So you can give me assurance that it won't escape? Live viruses won't escape?
What won't escape? Any live viruses? Yeah, I will give you assurance that we work assiduously to maintain the highest standards of biosecurity as an organisation across our sites.
Highest standards. Can you give me an assurance that it won't escape?
Senator, we maintain our facility to the highest standards of biosecurity.
Can you give me an assurance it won't escape?
Senator, if I could add, the Australian Centre for Disease Preparedness is one of 3 facilities in the world that has the highest biocontainment. It is quite unique in its capabilities. Its box-in-a-box design means that even if the facility fails, if electricity fails, there are triple redundancies in the system, and it is world-renowned for its secure capabilities, and that is why we handle high consequence live viruses there, and that's its purpose. And it's done that for 40 years without a biosecurity breach.
Obviously, you won't give me an ironclad guarantee, but that's fine. In Professor Sutton's podcast interview, my last question, conducted recently, he made the statement that the government could consider not introducing the intrusive COVID social restrictions, lockdowns for instance. Is his opinion based on the work you have done at CSIRO, or could you expand on what aspects of these social restrictions should be reconsidered? And if Professor Sutton can't answer it, perhaps you could do it.
I think that would be one that Professor Sutton could shed light on to the interview.
He's been champing at the bit to respond.
Thanks, Senator Roberts. Look, that reflection was really based on the fact that it's a matter for future governments as to the policy settings in response to any future pandemic. And it's not for me to say what those settings could be, but I can certainly imagine a future in which policy decisions could be less restrictive than we've experienced historically.
Thank you very much. See, that wasn't so difficult.
Thank you, Senator. It was a pleasure.
Thank you for your rapid-fire approach, Senator Roberts.
Unbridled enthusiasm.
Senator Pocock, we've also got Senator Whish-Wilson on the phone, so if we can just restrict to 5 minutes, I'd highly appreciate it so we can accommodate everyone.
In best endeavours, Chair. Thank you. Just wanted to ask about budget. In table 3.1 on page 114 of the portfolio budget statement, it shows a $176 million reduction in employee benefits between this financial year and the next. Dr. Hilton, I'm interested if you can tell us how many staff positions this will translate to and over what time frame.
I'll pass the detailed financial question to Mr Munyard, our Chief Operating Officer.
Thank you.
Tom Munyard, Chief Operating Officer. Senator, for future years we're working through our budget planning now, and we've begun a research portfolio review that we could go into greater detail for you. In the last financial year we saw a 9.4% reduction of headcount, and so far in the current financial year we've seen a 3.3% reduction in headcount. For last year's reduction, we'll expect that's a part-year effect, and we'll expect the full-year impact of that reduction to come in this year and next, and same for the reduction that we've seen so far this year. So, as I said at the start, we're working through our budget planning at the moment for next year and beyond in order to be able to give a definitive answer in relation to that.
Okay. What proportion of the savings in employee benefits will come from non-renewal of contracts versus redundancies?
Again, we're working through the budget planning for that.
Maybe for the 9% and 3%, do you have that?
I don't have the exact split of that. If I can tell you, there was around, so that headcount reduction is 818 in total. And if I can just try and find my...
and what saving does that amount to?
818. In terms of labour reduction overall, we would expect that to be around $120 million, I think.
And you're looking at a further $176 million next financial year.
Again, we're anticipating doing our budget planning, but yes. I will say in the 24-25 year that you're starting as a base, there was a redundancy provision included in those employee expenses, so that would have to be removed from that figure as well, and therefore I can't. That's why I can't give you a definitive
answer. So I understand
answer.
there's a lot of work to do, but we're sort of roughly talking about 1,000 employees. To reach that, I mean, your budget is being reduced by $176 million.
We've reduced by 818 to date, which is a large proportion of that saving to date, and we'll work through the budget planning for the remaining
Senator,
years.
Perhaps to give you some context, the reduction in labour over the last 18 months has been partly in response to the ending of the COVID safety measure, and the organisation has tackled that in a couple of different ways. The first was we looked at our non-research part of our business and could see some opportunities for simplification of what we do, and I want to acknowledge the impact that that's had on staff. That is not an easy process. We also ask our research units to manage their project flow, and that is both appropriation-funded projects and projects co-funded with external revenue. And that's also led to some reductions in non-indefinite staff, so term ends, contract ends, and that's just a normal part of kind of project management and the ebb and flow of budgets. We do have some challenging sustainability issues as an organisation. The value of the appropriation has not kept up with the cost of doing science, and we have some legacy property issues that need investment in order that we maintain safe, fit for purpose, and where appropriate and possible cutting-edge facilities. The ACDP is a good example of that. So we're provisioning funds to enable us to begin the renovation of that facility. It celebrates its 40th anniversary this year. That is 10 years past the midlife refit, and it's really important that we invest in that national facility, and that really is a microcosm for CSIRO's challenges.
Thank you. Minister, I've had some work done by the Parliamentary Library and want to table this. And given that per capita investment in the CSIRO is now less than half of what it was in the 1980s and has fallen by 87.5% as a percentage of GDP, how can Australians have confidence that the organisation is properly resourced to meet national science challenges when we're hearing about these sorts of layoffs, challenges with facilities and declining funding?
Well, we've had this discussion, of course, a little bit offline, and I think it's fair to say that while the government asserts that nominal funding hasn't changed over that period, of course you will assert that in real terms that's a different story, which is what I haven't seen your Parliamentary Library, the work of the Parliamentary Library on this question. And I do just say that there is a very substantial investment from the Commonwealth Government into the CSIRO. It is where? Well, it's a substantial annual contribution
declining
to our national science institution. I appreciate your point about the difference between nominal and real contributions, but I just say it is a significant contribution to an important national science institution. I expect the management of the CSIRO to work with the staff of the CSIRO to make sure that the organisation is on a sustainable budget footing, and that work is going on. Officials have described some of that to you. They'll be very happy to answer further questions. And I also want to make sure, as the Minister responsible for science in the Commonwealth Government, that the CSIRO is continuing to evolve its approach to making sure that its programs of effort are in line with the national science priorities of the country and what the country needs in order to solve the big national challenges in front of us. That is the challenge of leadership in this organisation. It is not the only place that research is done in Australia, and of course you know that the Strategic Examination of Research and Development will conclude its work on behalf of the government towards the end of this year. I'm watching closely and working closely with the leadership of the CSIRO on their work, watching closely and working closely with the leadership of the Research and Development Review and looking forward to making sure that we've got not just a national science institution that is budget sustainable and directed in the right way, but also that we've got a national research and development capability, public and private, state and Commonwealth, that serves the country's interests well.
Thank you.
We've got 4 minutes till close.
Question?
A quick one, and then we'll try and get Senator Wishwood.
Minister, I guess I'm dismayed that under the Labor government we're seeing CSIRO having to shed 1,000 jobs. I just want that to be on the record. Dr. Hilton, I have one final quick question on CSI Ginninderra. You talked about some of the challenges of getting money to invest in other important sites. I'm interested, at what point did the sale of the Ginninderra site go from the whole thing to just a portion of it?
I'll hand that one to Mr Munyon. Who's in charge of the sale.
So through our due diligence process, we liaised with a number of stakeholders, including the ACT government.
I'm gonna get. Is there a date?
It was when we did that due diligence exercise in 2021. We made the decision back then to divest Ginninderra East in order to maximise the return to the Commonwealth.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator Whish-Wilson, we have 2 minutes. If you can get in a quick question, and obviously you are welcome to put other questions on notice.
I don't think that's fair, Chair. I think I need at least 5 minutes like the other senators got. I'll be as quick as I can and I'll put a heap of questions on notice. Could I just actually follow up on a theme that Senator Roberts was asking? Is CSIRO or anyone from the ACDB on the Noyena in its voyage to Heard and McDonald Island at the moment?
Senator, I'll have to take that on notice. I'm sorry.
Yeah, particularly interested on the H5N1, which is very likely to be on the island. Are you aware, have you been providing any advice to the Australian Antarctic Division around protocols, especially bringing any, I suppose, denatured samples, other things back from the trip?
We'll take that on notice.
Okay. Could I ask the Minister, there's obviously been some reporting recently around a review of the research integrity of the scientific system by the ARC, Uni Australia and the NHMRC. Are you aware when that review is going to be finished?
No, I'm not, Senator. Did you say NHMRC? It's a health question. It's a health question, Senator. I don't know if I can. I'm very happy to see if we can find out at the office level and let your office know.
Great. Well, my question, I suppose, was to Dr. Hilton. You've been quoted in the media as an advocate calling for reform, in particular an independent scientific watchdog. Can you tell us why you think that's important in Australia at the moment?
I can tell you why I think it's important generally that there is independent oversight of ethics and integrity issues. I think that independent oversight provides the public confidence
in the scientific method and the work of CSIRO and other scientists.
Yes.
Yeah. So, are you aware of any movement within government to look at this as a policy? Have you provided any advice?
I think that's a question for government.
I've asked you, have you provided any advice to the government?
No, I have not.
That's not a question for the government, it's a question to you.
No, I have not.
No, you haven't. Okay. I'll put the other questions, Chair, on notice, but could I just ask one last question? Just something I've asked at previous estimates. Are you processing, or is CSIRO processing any new work streams with the metals company related to deep sea mining?
That's a question, I think, for Dr Mayfield.
Yeah. So, Senator, you'd probably be aware that we've completed the previously contracted work with the metals company. That concluded in June of this year, and reports have been made public. We have no further contracted work with them and have no intention for any further work.
Great, no worries. I'll put my other questions on notice, Chair. Thanks for allowing me to dial in.
Thank you very much, Senator Wilson. So with that, we are finished all questions for today. Just very quickly, Senator David Pocock had some documents to table related to CSIRO funding methods, and also I'd seek to table the opening statement from the Department of Treasury Housing Group from yesterday. So that concludes today's hearings. I would like to thank all of my colleagues for their diligent work in helping me keep onto the agenda on time, including the Deputy Chair and all colleagues who attended over the last couple of days, Hansard, production and the Secretariat. This committee's consideration of the 2025-2026 supplementary budget estimates will resume at a date to be fixed. Thank you, everyone.
Well chaired. Well chaired, indeed.